faille qui était reconnue difficile l'année dernière parce qu'il y avait quand même pas mal de boue, a été modifié. Donc entre l'Anse aux Vaches et le ravito du Cap Grében, le parcours a été optimisé avec des travaux. Donc on va avoir affaire à moins de boue qu'on a eu l'année dernière, ce qui est déjà excellent. Et ensuite de ça, les gens vont atterrir à Saint-Dié-des-Caps, au village, où c'est assez festif, à mon souvenir, pour avoir fait la course 2 fois, le 80 et le 110, le ravitaillement de Saint-Dié-des-Caps.
Wasn't that on?
Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Zoom meeting and you're muted. So now we're back. John, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
You
Yeah.
had
How are you doing?
I'm, I think, a little more rested than you. Maybe I got a little bit of shut eye, so
Yeah.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling ready to tackle the next part of this race. But yeah.
Well, there we'll see.
Here
We'll
we
see
go,
the
little-
entire race now here.
a little bit of a 3D replay on the bottom
from,
right of
from
your
the
screen.
start of the race to the the entire course probably, but we've seen it before, so we can just talk over it, and we don't have to pay that much attention to it. I mean,
Yep.
it's nice to know where we are at the moment, as we as we're really getting along pretty far in the race.
Yeah, so
So
climbing.
So
that-
this
that-
is
that
this
first
was
climb.
the first section up until the first aid station. Very fast part of the course till when the runners made their way to the first aid station at 20 kilometers. Then to the second aid station, another 20 kilometers away, where they saw if they had any crew, they would see them there. Good thing for them to be able to make it to the Massif aid station. The Massif aid station is where most of the runners now have passed through. There might be a few more coming in. That major aid station is where they'll have seen their crew for the first time. And then we got a long section with moving towards Cap du Salut, Cap Griban, and that's where just the front runners of the race have passed. With
And-
Cap,
And those two places that you're seeing on the 3D flyover right now, all of that is part of what's called the Sentier des Caps, the trail of summits, basically. And it's this beautiful ridgeline that overlooks the St. Lawrence estuary, the St. Lawrence River at that point. And it's, so here we see on the map right now, Cap Griban, so that's where our leaders have passed. Beautiful, iconic, really defining part of the QMT135 course. You can see the flyover here dropping down just a little bit towards the St. Lawrence River before cutting inland, where after a little bit of meandering, we end up in the infamous Mestashibo trail.
yeah. But first we enter the little town of Saint-Dié-des-Caps. Most runners will have a little break there, see their crew for the second time. Usually this is a part where they take more time to sit down, regroup, get ready for a long section here along the river.
Here we go.
Ups and downs, very technical, very rooty, very rocky. Lots of water, two bridges to cross. So much going on in this section. It's hard on the legs, hard on the mind, but you can definitely make it through. And then here they go up along the famous waterfalls. They come by MSA, the main aid station at the base. They go all the way up to Summit 1, where they come back again down to do a different semi-loop of the on the mountain to come to so-called Summit 2. And afterwards they continue behind the mountains on this ski course down where there's a bigger loop, a nice windy trail, double track, single track, and a little bit of downhill, but up and down, and very runnable. If you can still run, you can really make up good time here. And then the last aid station at the Fondeur, Beige de Fondeur, where they can see the crew for the last time and do the final stretch of 9 kilometers, 5 miles, something like that, with 2 river crossings until they come back into sort of civilization and finish at the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne. So that's the entire 135K course.
What a course!
Yeah,
Look at that.
Right.
That's a beautiful shot of the whole course like that. It's always great to see its entirety. Really great point-to-point course with a loop at the end, but majority point-to-point.
Yeah, and here's a nice
Look
backdrop.
at that. We were just talking about the beauty, the
sun is
natural
getting
beauty.
up. I'm not sure if this is live, but this is a good image.
It is. It doesn't look like it from here, but there's a little bit of light starting to come through. So
yeah, true.
Beautiful sunrise.
Yeah,
At Cap Brûlé.
I'm sure the runners are seeing a lot more already. That's for sure. They might still use their headlights.
Yeah, I think
especially in the forest, it's really dark
think
still.
in the trails, yeah.
But it will be relief to know that you can see a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's really uplifting for the runners, right? After a tough night, the sun brings with it a lot of better vibes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we're waiting up for some live stream coverage on course. See where people are at. See where our camera crew is at. They're scattered along the course, picking up runners hopefully at some point. This section is still very the section where the front runners are. And a large part of the entire group of runners is still somewhat, can consider remote and not really accessible to get through as a, camera man or woman or anyone assisting. So it's not too easy to get people on live coverage here, but they'll get there quickly enough. That's for sure. You have noticed that Manuel has DNF'd. You were still here when that happened.
Yeah, I was there, and I heard about another notable DNF in the top of the men's ranks.
Yeah, Yiddish also, unfortunately, I believe had some knee problems, some old recurring knee problems.
Knee problems for
yeah.
Jitesh?
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry to hear that. That was too bad. He was looking strong when I saw him.
Yeah, he was moving up for sure
before going on break. So definitely sorry to hear about Jitesh's DNF, but we do have the 2 confirmed DNFs in the in the elite ranks. So Jitesh Rao Luquea and Manuel Anguita Bayo.
Yeah.
One from Mauritius and one from Spain, respectively.
Yeah. So we are waiting to also hear from our Brazilian friends.
Definitely, we've got our Brazilian friends in the chat.
Selon le race map, Camille Leschnack est encore en tête après avoir réalisé un peu plus de 71 km. Donc Camille est très 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 en forme. Ce que j'aime, c'est qu'on voit le superbe lever de soleil au Cap Brûlé actuellement. Et moi au studio, il y a absolument 0 lever de soleil derrière moi.
So, I hope you all are ready for some ultra running adventure at daylight now that things are becoming more visible. People getting up in the morning. It's 4:24 now. Plays Europe is well awake. Brazil is getting up. So I think we're in for a long, fun day now from now onwards.
Avoir des commentaires dans la langue de Shakespeare par nos amis Ilan et Jonathan, vous pouvez avoir cette opportunité de l'avoir. Donc c'est quand vous vous connectez sur le compte YouTube de la
Thank you, Nico. That little voice you can hear in the background is the French host, French live stream host, Nico Danne, giving us a little shout out, and shout out back to him.
Yeah.
For his hard work on the live stream, and yeah, definitely please come join the English live stream if English is your preferred language, or if French isn't. We will be here until 6 p.m. Eastern time this evening.
Yeah.
So should be
another 14 hours.
Oh, just another quick 14 hours.
Yeah.
We should be seeing the majority of the competitive. Pretty much all the competitive men and women coming through, so that's exciting.
Yeah, hopefully we'll also see some of the other runners not in front of the race. That would be nice. Some mid of the pack, back of the pack runners, people perhaps having to chase the cutoffs, which is not fun, of course, but it happens in every race.
Definitely. So, to recap, currently, in the men's race, the top three is Kamil Lesniak of Poland, a Hoka runner. Second place, according to the tracker, Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches. Third place, Jake Barrel-Arneson. In the women's side, first place, Valérie Arsenault. Second, Elisabeth Cochon. And third place, Julie Lesage, followed closely by fourth place, Anne Champagne.
Yeah. And it will be interesting to see the gaps when we get Ellie at the next aid station, and we can see her gap, if it's grown or if it's shrunk compared to Valerie. And I'm not sure if I got the exact correct time of her entrance, but I believe she passed about 20 minutes ago already, so it seems to look like
Valerie did just disappear from our tracker right now, but
but that's okay.
Yeah. But that is normal. That happens. So if you're looking on the tracker and you're wondering why you can't see certain runners, there are several points along the course, as you can see with the footage that we just don't have access to. So Sortie des Caps is pretty remote.
Yeah, so I was saying the gap before was about 20 minutes, and more than 20 minutes have passed, I believe, if I'm correct with the timings. But anyways, it's probably still very close and similar ranges. But the gap between Valerie and Ellie and the rest of the field, Julie-Anne and Cynthia, I do think it's pretty considerable, and it's not to say that they're won't be able to catch them, but it's a 5-6-7 kilometer gap, which is quite some.
That's definitely sizable at this point in the race.
Meanwhile, if I look at the map, I can see that Victor and Camilo are really close to each other, and I know they can hear and see and feel each other's presence, probably. We just haven't seen it on the live stream yet. I hope we can catch it at some point.
getting
we
some
got here?
images from the field. Let's see if we can get our reporter Max in on the audio.
Ce sentier-là, il donne aucun répit non plus pour les athlètes, donc c'est souvent sympa de voir l'état des coureurs à la fin de la nuit. Mais le lever de soleil a l'air d'être assez cool.
Ah ouais, le lever de soleil nous a fait un beau matin.
Excellent. Donc là, on va attendre. Normalement, le premier coureur que tu vas voir, c'est Camille Lechniak. Donc,
Oui, exact.
j'ai hâte de voir dans quel état Camille est après 8h30 de course parce qu'il mène ça, dans un bon rythme, on va dire.
Ah ouais, puis on l'a vu, nous, la dernière fois au à ce temps-ci de la course, ou si c'est quelque chose qui va finir par le rattraper aussi là, après la nuit dans le sentier des Caps.
Ouais, parce que là, on a vu que au niveau du classement, les 5 gars sont quand même assez proches. Tu sais, on a un petit 15 minutes pour le top 5.
Ouais.
Donc, on a hâte de voir ça va être quoi l'état des coureurs. On sait que après ça, ils vont arriver à Saint-Tite-des-Caps, qui est quand même un ravitaillement qui est clé dans le QMT. C'est souvent un ravitaillement où c'est quand même ça passe ou ça casse, on va se le dire. Donc, c'est souvent intéressant de voir à la sortie de la nuit l'état des coureurs. C'est pas tout le monde qui apprécie de courir une nuit humide et chaude.
Non, exact. Puis tu sais, faut quand même se rappeler aussi que l'accès pour se rendre au ravitaillement de Saint-Tite-des-Caps, c'est quand même une longue section sur chemin de gravel ou encore une partie sur l'asphalte. Fait que c'est quelque chose quand même qui peut être quelque chose aussi qui peut être à prendre en considération ce matin. Là.
Ouais, parce que c'est quand même assez brutal de passer de sentier mou, boiteux un petit peu à asphalte. Pour l'avoir fait 2 fois, je me souviens que c'est pas le plus agréable, on va dire. Surtout qu'après, vous avez quand même un bon petit bout sur l'asphalte avant d'arriver dans les sentiers qui vont mener à la Mestachibo. Donc,
Ah, exact. Puis la Mestachibo nous accueille les bras ouverts.
ouais, ça va être une belle Mestachibo, je pense, aujourd'hui, avec la météo qu'on a. On est extrêmement chanceux d'avoir. Oui, il fait chaud, oui, il fait humide, mais on va prendre ça 100 fois avant une énorme pluie.
Ouais, exact.
Alors, on voit qu'au Cap-Brûlé, on va attendre les premiers qui vont arriver, qui vont être super bien accueillis, avec la belle équipe terrain du QMT qui a bravé la nuit, alors que certains étaient en train de dormir dans leur chambre d'hôtel au frais, à l'air climatisé. On les remercie d'avoir fait cette belle hike.
So we're just getting some audio from our field team, brought to you by Desjardins. This is Max out on the field. We were just taking a moment to listen to the crystal clear connection.
Yeah,
actually, for
it's a good spot to be there.
Definitely, really beautiful.
I think you picked a good spot to see the first runners coming in
Yeah, and it's
there.
a tough hike. So shout out to Max and the rest of our team who woke up very early this morning to try to make it out to the summit for the sunrise, and I think it's paying off. We're getting some fantastic images.
For sure.
These areas are definitely remote.
Okay, so now it's worth noting that Ellie is in the aid station, probably somewhat.
Okay.
So I'm just typing down her time.
Yep. Elizabeth Cochon, second place in the women's
8:33.
race.
Oh, 8 hours 33 into the race. About maybe a minute faster. It's hard to compare how close or how far the runners are from each other, because you got sections or parts of the course that are very steep and up and down and very slow going, and then you got a really runnable sections where like you can make up a lot of good time, and yeah, the tracking can be deceptive in that way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
definitely it's tough. You could see a runner seemingly moving a lot quicker than another runner and making up ground, and it's just because the former is on an uphill and the latter is on a downhill.
Yeah.
You got to take that all into consideration. It's difficult to judge just by the tracker, and of course we don't have any images right now, but as soon as we have images on the field,
that will be soon.
Yeah.
So perhaps I'll take a little break and have give it for you to in the next half hour, an hour until we get into Sentier de Cap, and we'll get a more clear view and vision of all the runners coming into the aid station there. There's going to be some really cool coverage of some of our camera folks on bikes and running behind. There'll be lots of people there to follow, and that's going to be pretty soon. So I think I need to head out and give you the floor for just a little bit.
Take a little break. You've been going at it. You held down the fort while I was gone, and thank you so much for doing that.
Of course, it's up to you.
We'll get you back for Sentier de Cap, which, like you said, is a really exciting aid station, a major crewable aid station. We'll be able to really judge in the sunlight, in the daylight, how runners are doing and what they're picking up at the aid stations and what the gaps are looking like. So we'll definitely get you back for Sentier de Cap.
I'm stoked. I can't wait to see.
Me too.
To see it all unfold. All right,
John.
See you in a little bit.
See you soon.
Très très belle performance. On connaît Elisabeth aussi par le biais de la famille Cochon. Donc on connaît tous Jean-François Cochon, qui est aussi un coureur extrêmement connu au Québec, extrêmement performant. Donc là on parle de la team Cochon, comme on l'appelait aussi il y a quelques années. Elisabeth qui fait son retour sur le devant de la scène depuis quelques années. Elle a fini l'année dernière, elle était en 8e place du QMT135 l'année dernière, mais aussi une 3e place en 2019 sur le 110 et une 3e sur le 70 en 2018. Vous voyez qu'Elisabeth est une fille qui est habituée du Québec Mega Trail.
So I'm back with you while John is taking a quick break. So you're stuck with me for a little bit as these runners, like we were saying, are making their way towards Sentier de Cap, major crewable aid station. Looks like our lead men, Camille Lesniak and Victor Larocque, are mostly done with the Sentier de Cap. Jake Bar-Alnason hasn't moved in a little bit, his tracker, so I do believe that might just be a little bit of a delay in his tracker coming through, and not necessarily him having stopped on the trail. That would be surprising. So we are definitely on course record watch, as we like to say. I don't have, unfortunately, don't have exact splits for aid station passages for our field, but if I'm comparing to the course record, which was set last year, of course, in the inaugural edition of the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer. So both performances, men's and women's, last year were course record performances. If I'm comparing to that, for example, Marilyn Nakache, the women's winner, passed Cap Griban at 8 hours 33 minutes elapsed in the race. And Elisabeth Cochon just passed that at 4:40 a.m., which, if I can do public math, was public math is difficult. Oh, and look on our screen. Do we have a first headlight coming through? We do have a headlight coming through. Is that a hiker? I think that should be our... Yeah, this looks like our men's leader on camera. So Phil Lesniak of Poland. Let's see if we can get a little bit of audio from the field.
Avec nous maintenant, c'est qu'on est capable de reconnaître les coureurs avec leurs habits et leur matériel.
All right, so not quite. That's not exactly audio from the field, but here is Phil looking at his watch. Or excuse me, I said Phil Camille. Here's Camille Lesniak looking at his watch. Excuse me, it's early. I think I may have called him Phil a couple of times. Camille Lesniak looking good, right back into a run, a light jog. In my opinion, that's a really good sign. There's our field reporter Max. So these field shots are brought to you by Desjardins. Thank you so much to our presenting sponsor, Desjardins, for making this possible. And so to go back to the public math I was trying to do, the course record set by Marilyn Nakache, she was through in 8:33 at Cap Griban, and Elisabeth Cochon was through just a few minutes ago. We'll call it at, 8 hours and 36 minutes elapsed. And so just a touch behind Marilyn Nakache. But for example, Valérie Arsenault, who passed a while ago, is well ahead of the course record splits. So that's very exciting, and I'll try to get that same sort of information for the men's race, although obviously it's a little bit tough without the exact aid station passages or timing point passages. Do we have the second on camera? That seemed to be what our field reporter was saying. Yes, here we go. Let's get you that. Let's get you that image. This is our second place in the men's race, Victor Larocque. So really not far behind. That's a split of 2 minutes, maybe. Victor, red shirt, gray Solomon pack, hat on backwards, headlamp on, although as you can see with the rising sun, it looks like these runners won't be using those headlamps for too much longer. Wow, great stride as well from Victor. And Victor is a local favorite, has some really excellent performances. So it's always really exciting to see Victor run here. Victor is from Shawinigan, from Quebec. Victor is an agricultural economist. He's a young father, and he's a former triathlete, or a former member of the University of Laval Triathlon Club. really exciting. Great crossover, and definitely a great history of elite trail runners who have crossed over from triathlon. So that was Camille through Cap Brûlé at 8:41 of the race elapsed, and Victor in 8:42, just a minute behind him. And so difficult to compare to last year, seeing as last year we didn't have anyone at Cap Brûlé taking those timing points. All we had was Cap Griban. But moving back just a little bit in the aid stations, if we go back to kilometer 51, which was the aid station Cap Salut, we had the first man, Camille Lesniak, through in 5 hours and 23. So, of course, this is now a few hours ago, but just to give you an idea of where we've been on the course record this whole time. Camille Lesniak was through Cap Salut in 5 hours and 23 minutes, which compares to last year's course record holder, Xavier Saint-Cyr, in 5 hours and 42 minutes. So pretty much a 20-minute lead on the course record. Likewise, on the women's side, Valérie Arsenault was through Cap Salut in 5 hours 56, which compares to Marilyn Nakash's 6 hours 17 from last year. So, as you can see, moving really well. Our runners, at least the lead ones, are definitely in course record contention. So we're excited to follow that storyline as it unfolds. What a beautiful view of the sunrise here over the St. Lawrence River in the at the Cap Brûlé, not aid station, not timing point, but we'll say Cap Brûlé, let's call it an informal checkpoint, seeing as we have somebody in the field who can take timings. Really great to be able to get that on the ground information, that feedback. So Camille Lesniak now rounding the corner of the Sentier des Caps, very famous, extremely beautiful section of the Québec Mega Trail 135-kilometer course. And so rounding that corner, and we'll be heading inland shortly to regain the Saint-Tite des Caps aid station, at which he will see his crew. And do a full reset as needed, and we're really excited to follow him on that. And so, speaking of the course, what's coming up? The 135-kilometer course isn't exactly the same this year as it was last year. After Cap Brûlé, so the section that they're entering right now, actually, that Camille and Victor are entering right now. The section that went by the Refuge de la Faille, which was really known for its extreme difficulty, has been removed compared to last year to allow runners to reach Saint-Tite des Caps more quickly after the Sentier des Caps. So just part of the many improvements that the course underwent to allow it to be a little more competitive, a little faster, and really get the best out of our runners.
Je parle par étapes, ça fait une belle transition sur une des nouveautés du QMT cette année. C'est le retour.
Just having a look if we had any on-course visuals. It doesn't seem like we do right now. And so if anyone is curious, a couple quick facts about the Québec Mega Trail, 135 kilometers. So the total distance, actually closer to 134 kilometers. Elevation gain, 6,000 meters, pretty much on the dot. Elevation loss, 5,859. So if you're doing the quick math, a little bit more climbing than there is descending. Not a whole lot, just seeing as the finish line is slightly higher above sea level than the start line. The estimated average finish time for the Québec Mega Trail, 135 kilometers, 26 hours for the average runner. Our stream is a 23-hour stream, not including including the hour before the race. So we will be streaming through 6 p.m. Eastern time this evening to see the majority of the elite men and women finish. So that's very exciting. So stick with us. The cutoff time, the time limit, the maximum amount of time allowed to complete this race is 37 hours. So 11 hours more than the average runner, which is a generous cutoff time and should allow plenty of time for everyone to really achieve their full potential and run the race at their own pace. So that's always that's great. We're always happy to see that in the cutoffs. And for any trail super fans like myself who watched the Québec Mega Trail live stream last year, this is a Western States 100 qualifying race. So for runners finishing in 32 hours or less. So the cutoff time being 37 hours. Any runner finishing in 32 hours or less is eligible to use this race as a Western States 100 endurance run qualifier. Not an automatic entrance. Obviously, we know that the Western States has a big lottery system, but this is a qualifying race to enter the lottery. So very exciting. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention this race is, of course, a founding member of the World Trail Majors. So let's see if I'm going to remove this. We've got a little bit of trail footage on the bottom right. And if you're wondering why you're hearing a voice and the person in front of you isn't speaking, very simply, the person in front of you in studio, Nico Danne, is our French commentator. I'm your English commentator. And we are essentially translating the French stream so everybody is receiving the exact same images. And so that is why sometimes what you are seeing on screen doesn't exactly match what you're hearing. So Nico on screen is not the voice you're hearing. My name is Ilan. I am one of your two English co-hosts, joined by Jonathan, who right at this moment is taking a well-deserved break after really holding it down through the toughest part of the night. And so we've got, as you can see, a camera in the trail at the bottom right of your screen. I do believe that camera is right between the kilometers 74 and 75. I think I recognize that intersection. And so if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be seeing our men's leader, Camille Lesniak, followed very closely by our men's second place and local favorite, Victor Larocque, shortly, which is obviously very exciting. And I am happy to report for everybody watching that I just had my first sip of coffee for the morning. The sun is rising, as you can see behind our French commentator, Nico. Life is good. We're following a highly competitive and much anticipated trail race. We're doing great. And so if you're watching, wherever you're watching from, let me know in the chat. Give me a sign of life, drop a flag, tell me where you're watching from. I've got an eye on the chat. Oh, look at this great footage of the trail. So as we're waiting for our men's leader, Kamil Lesniak, followed closely by Victor Larocque, let me know in the chat where you're watching from. I'd love to hear it. Who should I be giving some shout outs to? I know, of course, we've got our Brazilian fans here for Bruna Yanez, whom we unfortunately don't have a camera on right at this moment, but is, of course, making her way through the trail. But let me know where you're watching from. We've got Berlin. All right. Watching from Berlin, but cheering on Brazil. Of course, Brazil, one of our highly represented nationalities in the chat. And so we welcome everybody from Brazil. We're so happy to have you here. Thanks for joining us. You're watching the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer ultra trail race. As we wait for our two men's leaders, and it's a hot race for men's first place. It's a very hot race. For first and second, well, for first, between our Polish runner for Hoka, Kamil Lesniak, and, of course, local favorite, Victor Larocque, former triathlete, as I was mentioning. For a little bit more color on Victor. Of course, Victor specializes in the 100-mile and 100-kilometer plus distance with heavy elevation gain. So this is this being a 5 out of 5 difficulty race with lots of elevation and, of course, most importantly, very technical trails. This is Victor's specialty. He's performed really strongly in previous Quebec Trail events, and so this is really his bread and butter. Victor is a former victor, no pun intended, although I guess the pun was a little intended, but Victor is a former winner of the Ultra Trail Harricana 125 kilometer from 2024. Which is another one of our 100 kilometer plus ultra trail races here in Quebec, with a very competitive field every year. Also held in the Charlevoix region of Quebec here in Canada, just a little to the north of here, so not exactly on the same trails. We really appreciate our camera runner here. I mean, camera walker for the moment, making their way up the trail to try to find our men's leaders. And so this intersection wasn't exactly the one that I thought I had recognized, and so we are waiting on Kamil and Victor just in the next few moments. There are many trail junctures, or just a few more trail junctures that they need to pass through. And so our camera runner, giving us a really excellent look of the quality of the trails. As you can see, the sun is out. It's not fully out. It's really but it's definitely lighting up the sky and the foliage. This is a dense foliage. Quebec is known across the world for its boreal forests. Charlevoix region being, of course, no exception. Of course, the quality, there we go. I was about to say the quality under the tree cover is not the absolute best. We're in very remote areas. But here we're back to Cap Brûlé, where we have our field reporter, Max. Of course, the presence of field reporters brought to you by our presenting sponsor, Desjardins. And we are very thankful to Desjardins for making these beautiful images possible. Look at this. It is 5 a.m. Eastern Time. The sun has just risen or is in the process of rising here in Quebec in one of the most beautiful natural boreal forests in the world. And we are, look, 9 hours elapsed on the dot. We're sitting here. We're waiting for the runners to come in. Life is good. So once again, let me know where you're watching from. I know we've got someone logged on in Vancouver. So to whoever is up and watching us in Vancouver at what I believe is 2 in the morning, hope you enjoyed your night out. Hope you're hitting the bed soon. Thank you so much for ending your day with us. I hope you're ending your day. I hope you're not starting your day at 2 a.m., but thank you so much for being with us. It's a pleasure to have you here. Coast to coast across Canada, the Quebec Mega Trail really unites the Canadian trail community, and we are so happy and privileged to have you with us. And so this static camera, well, it's not quite static, but this camera that you're seeing, this feed, should be seeing our men's 3rd place runner, Philippe Pelland, who has plenty of experience here at the Quebec Mega Trail. Should be seeing Philippe Pelland in not too long, which is very exciting. I know I keep saying things are exciting, but it is exciting anytime you get a runner across your screen. In anticipation of Philippe Pelland, we can go over a little bit of his pedigree. Back in 2023, when the QMT longest distance was the 100 miler, he got 3rd place. At that same race, the following year in 2024, Philippe got 11th place. And then in 2025, in the inaugural edition of the 135 kilometer, Philippe Pelland got 13th place. So, you know, a really good, I'm going to call that a first try at the 135 kilometer distance, even though, of course, he had the 2 previous experiences at the 100 mile. But I would say this is a marked improvement on last year's race. If he's able to hold on and keep racing smart and hold on to this 3rd place, Philippe could be looking at a 10-spot improvement. And while I don't have his finishing time from last year right in front of me, a 10-spot improvement is nothing to laugh at. So really excited for Philippe, and hope that he can hang on to it. And I actually believe in front of Philippe Pelland is Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches, or they may be running together. Apologies, thanks for your patience. Our live tracker takes a little moment to show exactly the order of things. But whether Philippe Pelland is in 3rd or 4th, this is a huge improvement on his performance last year, and of course all that depending on if he's able to finish in that time. or excuse me, finish in that position. Let's move back up the field a little bit. As I mentioned, we have Jake Barrel Arneson. You'll excuse me, I keep stumbling on that last name for some reason. Jacob, moving really well. Definitely not a new name here. We seem to have, all right, our in the field camera. I'm going to preemptively switch to that, although we don't have the image on screen just yet. Our in the field reporter, Max, is telling us that third place man is Philippe Pelland. So that is very exciting. Hopefully we can get an image of that. Let's hope we can pan to Cap Brûlé. And so it would seem that Philippe and Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches are running together. There we go. And so in front of you with the bucket hat and the white Solomon vest is Philippe Pelland. We spoke to him yesterday at the Elite Athlete panel, asking how he was doing, and he was relaxed, really composed. I think Philippe had a certain confidence about him that really inspires trust, and made me believe that he was going to perform well today. You can never predict exactly, but you could tell that this isn't his first rodeo. As I mentioned, 3 previous performances at the longest distance of the QMT. Of course, the QMT 100 miler, which became the 135 kilometer, shared a lot of the same. Of course, a lot of the same trail. So a lot of this is not new to Philippe. And that first podium, by the way, this is a fun fact. Philippe, despite having some of the most experience on these trails of any of our male competitors, Philippe was only 20 in 2023 when he got that first podium place, that third place in the QMT 100 miles. So again, in 2023, Philippe Pelland was only 20 years old, and he got a third place. Really great racing, really tactical. Didn't seem to make a lot of those first-time errors. So, really exciting for Philippe Pelland, bib number 241 from Beauceville in Quebec. One of our super strong competitors. And as I mentioned, Philippe should be followed not too far behind by Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches from Sainte-Anne-des-Lacs in Quebec. Antoine, another guy with really quite the resume here in Quebec. In QMT in 2020, he won the not in QMT, but he won the 80 kilometer distance of UTHC in 2020. And got 8th in the 50 kilometer here last year. Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches wears many hats. He's a triathlete. He's a coach. He's a physio. He has a doctorate in his PhD in physio, exercise physiology. He's an author, a podcaster. So you may have heard of Antoine. He's definitely a name to keep an eye on. And it's possible he's coming back up on Philippe Pelland. We are waiting for reports from the field regarding that. So excited to see what the gap looks like and how Antoine's looking. And we will be getting images, of course, at the upcoming aid station, the major one, Saint-Tite-des-Caps.
Amadère au mute, qui est une autre étape du World Tour. Quand on avait DNF cette course-là, je me rappelle, on avait une petite discussion parce que, ayant déjà réalisé Madère, j'avais dit à quel point c'était meurtrier et certaines descentes.
Here we go. Some trail imagery. Let me get out of your way. Oh, here we go. The two of them. So, Camille Lesniak and Victor Larocque, our first place and second place man. And in fact, I believe we have Victor Larocque. I don't know if it's a decisive move, but in front of Camille Lesniak. Obviously, Camille not letting him go right away. It does look like the two men are working together, which is very exciting for the course record, of course. But we did just see a pass. So technically, all right, but they are running shoulder to shoulder. And so on the bottom right of your screen, of course, the image quality is, you know, we're streaming this from the middle of nowhere, so it's fantastic to even get these images, but the quality is not as good as it could be. But we do see the men's first and second place runners running together, seemingly working together, and technically the lead has been handed over or has been taken by Victor Larocque from Quebec. So that is very exciting to see. Very, very exciting indeed. Victor is a local. He's from Quebec City here. Victor, excitingly, we mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it's definitely, it bears repeating. Victor is the first Quebecois runner to win a 100-mile distance by UTMB when he won Raramuri in central Mexico in 2025. So definitely one of our big talents here, and we have not seen the last of Victor. Really putting it to the international athlete, so the Polish athlete Kamil Lesniak, runner for Hoka. So Victor being unsponsored, no major shoe sponsor. Kamil, of course, sponsored by Hoka. So really exciting to see them dueling like that. Victor also has some really excellent past performances at the Québec Mega Trail. In 2024, Victor got, let me just make sure I'm saying this right. Yep. In 2024, let's get this good imagery. 2024, Victor got third place at the QMT 50, and in 2025, just last year, he got sixth place at the QMT 80, and he may be battling for a podium at the very least if he can hold on, if not the win at the QMT 135. Look at the quality of this image. I mean, this is as high def as we've seen this year, or excuse me, this edition. So these two runners running pace for pace. It really gives you a good idea. You can compare the two paces, two different running styles. Kamil Lesniak, big stride, really bouncy. That Hoka kit, easy to spot anywhere. And Victor, in his own right, easy to spot, thankfully wearing a very bright orange shirt. So thank you, Victor. We in the media team appreciate that. I'm just going to let the sound of these runners fill your headphones for a little bit.
Alors, un de nos camerouneurs, on le reconnaît très bien, c'est Mathieu Dubé. Donc Mathieu Dubé, excellent coureur québécois, qui est sur l'équipe canadienne des 100 km qui vont se passer en Espagne cette année.
All right, so while our French commentator Nico is chatting over the field reporting, I'll just share what he was mentioning. It's very interesting. So the camera runner here that you can see on the left is Mathieu Dubé, very accomplished runner in his own right. He is on the Canadian long distance team, and letting them get a little bit of a gap right now, but he could easily be keeping up, and definitely fun to see him. So hey Mathieu, thanks for being here, thanks for getting us some shots. And I believe this is a bike camera, so thank you so much to our bike cams. Thank you to everybody who's contributing to this. Again, this field reporting is brought to you, as is the whole stream, by our presenting sponsor, Desjardins. So thank you so much to Desjardins for making these stunning shots possible. I mean, this is so fun to get to be so deep in the woods and be following along with these runners as the sun is rising. Look at this. Men's first and second place, stride for stride, on the dirt road leading to their next major aid station, which is a very important one. They will see their crew. And that is, of course, Saint-Tite-des-Caps. That lake on the left, Lac Saint-Tite, the same name as the aid station they will be coming up on in just 2.5 short kilometers. So they will basically hug this lake. They will keep the lake on their left for just a little bit longer. Reach the 78th kilometer. From there, they will get onto a proper country road. Follow it all the way straight. Cross the highway 138, which is sort of, you could say the highway 138 is sort of one of the defining features of this race. Obviously, the runners are not running on the highway, but it is a main feature in that they follow the highway for most of the time. So our runners here just coming into the trails, they are still just running along this dirt road, but of course, anytime our race directors can send our trail runners on trails, they will do so. And so there is a short section here, I'd say maybe 400 meters, in which they are on some single track, which is far more interesting, of course, than a dirt road. And thank you to our bike camera for hustling, for making the effort, looking left, trying to get that side-on shot. And of course, Mathieu Dubé with the handheld cell phone getting us this shot. Look at this coverage. I mean, my God, we've got the bike along the side on the road, catching up to catch them when they get back onto the road. We've got Mathieu Dubé, camera runner, excellent elite runner in his own right, following them on the single track. So beautiful. And you can see the sun has fully risen. It's lovely out. It's warming up. Although honestly, with the heat that we've had the past couple of days, I think everybody's happy to have a little bit cooler temperatures. But listen, we'll take what we can get. And right now what we can get is a absolute dogfight between Victor Larocque and Camille Lesniak. Camille has been leading the Québec Mega Trail 135 for the entirety of the race up until just a few minutes ago, where we saw Victor Larocque make the pass. Too early to tell if it's a decisive pass, but look, he is putting, a dozen or so meters into Camille Lesniak. Is that a sign of Camille feeling a little bit weaker? Certainly doesn't look like it by his stride, but it's possible Camille is just letting him take a few meters here and there, regain his energy to, they'll essentially be arriving at the aid station at approximately the same time. It's possible Camille is planning on doing a quicker transition than Victor. But it's also possible Victor is feeling good and turning the screws a little bit on Camille. Look at this muddy technical section. Looks like the trail there. Yeah, they're running on a boardwalk. The trail there, as with many trails in Quebec, retains a ton of humidity. So even though it hasn't rained recently, or it hasn't rained in the past week or so here, these trails can retain a lot of their humidity, and can be an absolute mud fest in the wettest of times, and very muddy in the driest of times, as we're seeing here. Great images, even if they are a little bit choppy. Really great to be getting this from the field. Thank you so much to our camera runner who's making this possible. Okay, look at that little gap that's formed. I would say that's more than a dozen meters. I mean, that's 20 meters between Victor Larocque, first place, and Camille Lesniak. So again, is Camille being strategic? Is he thinking, look, not worth burning a match on a symbolic lead right now? Or is Victor making a move? All right. This is a race. This is a race, folks. We are very excited to be following this one. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here. As always, if you're just hopping in, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know. Drop a flag. drop a flag, drop a comment. Let me know, where should I shout out? Where are you watching from? Of course, we've got Brazil. I know we had somebody ending their day with us from Vancouver. Let us know. The sun is just rising. It's 5:20 a.m. here on the east coast of Canada. So, of course, our Western Canadian viewers will be joining us maybe a little bit later. And, of course, we've got a very strong Canadian contingent, both in the racing fields. And I say fields because I do mean across all QMT distances. But we've also got a very strong Canadian contingent in the viewership. So, of course, for now, hello to my East Coasters. And even then, you got to be pretty motivated to be up at this hour to watch the QMT135. But there's no better reason to set your alarm. And so we thank you. And here we're back on the dirt road. The bike runner should be picking them up again. And so in theory, we'll have that really high quality image once again. And we can get that back full screen. But look, you can see, Camille close that gap again. So that he wasn't letting Victor get away just yet. I know the two competitors were chatting a little bit. If Camille can catch back up, maybe we'll catch a little bit more of them chatting. Making this slight left turn onto the country road that will lead them all the way to the highway. Highway 138, once again. Oh, and we've got our field reporter brought to you by Desjardins. Let's listen.
Nico, comment tu vas?
Moi, je vais bien. J'ai passé une petite nuit, mais une belle nuit. Comment tu vas, toi?
Ben, moi aussi, je viens de passer une petite nuit, mais une belle nuit.
Ah, bah c'est bon. Et parle-nous un peu de l'ambiance à Saint-Dié-des-Caps, alors que je t'annonce que les deux premiers coureurs vont s'en venir, qui sont Camille Léchignac et Victor Larocque, qui sont ensemble.
Écoute, en parlant d'ambiance, c'est peu. Parce que, à part quelques équipes de soutien seulement, il y a les bénévoles qui sont en train de préparer le ravito. J'ai l'impression de radoter la même chose à toutes les interventions, mais c'est quand même ça parce que en attendant la tête de course, qu'est-ce qu'il y a à faire? C'est à préparer l'environnement pour que quand les coureurs vont arriver, les choses soient prêtes. Puis là, on les attend d'un instant à l'autre. En fait, là, on devrait les voir se pointer le bout du nez là, à la traverse là, de la route, en fait, par la rivière, entre guillemets.
Ouais.
Ouais. Fait que ça devrait pas trop tarder.
So just hopping in to translate, we've got our field reporter, Marie-Ève, who is at the Saint-Dié-des-Caps aid station waiting for the first two men. She was saying it's so early. There are just a couple crews that are ready here. Of course, the aid station has been getting ready for a little bit, but as you can imagine, at this early time in the morning, the vibes are pretty quiet, and these runners are running fast enough that it isn't quite the mayhem that you'll get later on in the day. So quiet times here in the morning, but they are expecting the first two runners, Victor and Camille, any moment now.
Des deux gars ensemble qui sont sur la route. Donc tu devrais les voir dans moins de 5 minutes, je te dirais. Mais oui, sur ce qu'on avait vu, nous, Victor a rattrapé Camille dans la montée. Victor est arrivé au Cap Brûlé avec 1 minute 30 d'avance sur Victor. Et là, ils sont ensemble. Donc, et ils avancent très vite.
And we are back on the road. So as you can see, they are on paved road now. This is the country road I was talking about. This is a kind of a straight line, as you can see right in front of you on the camera. Look at the quality of this image. I mean, this is fantastic. Thank you so much to our camera runners, camera bikers, our drone operators. You saw a beautiful, one of the very first drone shots of the live stream, actually. Of course, we had some at the start line, but really exciting to get some drone footage of the aid station. So Saint-Dié-des-Caps, which is right around kilometer 80 of this 135, so well past the halfway point, is a major life base for these runners. They can see their crew here. They'll be able to take a reset. There's plenty of space. for our later in the pack runners, we'll be getting in here not quite at 5:25 a.m. The sun is shining. They can they can use plenty of space with their crew. And just as we're getting closer to this aid station, you'll notice there's a bit of humidity on the ground. So you may be wondering if it rained last night. I don't believe it rained here, but this is pretty symbolic, or pretty, I should say, emblematic of the weather here. With the humidity that we've had, it's well, first of all, it is possible it rained just a little bit, but it's also possible it didn't, and that it's just this is the level of humidity that we have overnight when the temperature's cool and the humidity sort of condenses on surfaces. It really it wets the trails, and you know what? It actually creates some really great running surfaces. So these runners are lucky to have the conditions that they have today. As we see our men's first place, Victor Larocque, 1 meter, 50 centimeters in front of Camille Lesniak, coming up to the Saint-Tite-des-Caps aid station, running on that straight line down the bike lane.
Alors qu'on voit la section entre Cap-Griban et Saint-Tite-des-Caps. Donc pour vous rappeler que on était
And so we're getting a nice overview of this is the Sentier des Caps right here. So just a kind of a recap of what we recap, no pun intended, but a nice recap of the what these two runners just traversed and what the rest of our lead men and our lead woman Valerie Arsenault are through. That straight line that you're watching right now is, of course, the road that they are both on as they get towards the Saint-Tite-des-Caps aid station.
première femme au Cap Brûlé. Est-ce qu'on pourra me confirmer que c'est bien Valérie Arsenault qui est passée au Cap Brûlé en 9h26? Et on me confirme que c'est bien Valérie. Valérie qui profite aussi du beau lever de soleil que vous pouvez aussi voir derrière moi. Je suis chanceux, moi aussi je l'ai. Bien assis sur ma chaise. Alors que nos deux co-leaders se dirigent tranquillement, mais pas vite par contre, eux ils vont vite, vers Saint-Tite-des-Caps. Où Marie-Ève nous a dit que...
So we are, look at these images. I mean, this is really emblematic of, I think both us in studio. And when I say us, by the way, John, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks for being back with us. Hope you had a little bit of a rest.
Yeah.
But
am I seeing this clear? They're coming in Saint-Tite-des-Caps and they're now going into under the bridge.
That's absolutely right. So they are going under the Highway 138.
Yeah.
And they will be in the Saint-Tite-des-Caps aid station. So hopefully we can get that image full screen and we can really watch the transitions, because of course this is a battle between first and second place, Victor Larocque and Camille Lesniak, who have carved quite a gap.
Yeah.
On the
Amazing
competition.
These are one of the most iconic pictures of this race when they come out of the water and run into the aid station.
Yep.
Let's see if there's a cameraman able to...
Yeah, and so just before you came back, John, we did have our field reporter brought to you by Desjardins, Marie-Ève, who is on the ground there. So we do absolutely have a great static cam as we see the drone cam.
Here we go.
Showing, as you can see, it's a field. That big white tent, of course, is the main aid station.
Correct.
And so the runners will have plenty of space with their crew to spread out, take a little bit of time, reset, do what they need to do. But John, I don't think these two runners are going to be taking that much time, seeing as it's a battle, or they might at least be keying off of each other and seeing what the
They're
other's
running
doing.
really fast, so I'm feeling I'm thinking they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they were really striding out on that flat road. I'm sure after all the technical running that they've been doing, it must feel good to. Oh, here we go.
Right.
They're in the aid station. So let's see what they're doing.
Good job. Good job.
Oh, he's now waiting, Victor. There's his crew, of course. It's very quiet still. It's 5:30 in the morning, and they're the only ones that have been all the crews that are only available there now. In a few hours, they'll be full with people here.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Look at you can see the toll that the night has taken. Look at the imprint of the headlamp on Victor's head. I mean, emblematic of the effort that they've been putting in.
But all things considered, he's still looking very in it. Like
looking great, Victor. Taking a moment to cool himself down. Okay, so despite the cooler temperatures of the overnight section, taking a moment to cool himself.
Yeah.
Probably a veteran move, knowing that it's
for sure.
The temperature is going to be going up.
Yeah. I mean, they're warm. That's for sure.
They are, yeah. Let's listen in on this aid station transition.
Non, zéro. On va pas laisser faire les rice cakes. Zéro.
Et veux-tu des jujubes?
Non.
Veux-tu se redresser dessus?
So the sound connection is a little bit spotty.
Là-dedans, j'avais des... T'avais-tu des places, oui?
Great shot of his aid station.
Ça, c'est de la cochonnerie. C'est de la cochonnerie.
Tu changer pour une zone? Je suis en train de changer, manger.
And now we're back with Camille over here, who is using a drop bag once again. Doesn't seem to have his crew here, as we saw at the first aid station.
Yeah.
Interesting strategy, huh?
Yeah. He's by himself, but he knows what he's doing. Sometimes this can be a benefit too. Like you're not dependent on others. If you're comfortable running on your own.
Non.
C'est ça qui est pas bon là, dans le setup.
Too long. Sorry.
They're too fast for us.
This volunteer is one of our legends in the volunteering. Seen his face many times. All right, last sip.
A little bit of watermelon.
Yeah.
Good.
He's definitely still looking really good, strong. And let's see, maybe this. Wow.
Little bit of a knee grab there for Victor. Clearly, the two have formed a bit of a bond over the last few kilometers that they've shared / battled together. Really good to see that camaraderie. And we, John, you and I got to chat with Camille yesterday at the welcome cocktail for the. Excuse me, I guess it was on Thursday, not yesterday. Mm-hmm. But Camille is a really lovely, playful guy, and so it's awesome to see that camaraderie. He's really excited. This is his first time in Quebec, and so he's really excited to be here and just stoked for the competition. And that little gesture between the two is definitely evidence of that.
Yeah.
I'm sure Victor returns it, but for the moment, as you can see, we've got a sole man running out of the aid station. Oh, and behind him,
you see,
maybe 100 meters is the red shirt and white bucket hat of Victor Larocque. So Kamil Lesniak from Poland, runner for Hoka, is back in first position, but it is a tenuous first position as Victor Larocque is maybe 100 meters behind him, hunting him down.
Yeah, they definitely didn't stay long in this aid station. Very quick turnaround. one of the quickest I've seen in this aid station.
Yeah, that's an aid station that can kind of suck people in. You can be very comfortable.
Yeah, for sure.
Really lay out with your crew. You can roll out, stretch out. Some runners later in the field even opt to take little naps there.
Yeah,
which is of course a smart move. But if you're battling for first and you are Camille or Victor, I don't think you're taking a nap.
No, for sure not. The elites are not napping for this race, but it is maybe a place where you want to sit down, have some more solid food.
Yeah, we did see Victor having his signature bowl of noodles as we did at the Massif aid station. So good to see that that's working for him and getting down some solid food.
Yeah.
Camille, however, seemed to just be refilling his bottles, had a quick watermelon. So seems to be mostly on sports nutrition.
Yeah.
Camille.
Yeah, this is probably the most enjoyable part of the race, where they like have cooled down somewhat. And now getting back to a little bit of a running, getting out of the forest. So I hope they feel re-energized. In a moment I'll check how they are doing compared to the previous course record and previous years. I'm curious to see how they stack up.
And so actually that's we actually have those stats. Let me try to pull that up because we do have last year's splits.
Sweet.
So last year the men were through the Xavier Saint-Cyr, the men's record holder for the QMT135, was through in just about 10 hours elapsed time.
Yeah.
And right now we are...
Guess what time they came in? 9:27. So that's...
9:27. So 9:27... time elapsed. Not time of day.
Yeah.
And so solidly pretty much 33 minutes up on course record.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Really exciting. So 2 men, 33 or so minutes up on course record. Really exciting. I did also mention earlier, although we are waiting, of course, to see her at the aid station, but on the women's side, we are on course record watch by Valerie Arsenault. Elizabeth Cochon in second place is much closer to Marilyn Nakash's course record splits as of the Ravito Cap Salut, but that was kilometer 51, so that was 30 kilometers ago, and so of course we will be getting an updated view on the course record on the women's side. And look at this image of the rising sun over quintessential Charlevoix rolling hills. I think this is the definition of bucolic, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
These bucolic dairy farms that really embody the Charlevoix region. So beautiful and so lucky for these runners to get to run through this area. Charlevoix region, of course, has plenty of Canada's most competitive trail races, and QMT, not least of which. Always a treat when you get to run through Charlevoix.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine yourself running in this early in Saturday morning. There's no traffic, and birds are chirping, sun is rising, and you're just there on your own in the road. Nobody, or at least not a lot of people know that you've been running for over 80 kilometers, and you're just passing through the landscape.
You're painting a vivid picture.
Yeah,
John.
well, I'm just.
Should we leave the stream?
It evokes me like to just. I don't know.
Should we leave the stream and go for a quick jog?
Yeah.
Look at this. I mean, truly beautiful. Of course, we can't quite see our runners right at this moment.
I see some movement.
But we can. Yeah, I see a moving white dot, which of course we know is Camille.
Yeah.
And
so this is the interesting part, because they come out of the village, and there's this road that goes a little bit up, and then they start running along this highway, highway, I guess it is. So, and they'll stay along it for quite some time, a few kilometers, before they head into the Mississippi area and river valley. And so we got a very vulnerable section here up ahead for them.
Yeah, exactly. And then around kilometer 84. So as a reminder, they just passed kilometer 80 at the Sentier des Caps aid station. They are coming up on kilometer 81, pretty much right around now. Kilometer 84 is when they will start working their way through that gorge, that valley. If we get a chance to have the 3D map up, we will of course be able to point all of this out to you. But as John was mentioning, they as of kilometer 84, 85. They start working on the valley that then turns into the Mestachibot Trail.
Mm-hmm.
That valley formed by the Rivière Sainte-Anne, so the Sainte-Anne River, right next to Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges. And you know what's great about Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges? Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges is an adjacent town to Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Nice.
And so we are in
Yeah,
theory.
we are getting really close.
They're starting to sniff the finish line, and it's not, I don't mean, they will unfortunately run right by the finish line and then have a big old loop to do. So it doesn't mean that they are, they're not they're not within a few hours of getting to the finish line, but they are at least in the right region.
They have the mountain in
They have the mountain in sight, exactly. And in fact, if this camera shows us a little bit to the right, I believe we should see the mountain.
Yeah.
But look at this imagery. Beautiful. The sun has officially risen. We've got sunlight here.
Yeah.
Vibes are great. We've got coffee.
For sure. Yeah,
the runners
topped up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So remind me, who is in third? Is it Philippe? That's in third?
Yeah. So yes, while you were taking a break, we were wondering who was going to be the first between Philippe and Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, because the two of them were, according to the tracker, running together. And then we had our wonderful static cam at Cap Brûlé. So thank you to Max, and of course presented by our presenting partner Desjardins, who was in the field and was able to confirm with a visual that Philippe Pelland was in third. And now we see that while Antoine is really not far behind him, Philippe is carving out let's call it a 700-800 meter gap on Antoine. And of course, that's to be taken with a grain of salt. But I do believe that, there we go. As I say it, I was going to say, I do believe we will have a...
this is Antoine.
Runner cam. Yes, so this is Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches. So according to the tracker, a few hundred meters up the road is Philippe Pelland. But this, in theory, Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches is our fourth place men's runner, unless he has passed Philippe and we haven't seen it on the tracker. But regardless...
No, this is...
well, that's Victor.
Yeah.
That's Victor Larocque, excuse me.
Yeah.
There we go. And so is he running? No, not quite. So he's not exactly running with...
Probably not. But he's moving well.
Camille,
and
but
this is, it's a... He'll probably see him inside somewhere, because they go up and down the road. There's sections here like along the road on, I think, some private property, and it's nice they're allowed to run on there, and then they head back on the road for a section, and they come back onto a trail. So they go back and forth a little bit, but the course has been going over this part since its beginning, and it's nice that we're allowed to run there, because lots of it is private property.
Yeah, and so a big thank you to all the private property owners. Just one part of the massive puzzle that is making the Québec Mega Trail happen. But of course, they are essential. This is this high grass and grassy path along the road.
I was gonna say I've never seen the grass, so
this is far preferable to running along the shoulder of the road. And so thank you so much to those private property owners who collaborate with the QMT year after year. Yeah. And here we are back with Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches. Solid stride, powering ahead, looking forward to seeing his crew, no doubt.
Yeah, and they also under the course record still. This is interesting.
Yeah, definitely. As we saw, Victor and Camille, again, they had a roughly 33 minute lead on the course record established last year by Xavier Saint-Cyr. Of course, the two performances from last year are the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer course records, seeing as we are now in the second year of the distance, this distance being the evolution of what was formerly the Québec Mega Trail 100 miler.
So yeah, they redid some of the sections. I mean, they changed some of the sections before. I think they already passed it. So
they did, yes, but I mentioned it, and I think it's worth mentioning again if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. So they took out some of the little bit harder sections for a more runnable part, coming into Saint-Tite-de-Cap.
Yes, exactly. So for 2026, the section between following Cap Brûlé and before Saint-Tite-de-Cap, the trails going by Refuge de la Faille were removed and reconfigured to help runners get to the aid station, the critical aid station at Saint-Tite-de-Cap quicker, which I'm sure all of our runners will be thanking our our race directors for. And we can see the results of that right now as Antoine runs along, and this is the exact section that we saw for Victor and Camille, where they dropped into the woods, and our bike runner doesn't go into these trails with them.
No.
Excuse me, I say our bike runner, our camera biker doesn't go into the trails with them, but will catch up as Antoine exits the trail back onto the road shortly. It's a few 100-meter section just to get a little bit more trail and a little bit less dirt road.
That's true.
And so once again, we do believe, according to the tracker, which is still showing the information, so that reinforces the confidence in it, that Philippe Poulain is actually our third place man, and Antoine, who was just on your screen, seems to be in fourth position. They both appear, again, if the tracker is to be believed, they both appear to be on that same section of trail that runs along the road, coming up on kilometer 78.
How is our Brazilian fan favorite doing?
That is a great question. So, of course, we've got plenty of Brazilian flags in the chat.
I think she's coming in onto the Cap Salut really closely, just a kilometer away about.
Yeah, and that is Bruna Yanez. So Bruna Yanez, drop some Brazilian flags in the chat for Bruna Yanez. Go Bru. Of course, we're so happy. We're so happy to have Bruna here from Brazil, and her fans, of course, as well. So for everybody asking, where's Bruna? Happy to report that she's moving steadily. She's
sure is
about a kilometer and a half, a little under a kilometer. Excuse me, about a kilometer or so from the next aid station. Cap Salut.
Oh, is that Max?
This is Max in the field. Let's hear what he has to say.
Avoir des micro-siestes qui vont être faites histoire de récupérer. Là.
Ouais, là, si tu veux leur donner des petits mots d'encouragement, tu peux leur dire que le ravitaillement de des caps n'est pas si loin, mais en ultra trail, un 4 kg, ça, c'est quand même loin.
Exact. Puis là, vous me voyez encore avec mon manteau, là, mais c'est purement à cause des moustiques que j'ai ça. Le soleil s'est levé, il recommence à faire chaud. On a une petite brise, mais dès qu'on rentre dans la forêt, cette brise-là est plus présente, là.
Ouais, pour donner une petite indication, on a déjà vu Victor Larocque mettre de la glace alors qu'il est 5h40 du matin. C'est un indicateur que les machines surchauffent un petit peu. Donc, on vaut mieux les rafraîchir le plus tôt possible.
So that's an interesting tidbit from this interview. Two interesting takeaways. So Max was just saying that he is wearing his jacket right now, and definitely not because of the temperature. In fact, it's very hot. He was just saying that the mosquitoes seem to be really bad, which I mean, there's surprise in my voice, but there shouldn't be here in Quebec. We're known for the mosquitoes and the black flies, and it sounds like they're particularly atrocious this morning. But as we saw, Victor Larocque was already putting ice on himself, and so it sounds like with the rising sun and the humidity that this area is known for, the conditions are already very, very warm.
Yeah.
D'accord. Parce qu'on a vu
Et
Antoine.
Là, on a un visuel sur la deuxième femme.
Oh, on aime ça.
Second woman right here. Look at this, Elisabeth Cochon on your screen.
Elisabeth Cochon.
Oui.
Les vues étaient belles, mais les jambes.
Les jambes, le sentier des Caps est difficile.
Ouais, j'ai fait cette partie-là, ça finit.
Ouais, il en reste plus gros après ça. C'est le ravitaillement à Saint-Tite.
Okay, so that was awesome. We got a little bit of an exchange with Elisabeth Cochon, our second place a woman who herself took the initiative to say hey to Max and ask how he was doing, which is always a good sign when the runner does that themselves. She was out of breath, as you could hear, but that makes sense. It's a technical uphill. Most importantly, she was saying, the views are beautiful, but man, the legs are suffering. So I think
well, that's she was just coming up a really tough section, and I think she's pretty close to Valerie. She's not that far behind. Maybe she even made up some ground in that last section. We'll see. We'll see when the live tracker picks her up again.
Yep, exactly. So based on where they are in that bend, it seems like she is about 2 and some kilometers away.
Yeah.
From Valerie. So really great to see Elisabeth, and what a treat it is to be able to get that audio.
Yeah. Is this Jake? I guess.
Yep.
I guess so.
Jacob, we're back. Back with Jacob Barré Arneson, who is our, I believe, 5th place male.
Yeah.
Behind Philippe Poulin, Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches, and that's it, and then him. So Jacob being on this road is exciting. Of course, this is a road we've seen a couple times. This bike camera is really putting in a lot of work. So thank you so much to him. And this bike camera should be picking up Valerie after he turns around from Jacob, drops him off at the trail, and he goes back. He will be picking up both Robbie Britton and Valerie Arsenault, who at least, as according to the live trackers, seem to be running together. It's possible they're helping each other out through this difficult section.
Do you know if there are two cameramen on bikes, or?
So there is one cameraman on a bike here from what we've seen so far. And there was also Mathieu Dubé, who's a familiar name, who was running with a steady cam. Unfortunately, Mathieu's connection wasn't that solid from the cell phone. And so it's possible Mathieu has been asked to go somewhere else in the end.
Yeah.
I know the last couple of runners, we've only had the bike camera shots. So it's possible Mathieu has actually gone to the Sentier des Caps aid station and is giving a hand there. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have the best shots from this section are from the biker. Really great shots here as we get to follow Jacob. I just find it so impressive. I mean, to have this sort of stride at this moment in the race. I mean, oh, and here we are. We're back with
this
Victor,
is,
who, by the way, last time I checked the tracker, had actually passed Camille again after the aid station. So the gap wasn't massive, but we didn't see that pass. We did not see that pass.
Yeah.
But it does seem like Victor is back in first after Camille left the aid station before him. And so really impressed. Oh, no, that's our, excuse me. I thought we were getting a shot of...
me too.
It is possible Camille is right there and that our camera runner was trying to show us the gap. So thank you so much to the camera runner. But we are excited to be able to show you what the gap looks like.
He seems to be there.
He seems to be very close.
I saw some white shirts there.
The tracker shows him very close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they're now going down to the river, really running down towards the river, along it. Yeah. And they're both moving well. They're all moving well, all these men and women. This is a nice runnable section. It is relatively dry compared to some of the other years.
Did we just get Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we just get a glimpse of a white kit right behind? I believe, like you said, they're running together.
Could be, yeah. He should be there, right there.
I think, yeah, they are less than 100 meters apart, although notably not running together. So while they may be functionally sharing the lead right now, they are not working together, which makes sense.
Yeah,
they're at 84 kilometers of 135. I think it's time to start turning the screws.
Yeah. And while I said it looks dry, it absolutely doesn't look dry. Some parts of the course.
It's funny, right? The conditions overall are very dry for QMT, but that still means that you go through some sections of really muddy, swampy areas.
Yeah, that's true. We should be getting some of the other runners into the aid station soon.
Yep. Very excited to see the aid station transition. Again, we should have Valerie Arsenault in that bike camera's range, but not entirely sure. Of course, the bike runner is going to do the very best that they can and try to catch everyone, but we unfortunately cannot have a camera for every single runner, so we are sharing visibility. We will, of course, get shots from every runner that we can, including the top of the women's field at the Saint-Tite-des-Caps aid station.
Yeah.
Here we go. Back in the trails with Valerie Arsenault, your women's leader of the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer. I do believe this camera runner is Mathieu Dubé.
Must be.
Takes a fast runner to keep up with Valerie.
Yeah. And she's running fast still.
She's running strong. Coach John, what do you think about your runner right now? What's your analysis?
It's hard to say, just looking from this pixelated image. But the fact that she's running still in this part of the course is really good. Let's see if she can do a similar aid station transition as the first couple men did.
Yeah. Which were quick, efficient, but not rushed.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And she can take her time there. That's okay. Sometimes you need to take a little bit more time to cool off, get yourself ready. Because the next... who is this? This is...
and there we go. So our first and second place men running together. So Camille has closed whatever little gap there was. And so... here we are with the first and second place men. As you mentioned, they are off the road now, and they're heading towards the Sainte-Anne River, Rivière Sainte-Anne. So very exciting, and they are entering a long stretch of, it's a little bit more rolling now, but it only gets more technical as they head towards the Mestashibo Trail.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very typical running here, up and down. And if conditions are pretty decent, you can run it. It doesn't seem like one or the other wants to make a big move here. think Camille's happy to hanging on. And now we're looking at the water passage under the road, and we should be seeing either Antoine or Philippe coming out of there anytime. Really anytime now. I think that might be...
So that is a white pack that looks like Philippe Pelland.
Yeah.
Our third place
so.
Male runner. Philippe Pelland.
Amazing.
Just under the road crossing. Getting his feet wet. Crossing over the volleyball court. Little spike from him. No, avoiding the sand. That's smart, keeping the shoes clean.
Yeah.
Not for looks, but for not getting any sand in his socks.
Would be cool to do like a basketball court kind of Cocodona thing here
yeah,
too.
The Cocodona live stream this year had, of course, a basketball hoop.
Yeah.
That would be really fun. So,
Maybe
Philippe Pelland getting a first contact with his aide.
Yeah.
His crew. Let's see if we can get a little bit of audio from the field.
Yeah.
So it seems like our audio is not from this aid station, but
somebody's running fast.
Somebody's running, but the quality of this image is fantastic.
Yeah.
You can see the rising sun.
Oh yeah, it was Valerie. I thought I figured it was a runner.
Wow, you recognized from the stride, huh?
Like,
So here we've got Valerie Arsenault. Great to see her face. Great to see how she's feeling. She's looking concentrated, pretty calm.
Yeah, this is a rough section to get through. Because you're tempted to run at a moderately decent fast pace after you've already done a lot of climbing and up and downs, and you will definitely feel it. She doesn't have to push hard because she's so ahead of number 2 F2. So there's still a lot of running left in this race.
You can see the mud on Valerie's legs. So,
but she's definitely pushing sub 5 minute pace here, and smiling, and that's good.
And
that's
smiling and interacting with the camera runner, looking great. Yeah. And we do have a question in the chat, which is really worth answering. Guillaume is asking if the runners aren't using poles here. And so we did see earlier on in some of the more technical sections, and we will see most of the runners using poles. But notably on our screen right now, Valerie does not have poles.
No.
And so, John, as her coach, is that a usual decision? Is she much more comfortable without poles? Was this
I think she's comfortable
choice?
With either. Yeah, I think she's comfortable with both. I think she might have left the poles after her Massif, and she's there's Antoine coming in.
We've got Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, your men's 4th place in the aid station, really not far behind Philippe.
No, he always looks so composed.
He does look very composed, a little bit tired right now, but yeah, overall very composed. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah,
look at this drone shot. And so just to go back to the pole discussion that we were having, so as you were saying, Valerie making the choice not to have poles.
I don't see them on her.
But she is certainly an outlier here. We've seen most of the runners have poles, at least stowed away, as we saw with Antoine. He had them stowed away under his pack. We also saw Camille and Victor Larocque had them in their quivers.
Yeah, and then I didn't see Ali use them either. So it really depends on the runner.
Yeah.
The climbs on these sections are punchy and steep, and long punchy for how steep they are, but they're not necessarily you not necessarily need poles for them. And if you're not the type of runner that likes to take out their poles all the time and store them back, then this can be somewhat of a difficult course, because every time you see something that looks like an ascent coming up and you pull them out, and then it turns out to be just a couple meters,
Yeah, it can be very tiring.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. And so I guess the overall answer is, Guillaume, you are right to be surprised not to see runners with poles on the 135. Like I said, a vast majority. Antoine going down for a little nap.
Oh yeah, he looks like he needs it.
We'll be quiet.
Yeah.
So yes, you are right to be surprised. The vast majority of them will have poles. But even if they do have poles, as we saw with the lead men, they won't be using them on this section. It's rolling terrain. You will definitely see poles, or should likely see poles in the Mont-Sainte-Anne section when it gets super steep. So unfortunately, here we see Antoine in the
he's going through a rough spot.
Yeah, going through a little bit of a rough spot, or maybe just taking a strategic nap, but getting a blanket put on him. I think
this is related to just not feeling too good at the moment.
Considering the heat that the other runners have reported, getting a blanket put on you doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But look, runners have bounced back from worse than just feeling a bit cold. So
yeah, for sure.
He looked a little bit rough coming into the aid station. He's laying down in those really great lounge chairs that these runners have access to.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got a great question in the chat, always relevant to get the reminder. So welcome into the chat. Top 3 at the moment. We can give you
both men and women.
Yeah.
You want to start with the men?
Yeah. So starting with the men, we've got we're going to call it a joint first place because
they're really running together.
They're running together and swapping the lead. But we've got local Québécois runner Victor Larocque and Polish runner for Hoka, Kamil Leźniak. So they are first and second, just past the 85.
A lot of Polish fans in the chat.
Definitely.
He has some very stout results already internationally, and interesting background on Victor is his triathlon background, where he had some big results, and making the switch to. We see Jake walking here.
Jacob Barry Arneson.
He's not far from the aid station. So
well, he's not, but he hasn't gotten on the main road to the aid station, so he's still at least a kilometer out.
Yeah.
So a little worrying to see him walking, but look, maybe he's just maybe he knows.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I definitely was walking at this point in the race, so
sure.
So don't blame him.
Just to go back to the top 3, so we can answer this question in the chat. Well, look at that. You've got the top 3 on your screens right here. So as we were saying, in the men's race, Victor and Camille are running together. So functionally, first and second place are together. They're sharing first place essentially. Philippe Poulin is out of the aid station. He came in just before Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches, but of course, as we saw just a moment ago, Antoine is taking a bit of a break in a lounge chair. So Philippe will be.
That's exciting. He's hunting.
Exactly, and
I am really invested in this.
Me too. The race, the men's top 3 race is pretty. It's a battle right now, and so while Philippe has a few kilometers, 4 or 5 kilometers behind the 2 lead guys. Nothing's over until it's over, and they are all about to enter very technical trails, and then of course finishing with the Mont-Sainte-Anne. So lots of uphill.
And don't deceive yourself with his age of 23. He might be, even regardless that his age, the most experienced runner in this in this top of the field.
Exactly. Philippe Poulin with 3 previous finishes of the QMT longest distance, starting in 2023 when he was only 20 years old.
Yeah.
So as you were saying, not to be deceived by his age, when he was only 20 years old in 2023, he got 3rd place on the bottom step of the podium of the QMT at the time. Of course, it was the 100 miler.
Yeah.
As we are in the trails with Victor Larocque and Camille Leźniak, our first and second place men. You can see how technical it is here. Not much running going on here. Just go back to Philippe Poulin's pedigree. 11th place at the QMT 100 miler in 2024, the last year of that edition. And then 13th place last year in the inaugural edition of the QMT 135. So you're right, absolutely. One of the younger runners.
Philippe. Yeah, amazing.
But lots of experience.
Yeah.
And then, you want to touch on the women's top 3, which was on our screen just a little bit ago, but of course isn't anymore?
Oh, do I? Of course I do.
I know you do.
Yeah. I'm always hyped about the women's race.
Yeah.
The gap seem to be a bit more significant in the women's race, although absolutely not decided at all so far. I think Valerie, who is now in first place, just passed Jake, who we saw walking. So she's coming on that road towards into the gap, which puts her in the overall 6th position already.
Yeah, 6th
amazing.
position in the general classification, which is super exciting. And actually, we have a shot of her on the road on the bottom right.
Yeah.
So that
she's
road,
on the
meaning
road already.
she's within 1 kilometer of the Saint-Tite-de-Cap aid station, where we'll get a really high quality image of her aid station transition. So Valerie, who's been leading from the wire.
Yeah, and you had a stat of the aid station course record time of Mary.
Yep, absolutely.
Of last year.
Yeah, so last year's, so the current women's course record for the QMT135 at Saint-Tite-de-Cap is in 11 hours and 14 minutes elapsed. And so if you see the
is almost an hour.
Exactly what I was going to say. If you look at the time at the
Sorry
bottom of your screen right now, we are at 10 hours and basically 10 minutes elapsed. And so, of course, she's not quite at the aid station at this moment, but we are looking at roughly an hour ahead of course record splits for Valerie Arsenault, your women's leader of the QMT 135 kilometer. And really impressive performance
it's
so
impressive. It must be noted that Marie-Ève Nakash made her move basically after Saint-Tite-de-Cap. That's where she caught up with the first 2 women and made her move. So relatively speaking, it makes sense that she was gaining a lot of time, or she was pushing in the later parts of the section. So let's see if Valerie can keep up with that kind of. We'll see how it goes. But she's not alone there. Elisabeth Couchon is not that far behind, and she was looking really spry and really in it mentally when she passed our reporter Max. She's a little bit behind a few kilometers just on the tracker.
Yep.
She was behind about, I think, 22 minutes at Cap Giban, 24 minutes maybe. So we can time when she gets when they both get into the aid station how if the gap has grown or not.
Definitely, and let's not forget, Elie Cochon has more recent experience on the long distance here at QMT than Valerie Arsenault. So it is possible she has a few tricks up her sleeve
for sure.
in 2019, so a while ago now, but she did Elie Cochon did get 3rd place at the 110 kilometer distance. But more notably, I would say more relevant experience is her 8th place at the 135 here last year. So really relevant. She ran this nearly exact course. Of course, we mentioned a couple different changes. But Elie was here more recently, and
then behind Elie, we saw early on Julie Lesage and Anne Champagne and Cynthia Tremblay running together for a little bit. Or not together, but pretty close to each other. And I feel like not much has changed over the last couple hours. So they are still sort of running somewhat close to each other. One of them can still pull a great move and make it all the way to the front, right? That's still possible. It is a gap. It is like a gap of, let's see, almost 10 kilometers. So that is a considerable gap, and it was over an hour last time at the last aid station between number 1 and 3 women. So that is a pretty big gap, but nothing's impossible. We'll see. And all these runners, all the female top runners here are experienced runners. They're not new. This is not their first first rodeo
Definitely.
in these kinds of events.
Look at Valerie striding out, and I just want to take a second to answer a question in the chat from Gabrielle. How many participants are there? So there are 313 participants in the 135 kilometer distance, and unfortunately, so to answer the second part of your question, Gabriel, is everybody still in the race? No, unfortunately, we've had 3 notable drops in the elites side. Unfortunately, a very early DNF by our Spaniard, Manuel Anguita Bayo. So sorry to see that. It's never fun to see that. And Manuel was obviously one of the favorites to win, an international runner with a really high ITRA score. And so, unfortunate to see that. We also had the Mauritian Jitesh Roa Lukea, who had to DNF a bit later, which was unfortunate because he was looking very strong.
Yeah.
And then I thought we had another DNF after Jitesh. Did I make that up? Oh, or before Jitesh, didn't we see
Manuel?
No.
Yeah.
In the aid station.
Yeah. So a little over 300 runners in the 135. What is also amazing is that we have almost 4,000 runners, I think, in total for all the events combined.
Yeah.
Which is puts QMT right there up into one of the biggest organization running events in North America, that's so that notable growth again. David was the other runner that unfortunately pulled out. I was quite rooting for him.
Yeah, David Savard Gagnon.
There is Valerie coming out.
This is the iconic. This is an iconic part of the course when you cross under a highway.
Already through it. It's crazy how fast she's going.
And so, just a reminder: 10 hours and 15 minutes elapsed as Valerie Arsenault enters this aid station. We are absolutely on course record watch because last year, so the current course record holder, Marilyn Nakache from France, in the 2025 edition of the 135, was at this specific point in 11 hours and 14 minutes. So we are fully 1 hour ahead on course record watch.
Yeah,
let's Valérie a effectué 80 km et un peu plus de 3000 mètres de dénivelé en 10 heures et 16 minutes pour atterrir au ravito de Saint-Petit-des-Caps.
That's her crew already there. Oh, she's not even walking, she's just running to her crew now.
Alors comme le dit Marie-Ève, notre reporter terrain en chef nous dit que l'eau est à mi-mollet.
Just running even to amazing.
Running through the aid station, huh?
Yeah.
You were saying she could take a little bit of time.
She definitely can. I hope she does.
Yeah, so Marie-Ève, our field reporter, is reporting that the water under the underpass is at a roughly mid-calf height. So let's see if we can get some audio from
avec Oli qui vient d'arriver dans les studios pour réajuster les caméras. Et là, l'image, on voit Valérie. Donc Valérie a un crew. Donc là, on voit Valérie. On va vous laisser admirer les images de ravitaillement. C'est toujours très intime. Je ne sais pas si on réussit à avoir un son sur ce ravitaillement-là.
She's having the same drink she's always having.
She did. We were wondering what that was earlier. So maybe after the race, we'll have to ask her.
Some kind of limoncello.
Maybe we could ask her.
I'll ask her. I'll ask Annie in a second when they're done. I'm not gonna bug her now.
Well, not right now, but
I will text her after she's done. These are all Valerie's friends. She has a lot of people to rely on in her races.
Look at this crew.
Her partner Luke and her dad has been on their races, and
she's getting a nice bandana.
Yeah.
Pro move.
Yeah.
This is someone who's raced in the desert in the U.S.
Yeah, and who has a coach who's pretty fond of cooling down. She changed her shoes.
Okay, strategic shoe change. Not everyone makes that choice, but it looks like she's putting on the Norda 001s. Really great shoe for Quebec's trails. I mean, of course, Norda being a Quebecois company, they know these trails best.
Yeah, it's one of her favorite brands.
Yeah, I often see her running in Nordas, huh?
Yeah.
Do you know what she was wearing just before this? Was it also a different Norda model?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, a little pickle.
Yeah. No.
Little
okay.
pickle. She's got a full ice bandana on. Looks like she's getting some sunscreen. Super smart. New socks.
Yeah, you can see how muddy it is, and she
Totally.
probably took a few tumbles. I can see that.
Well, we saw at least one of them on
Yeah,
the stream,
that's
although
true.
it was a little baby tumble early in the night.
Yeah.
Look at this crew. This is an experienced crew that's used to doing this. We've got. I mean, these images are fantastic.
Yeah.
We're so privileged to be. We're a fly on the wall of her aid station transition. And speaking of aid
There she
station
goes.
transition,
Whoop.
like that,
Not
boom,
even a goodbye.
she's gone. She barely said bye. Bye.
Good job, crew.
Wow, good job. Clap emojis in the chat for
Yeah.
Valerie Arsenault's
Yeah.
crew. I think they've got a lot to be proud of, and Valerie heads off. Still pretty much an hour up on course record.
Yeah. Wild. Yeah.
Fantastic. And
Yeah.
look at these. Look at this sprinkler. I wonder if later in the day the kids' park sprinklers will come on. I think
It
that would be-
will. It was at some point I was sitting next to the sprinklers and they came on and everyone had to run with all their picnic stuff. And, yeah.
Talk about topical cooling.
Yeah. No, it's good. There is Robbie Benton.
Robbie Britton.
He was running with ahead of
Exactly. He was
Valerie
running
for
a bit
bit.
ahead of Valerie, and so Valerie has passed him now, and
he's with one of his precision hydration.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he had 2 crew members. I think maybe one is taking a nap or something.
Yep.
Looks like Robbie took a tumble too.
Yep.
Looking at his left knee.
Oh, thank you, camera. Yeah, so that left knee, a little bit of mud on it.
And his left elbow. Yep.
Yeah.
Ouch. Can we listen in?
Yeah, let's see if we've got. I'd love to get some.
6
Yes.
male.
Perfect.
6 male?
Yeah.
7th overall?
Yeah.
7th overall. She's just left, isn't she? She just left?
Yeah.
There's a guy just ahead of you. Is there a guy sat in there?
Might
In one shot? You have a peek? Is there an alpha jet? Have I put it somewhere or? It might be
Really great stuff from Robbie, getting
the brown
tons
bag.
of intel.
I wish
on his
we could have a microphone on Robbie the whole way.
I know, he's such an interesting character, isn't he? So Robbie asking where he is in the standings. Of course, well aware of Valerie moving up in the field ahead
But
of him.
that's good. Like he's thinking about positions and stuff. He's in it, you know.
Exactly, and he did ask.
2 days ago, at least he made the impression he wasn't not in it.
And Robbie was just noticing astutely that there is, yes, a guy in there. That would be Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches, who seems to still be in the aid station. We saw him going down for maybe a little bit of a nap with a blanket over him. So Robbie Britton steadily moving up through the field. Let's see if we can hear it.
Yeah.
Hit the deck slow. It was just after that. It was on like a.
Oh, we just missed that.
We just missed it, but we did get the confirmation.
After what he's saying.
We did get the confirmation. Robbie, he said he hit the deck, which confirms what we were seeing. He does have mud, maybe a little bit of blood on his knee and elbow. So it sounds like, to use his words, Robbie Britton did hit the deck. But
he's always talkative, and but he was definitely in it. You know, he wasn't looking backwards; he was looking forward, which is always a good sign. I try to tell my athletes to just look forward, if possible.
Great advice.
Don't consider what's behind you.
It's great advice.
Yeah.
Are we? Sorry.
No, that was just a little switch.
Yep.
So things are heating up. The sun is coming out, and people are racing hard.
I know we have Jacob Barry Arnasson into the aid station, so we saw him walking a little bit on the road. So hopefully we get some images of his aid station transition.
Yeah,
just to see, how's he doing? Is he gonna take a break like Antoine, or is he feeling good and he was just giving his legs a break on the road?
Yep.
Excited to get that intel. So hopefully we get some images of his aid station transition. And of course, we have our field reporter, Marie-Ève Pelland, in the field with us. So thank you so much to Marie-Ève.
Did we record what time Valerie left the aid station?
It was 10:19 on the race time. 10:19 on the race time. And by the way,
so that's,
speaking of Marie-Ève, our field reporter, we do know that Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches is getting ready to leave the aid station.
Nice. So, that's good.
Finito la sieste. No more napping. It's time to go, Antoine. Pulling himself up by the bootstraps.
That's good. Yeah. That's big kudos.
Yeah, to be able to pull yourself out of what looked like,
it's very tempting to quit at that point.
He was only there for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
About. Yeah. So really impressive. Good job. But
let's see. Let's see how
of
far
course,
he gets.
Of course, if he makes it. But Antoine, really great competitor. Really tough runner.
Definitely has a good head on his body.
Yeah, happy to see that. And again, we do have confirmation that Jake Beryl Arnason is in the aid station.
That's good. So he also made it there.
Yep.
Last time we saw him, he was walking.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he needed a little break, and he can regroup now at the aid station. He'll see some of the other runners. That might give some energy too. If I come into an aid station seeing others, I'm like, oh, they're still here. That always is a positive feeling.
Absolutely. We have another question in the chat from Gabriel asking about at what time do we think we should see runners coming into the aid station? It's a really great, coming into the finish line.
The finish line.
So that's a really great question. If we're looking at the course records last year, so for the men, for Xavier Saint-Cyr, 17 hours, 18 minutes and 5 seconds, and for the women, 19 hours, 11 minutes and 41 seconds.
So somewhere in the afternoon, that would mean around 1 p.m.
Yes, seeing as we are we are faster than course record, and we started an hour earlier than.
No, we didn't start an hour.
Or we started
same time.
More than an hour earlier. Looks like last year it started at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So started a few hours earlier this year.
No, I don't think that's correct, but. Because you can see it's the same, and we started at 8, so that's just incorrect. No, but you see they're both on the same time. That's incorrect. Sorry,
that's
I know they both are, but
So I do think we started earlier this year, but regardless, we're faster than course record. So early afternoon, we should be starting to see them. And just as a reminder, we will be live until 6 p.m. Eastern time today. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us, and we'll be bringing you the images.
Yeah.
Getting a great flyover of the upcoming section. Well, of the section that some of the runners have already been doing. So dropping into the canyon here, the canyon formed by the Sainte-Anne River, Rivière Sainte-Anne. As you can see, steep descent here, a first river crossing. And here, where you can see that marker, is the beginning of the infamous Mestashibo Trail, which we will be very happy to talk more about.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the most famous sections of the Québec Mega Trail, long distance.
Yeah. At the same time, the 80K race has started a while ago as well. So it's I was just trying to tune in, see if we can get some info on that race as well, just to give a little update. This is the Mr. Shibo. Oh, there's Luca.
Your athlete.
Friend at the Mr.
Media.
Shibo. They're waiting for the first runners to come in, and that shouldn't be too long before Camille and Victor will be here. I also see Lou William there. There's a big first aid squad there.
And so that should be the Mestashibo aid station
Yeah,
that
yeah,
we're
yeah.
looking at.
Yeah.
So marking the beginning of the infamous Mestashibo Trail.
Yeah, exactly.
For a little bit of background, for anybody wondering what Mestashibo means in the local indigenous language, for the Inus, Mestashibo means Grand River or Great River. So clearly, obviously referring to the Sainte-Anne River that forms the Mestashibo Trail. Beautiful drone shot there in the bottom right of your screen of the Sainte-Anne River. I guess you could call it the gorge, the valley. Look at this. Look at this shot. Beautiful drone shot. Love to get that drone shot full screen if ever that's possible, but you've got a really excellent view. Some of this pre-recorded drone footage that we have on the bottom right of your screen.
It seems like both Antoine and Robbie have made it out of the aid station already.
Great news. Maybe they're working together.
It seems that they're walking together, at least, or running together.
And here we've got some amazing drone shots, full screen, of the Sainte-Anne River, Rivière Sainte-Anne, which gives the Mestashibo Trail its name, again, in Innu. Mestashibo.
And this is the type of terrain you can...
river. You can see how technical it is, right?
Yeah.
Look at this. Not a lot of running happening here. This is ankle-breaking territory, and this isn't even the most technical of the Mestashibo. You've got plenty of boulder scrambling. Large parts of the trail. Yeah.
This is one of the sections where you come down to the river, and then you make your way along the river, and then you go up again, and you come down and up and down, and this goes on for quite some time. There might be some sections where you can stretch the legs. You see a bridge there. That's one of the bridges connecting each side of the river, which you will have to cross. And I can tell you, they're not very runnable. So maybe on your own you can shuffle your way through. They probably will. But if you're on that bridge, if Camille and Victor are running together on that bridge, they will soon experience that there's not a lot of running involved because it will shake too much. So,
if anything, the bridge is a bit of a sprint segment, if you will.
No. It's a segment of where you don't want to run it all on because it's just it's too unstable. Let's see. It'd be really cool to have a camera on that when they get there. Funny thing is, first time. So when I did and by the way, they are approaching the bridge really quickly. I think within a minute or two they'll be there.
Yeah, they should be there really shortly.
First year and the second year when they did this race, there was no bridge there. There was some bridge. Hi, Luca. There was a boat you had to take, so they would drag you up on a boat, on an inflatable boat to the other side. He's such a clown. The people's person.
A little bit of aid station.
Of course.
Okay, celebrating the World Cup here with a little mini soccer ball. Let's see if we have any runners taking a shot at it. Cash only at this aid station. Of course, runners don't need to pay for anything at the aid station, but it's always fun when the aid stations can have a little bit of fun and give the runner something to smile about in the
I mean, if they hurry, they can see Canada play tonight.
Yeah, what time is that game? 5?
I think it's 1.
Is that 1 p.m.?
Yeah.
Oof, so tonight is...
I'm not sure. After the Dutch left, I'm not interested that much in this World Cup anymore. But yeah, they're playing today, that's for sure. And this is one of the cameramen on court. I don't know if this is Luca already or someone else.
I don't believe so, since we saw Luca at the aid station and then switched immediately to this view. But really exciting to have a camera runner, in this case a camera walker, on the Mestashibo Trail. It's typically somewhere we don't get too much imagery, just due to the technical nature of the course. Of course, this being a slightly less technical version, segment of it. Yeah. I do believe this camera walker is walking up the trail, so backwards, to try to find the runners.
Yeah, makes sense.
You can see how technical it is here.
Yeah, and all the fun stuff. But it must be said, it's looking very dry.
It is, right?
Yeah, and compared to how it was last year, it was a slip and slide here. It was truly like holding on to whatever you can hold, and this is it's a different world entirely from last year. So yeah, I wouldn't say the runners are in luck, but it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got our men's leaders, Camille and Victor, coming up on that bridge that we saw. So I wonder if we will get a drone shot or any sort of shot of them on the bridge, but they should be on it pretty much right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we don't get them on that bridge, that's all right, because in just a short but arduous kilometer and a bit, we will see them at the aid station, at the Mestashibo aid station, which marks the beginning of the 11.5 kilometer Mestashibo segment.
In the meantime, Jake is still in the aid station at the Saint-Tite Cap. So he's been there for a bit. The next runner coming in would be Jérémy Pelleton. I believe that's a French runner.
Yep. Yeah, we saw him earlier this evening. French runner with quite a few results in Hong Kong.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So it doesn't only race in France.
And not far behind, besides a few other male runners, Elisabeth Couchon is approaching the aid station. She still has a mile or so to go, but yeah.
Here is one of our just on the left there, one of our field reporters. See if she has anything for us.
Yeah, I was curious.
The image quality is coming.
Oh, and we
see
is that a Belgium and German soccer shirt?
Let's listen in.
Le lieu des championnats canadiens de trail, avec des places à se jouer sur l'équipe nationale du Canada pour les championnats du monde qui se passeront en Afrique du Sud en 2027 à Cape Town.
So no audio quite yet from the aid station.
They're waiting for the runners to come into the aid station, which should be pretty soon. They're like a kilometer away. A kilometer on this type of trail is obviously not as one you would do on your block. So it's going to take a bit longer, but they're still together. We'll be seeing them soon. Philippe Poulain is also making his way towards the river. He is on the single track already, I believe, or at least close to.
So Philippe moving really well, doing what he can to close that gap to first and second place, maybe try to spoil the party for them.
Yeah.
And at minimum, hold on to his third place that he's securing right now.
Yeah. I want to have a little look back at the rest of the field, because there's, of course, a lot more running happening, not only at the front. There's a lot of runners coming now through Cap du Salut and Cap Griban aid station, or and anything in between there. I think most runners will have left the massive aid station, if not all. I believe the sweeper is there already, if I'm correct, but I'm not. It doesn't have to be. I see the sweeper has passed it already. So.
Yep.
All the other runners are past it, and the chat favorite has passed the next aid station from there onwards. Cap de Salut. Also, so
Bruna
she's on her way.
Yanez. Bruna Yanez from Brazil through Cap Salut.
Yeah.
Moving well.
Yeah. As well as our Japanese runner and some of the other favorites.
Yep.
Are moving really well. Well within the allowed cutoff times. So that's an important fact. Let's see if they can keep it up. That will be their goal.
Absolutely, and the very back of the field, close to our closer, we've got Karen Murphy around kilometer 44, and just in front of her, Matt Murphy. I wonder if the Murphys are related. I have to imagine.
That must be, yeah.
That's a fun...
Look, you can get a good view of the bridge here.
There's the bridge.
You see, that's not very runnable. So I think this part used to be... we used to go on a little boat to help us to get to the other side.
Yeah, super narrow bridge. So unfortunately, we did miss the two leaders on this this
there's
bridge.
2 more bridges they'll have to cross, so maybe we'll get a chance to see them.
On this bridge, however, we did miss the 2 leaders, and we are a couple kilometers away from seeing Philippe Poulin on this bridge. As you can see there on the sign on the left, this is part of the Trans-Canadian Trail. Very cool. Plenty of those trails in Quebec to get to enjoy, and just a beautiful, beautiful morning. Very clear skies.
The water looks pretty calm and nice, actually. It doesn't seem to be that high. Yeah. And while we're waiting for the men to arrive here, I'm also really interested in seeing Elive Couchon run into the aid station. I wish we had a little view of her running as well. From the tracker, it definitely looks like she's moving well, but I'd love to see it, on the camera too. She should be close. She's within a few minutes of the aid station now. I'm sure she'll have a crew there, an experienced crew, a family crew. Although Jeff is racing now too, so
yeah, Jeff on the 80K.
Yeah,
which started this morning.
Yeah,
can you remind me at what time? Do you know? I don't have that information right in front of me, so it's possible you don't either. But I know the 80K has already gone off this morning.
Yeah.
And is that the 50K as well is today? I believe. Yeah. So as a reminder, the 50 and 80 kilometer distances for this year's Québec Mega Trail are the Canadian Trail Running National Championships.
Yeah.
So it's this is the second and final year that the Québec Mega Trail is hosting the Canadian Trail Running Championships. The QMT 50, the 50 kilometer, is the official short course championship, and the 80 is, of course, the long course. And these are the selection races for the World Championships in 2027, which will be held in Cape Town, South Africa. So very exciting, and some really great running.
Yeah, just a little update on the 80K runners coming into the Massif aid station. In the men's, it was Jean-Philippe Thibodeau coming in as first in 1 hour 20 minutes and 13 seconds. In just a second behind, or basically the same, was Dakota Jones. So we've got the two normal athletes, and then Scott McGuire coming slightly after that, about a minute and a half, followed by Dylan Piston and Sergio Rice Villanueva, very strong Ontarian runners. And then in the women's, not unsurprising, Sarah Bergeron-Larouche in first place, coming in at 1:31 and 45 seconds, followed by Sarah Bergen and Claudine Soucy, and also closely followed after that by Kelsey Hogan and Emily Mann. So all the familiar names basically in the top 5, top 10, top 20, if I even look further up. Yeah, that's really nice to see this all unfolding. Let's get back to the 135, of course. That's why we're here. Where Ellie should be in the aid station, so I hope to see her now. Did we track when she got into the aid station? I believe it was around 10:43 or 10:44, something like that.
Yeah, it was within the last 2 minutes, I would say. I was hoping we would get some images of her aid station transition, but it doesn't seem like we have that just now.
Yeah. It means he is about 28 minutes. Oh, there's some...
there's Julie Lesage.
It means she's about 28, 29 minutes behind Valerie now. So the gap has increased slightly, just by a few minutes. Nothing big, although the gap itself is considerable, but it is not out of the question that she can make it back up to her. Mm-hmm. But as it looks now, Valerie is gaining every section on her a little bit, and especially on the rest of the field. So, but nothing's done yet. Ellie has a really strong mind, and I'm sure she's gonna push until the end. I wish I could see her in the aid station. That would be fun.
So unfortunately, yeah, I did just learn that we won't be getting any more images from the Santit des Caps aid station, as our on the ground team there has packed up and will be moving up along the course. So hopefully catching Elisabeth Cochon and Julie Lesage at other points in the race. Hopefully we'll have camera runners and bikers that can catch them and show us how they're doing, just like we just did with Julie Lesage at Cap Brûlé. Yeah. So unfortunately, no more coverage in the aid station, but looking forward to the rest of the really great infield reporting. Yeah, so while we're waiting on some images from the 135, which is of course the focus of this live stream, we can do just another quick update on, of course, a race that everyone is very interested in, the 80 kilometer, which is which went off at 5 a.m. this morning, which is the long course Canadian Trail Running Championships, which is, of course, a selection race for the World Championships held in 2027 in Cape Town, South Africa. I know we have a lot of people very interested in those, and they are, of course, very important races. So we have on the women's side in order first to fifth, Sarah Bergeron-Larouche, Sarah Bergen, Claudine Soucy, Kelsey Hogan.
I think we're going to have a sighting of our male runners coming in now.
Yeah, and Emily Mann. And on the men's side, we have Jean-Philippe Thibaudot, Dakota Jones from the U.S.
There's the runners.
Yeah. Scott McGuire, Dylan Pust, and Sergio Reyes Villanueva. So that's just an update on the 80K as it stands right now. Yeah, still waiting for images of someone in the Mestashibo aid station, but we've got our on the ground crew, so we will have some great images of them just as soon as they get into that aid station.
There is Camille.
There we go.
He was just a little bit ahead on the tracker.
He was, and we were wondering if they were actually running together, and it was just the tracker. But
I think they are pretty much together.
We'll see. So 10:49:25 in the aid station.
Yeah.
10:49:25 in the aid station for Camille. Unfortunately, losing our image right there. That's too bad. It's a tough spot to get any imagery from.
Yeah. In the same time, I'm still keeping an eye on Ellie if she's still in the aid station, and when she's leaving the aid station. I believe Valerie stayed no longer than 5 minutes at most in the aid station, probably even a bit less. There is Victor.
Here we go. Just in time, we've got Victor Larocque. So 10:50:20, let's call it 10:50:25.
Yeah.
Exactly 1 minute behind.
Yeah. Yeah, they were running.
Not a whole lot.
No.
But you know, a minute, and they're not working together, I think is what that shows. So there is the competitive mindset is there. Don't think we will see a hand-holding finish between these two.
You never know what's happening, like Victor might have taken a little pee break.
Yep.
Just before. So it's hard to draw any conclusions from this.
Yeah, absolutely. So really competitive at the front of the men's field. Just a fun little stat from Cap Brûlé. So back a ways in the women's field, between the first and the second woman, so between Valérie Arsenault and Elisabeth Cochon, there were 23 minutes separating the two. But then between second and third woman, so that is between Elisabeth Cochon and Julie Lesage, 55 minutes.
Yeah.
So
that's the 1 hour difference, over 1 hour difference.
Exactly. Exactly. So just goes to show.
It will be cool to see how what the gaps are, and I'm actually mostly interested what the time is when runners leave the aid station versus when they come in, because there will be those who come in and leave immediately, and there will be those that like Antoine that will stay for a bit longer.
Oh, just gonna cut to a quick commercial. And we are back. Thanks for bearing with us. Thank you so much to our presenting partner, Desjardins. Desjardins is the presenting partner of this live stream, and it's really thanks to thanks to them that we are able to have such thorough coverage, and the in the field reporting that we do that brings us images straight from the trails that we typically don't have. So good to have Desjardins on board, and really excited to be here with all of you. If you're just joining us, my name is Ilan.
I'm John.
We are your English language reporters. We will be here until 6 p.m. Eastern time today, which should leave plenty of time to see the majority of the top men and women finish this race, the 2026 edition of the Québec Mega Trail.
I believe Ali has left the aid station more than a minute ago. I think that's not worth interrupting, sorry, because she is the number 2 in the women's field. And she probably left around a minute or 2 ago. So that's great. Took a little bit more time than Valerie, but not that long in total. I hope we can see her arrive at the Mestachibou aid station. She has some running ahead of her now. So still a good time to open up those legs. In the meantime, Valerie has reached the single track. She is followed by Robbie Britton and Antoine Julique de Roche. And ahead of her is, I guess, besides Philippe, there was another runner that was ahead of her too, besides. Is she in 4th place now overall, or 5th?
Valerie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Well, no, sorry. Philippe Poulin is in. No, Philippe Poulin is in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So yeah. Valerie Arsenault solidly in the men's top 10, or sorry, in the overall top 10. In fact, in overall top 5.
Yeah.
Sitting in 4th place. So a really stellar performance so far from Valerie Arsenault.
And if the GPS is somewhat accurate, also Ali is in the top 10.
Ali as well is in the top 10. Let's get some image from the field. This is a static cam that we have at the Mestachibou aid station, which is right at the 90 kilometer mark out of 135, of course, and marks the beginning of the infamous Mestachibou 11 kilometer segment.
Yeah.
So we are here at the Mestachibou aid station. We're still we are waiting for the arrival of our 3rd place male runner, Philippe Poulin, who's a ways off.
Yeah.
Here's some really great imagery of the.
Yeah, you got a good idea of the trail. On the left side is the river. I'm not sure if this is running back or forth, because that could make a difference. It seems like this is
forward, since the river's on the left.
Yeah, but it could also be going towards the aid station. So you never know what where they go.
Oh, sure, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Actually, I do think this is going towards the aid station, since this is the camera runner that we saw walking backwards up the trail. I believe this camera runner is around the 90-kilometer marker. There is that steep little kicker before getting to the aid station.
Yeah, this will kick your butt when you this deep into your race. And we're seeing some movement. That's nice. On screen. Oh, we caught a glimpse of Camille. But it's good to know that he's running and he's being chased by the cameraman. We can only hope to get those kind of images, and we got a few seconds, so that's good. There's not a lot of space to run here with all the rocks and roots. You have to be really careful where you step. It's not easy to pass another runner, both in the up and down. There's not a lot of space, and every step you feel, because it's a big step every time. Fortunately, it is looking pretty dry, and so none of this is or should be slippery. That makes quite some difference. But yeah, still hard on the legs, of course. It's interesting to see how the two men in front, how the dynamics have changed now of the last couple hours, where Victor caught up, and obviously that must have not felt too great for Camille, seeing somebody closing in and getting to you and even passing you for a few seconds, and then leaving almost at the same time the aid station and running together for a while, and then probably feeling a little bit better again, and yeah, maybe Victor is having a little rougher time. Maybe he took him quite some energy to catch up, and Camille had some left or more left. So it's hard to know what's going on exactly, but yeah, it's interesting to see how things can switch all the time. And these trails are relentless. At this part, you don't get a lot of break. It just goes up and down. Oh, and the soccer game is, I think it's gone into overtime here. I don't think anyone feels really comfortable playing soccer here. Or football, I should say. At least they're keeping themselves active until the next runner comes in. be Philippe. Philippe is such a fun character. Talking to him a little bit yesterday, he's very nonchalant about it all. He said he was feeling pretty good and excited. That's as much as he could share about how he's going to go into the race, and yeah. He will have to hurry a bit because Valerie is not that far behind him, and nor are the other men behind as well.
So what you're saying is there's a chance that we see Valerie run her way into the overall podium.
There's always a chance she does that.
That's true.
But yeah.
But I mean, today, on this day, in this,
who knows?
This course.
Yeah. Ali's still in the picture too. Yeah, I do feel like beyond Ali, the gap has grown more and more, and it would take a few very big miracles for the other women to catch up and take the big W for this race.
Yeah, third place woman, Julie Lesage.
Honestly, I don't really see that happening anymore.
Would be quite difficult. Although,
difficult and not in the line of how things are looking at all now. So
no, that's true. Julie is a competitor, and she's gonna give it everything that she has, and she's definitely had some stellar performances in Quebec races and outside. And in 2025, she got 6th in the 80 kilometer distance here, 2nd place in the 80 kilometer distance at QMT in 2024. So Julie is getting ready for UTMB this year. She had a really great start to her season with Coureur des Bois, the 48K. She won that one, and she got 2nd at the Clinique du Coureur 40K. So strong start to the season for Julie, and it's possible she keeps her foot on the gas, but at the same time, in preparation for UTMB, it's also possible that she makes the calculated decision to not push too hard. As we see our top 3 rankings in the men's and women's, not much change since the last time.
No, but that's a good point. UTMB is not far away at all, so it makes sense. That said, it makes sense in how you build up for this race and how you go into this race. But once these women are running, they're not holding back because they have a race in the future. They're giving everything they have on the day. I'm sure of that. What is noteworthy is that on the track, Cynthia has passed Anne, and while I still hope for the best for Anne, I feel like she's not putting in maybe the day that we kind of had hoped for her to put in. I think for many she was maybe the favorite for this race, at least with Valerie, and she's probably not where she thought she would be herself, or maybe she knows more than us, and maybe we put a bit too much pressure on her in thinking that she would be there too. She did tell me that she was she had prepped okay, all things considered. Yeah. So I do feel like it wasn't the ideal preparation for her. Mm-hmm. But I mean, regardless, she's someone who will fight until the end, no matter what result that may be.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And
some other notable names that might be fun to mention. Amanda Nelson is still in the race. She is at about 69.5 kilometers into the race. So she's still in it.
Yeah, Amanda Nelson, who got 6th here in this same race last year in the inaugural distance.
Yeah.
So, good experience on the course. I mean, as much as you can hope to for a race that's in its second year, in its second running. So she may know something that we don't, and she may be saving some cards to run her way into, a higher position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's still in contention to get after Julie.
Yeah, exactly. She could run her way onto the podium, definitely. And as a reminder, Amanda Nelson is the Canadian record holder for backyard ultras. So while the terrain and the specificity is is not there in terms of backyard versus this, running long distance and running through the night is no problem for her. And so she's definitely she's used to spending these long amounts of time on her feet. So again, might have tricks up her sleeve. Might be fresher than the others.
Yeah. That's to say that, I don't want to be a downer in that sense. If you've been on running in a certain effort and keeping at a certain distance, there's not a lot of reason why all of a sudden you should be going a lot faster at this point.
That's true. No.
So we can hope. If you're hoping for a particular athlete, we can definitely hope that they will be able to do that. I definitely always do that. Other notable names that I wanted to mention, Cody Cooper is still very much in the race. He went off a bit fast and maybe slowed down a little bit now, but he's still very much in it. So is Simon Withers. The other UK elite runner, I might have put him myself a bit closer to the very front of the race.
Well, I think me too. I mean, Simon's a really interesting profile. I mean, he's a fell runner. We talk a lot about fell running in the UK, and it's this very very unique particular style of running that really is only found in the UK. This sort of running straight up, fells, these English hills and small mountains and sometimes big mountains in the countryside with some very, very technical sections and pretty much throwing yourself down these inclines. And so in a certain sense, a lot of fell runners are excellent. They export their fell running prowess to very, very technical races. And so you could imagine a fell runner like Simon having a good amount of success here at QMT. Here we see Philippe. PP. Young PP here in third place, running super strong, having a great day for himself.
Yeah, he always seems to be enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's got a smile on his face, and Philippe, as a reminder, has run the long distance 3 times here at Québec Mega Trail. A third place at the 100 miles in 2023 when he was just 20, which is just so impressive.
Yeah, he came ahead of me.
Did he? So great to see Philippe. These are some fantastic images that we have. Looking really comfortable. Still got a spring in his step. Isn't favoring any one side over any other. And running this downhill really well, which is sometimes one of the first places that you see runners slow down when they're really starting to hurt. That the downhills, if the quads are shot, but it definitely doesn't look to be the case, and moving smooth.
Yeah, he's looks to be very light on his feet.
Yep. But as we were saying just before, he's got Valerie hunting him. He's got to hold on to this podium position he has if he wants to be in third place overall. Valerie's just a little over a kilometer behind him.
I definitely know from in person being hunted down by Valerie in a race several years ago.
Look at this, taking the steps nearly 2 at a time, as much as you can, on these big steps. So he's determined. I wonder if he knows that Valerie is making up a bit of time on him and moving through the field.
I think probably not. I think he's probably he knows, like, he's he knows probably by now. He knows he's in third position, and he either is closing in or feels like he's good, because he's moving very steadily. This is the type of running but doesn't look fast. But over this type of terrain, you cannot move much faster than this. Yeah, you can, but it's going to cost you so much energy. And if you can run this type of distance at this pace and for a very consistent amount of time, you're moving well. You're really moving well. But as you see, like, it's like hop, 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 3 little runs, and then you stop, you turn. It's like there's no rhythm to it, and then you go down, and like your quads are hurting, and you have to hold on to every tree that you can. Be careful your ankles don't twist and turn. He's also pretty tall, relatively, so gotta mind your head every time you pass a tree like that. Oh, yeah.
Taking a quick moment, quickly tying his laces. Smart. This is not the place you want your laces to come undone. So as a reminder, just watching men's third place runner, Philippe Poulin, as he descends.
Yeah, these are very uneven steps to go down to, so it's really hard to get a good pace going, and it might look like he's like tired or slowing down. It's just very hard to move quickly around these stones, and because every step is very much different.
Yep, absolutely.
And this deep in the race, you're not as flexible anymore. No. And here we have again Camille and Victor, who is now in front. So they are already running together.
Yeah,
still.
So running together, swapping leads. Good job for Victor, not letting Camille go, and in fact, kind of, retaking the lead every time. In fact, every time he seems
look
to
at
catch
Camille
up with
running
Camille.
up.
I mean, both of these competitors just looking so strong and really putting on a clinic.
You see the two different techniques, right? Camille is doing the little jog, and Victor is doing the power hike up, and they might switch it around, but they can both move at the same pace.
Yep.
They are getting really close to the real infamous Mestashibo section.
Yeah.
This is Mestashibo, right? But
sure.
There is a part where they are, coming along the river.
Yeah, they're really scrambling right along the river. And that's, I think, the famous images that we've seen from previous films and stuff. As we see our camera runners struggle to catch back up. Those famous images are, like you said, from that section that they will be coming up on. After this climb, they're going to drop down to the river, and they're along the riverbed. Sorry, not the riverbed, but along the shore of the river. There are just these massive boulders that they're essentially scrambling up and down, and that is the truly, truly technical. If you think this is technical, hold on, and hopefully we get some great images.
Yeah.
And we're really privileged to have these shots. Really great battle here between our first two men, Victor Larocque and Kamil Lesniak from Poland.
Yeah, they're not giving each other an inch. And at this point, they're probably thinking, I'm just going to run my own pace. There's no reason to push. I don't think I can drop any of these. I don't think I can drop them, or that's what they're thinking. So I might as well just run at a pace where we stay in the front. But I'm not cooking myself too much.
Mm-hmm.
They're both not cooking themselves. It doesn't look like that.
They're running. They seem to be running within themselves.
Yeah.
Playing it smart. I mean, I say that, but this is
far
faster than I could run. But they have light steps, and I don't know. It's too bad we don't have any audio. But I wonder if they're chatting or just sort of passing the time.
It will be interesting. Yeah,
I would love to get that onboard mic, maybe for next year.
I don't know what language that would be, but
yeah, Camille saying
it's not going to be French, not going to be English. It's not going to be Polish, I assume.
The common language is trail running.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're communicating right now by just running together.
Yeah, I think we're about to start the sort of bouldery section of the trail.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's getting more bouldery as we speak, but you're right. Once they drop down right along the river, that's when it's really gets pretty crazy. So great to have these images. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but it's such a treat. Selfishly, as someone who's never actually been on the Mestashibo but has heard so much about this trail for years. I mean, this trail really holds an important place in the psyche of the Quebec trail running community. So it's really a rare and a special opportunity to get to follow these two runners in this otherwise pretty difficult to access trail.
Yeah. I mean, Victor knows these trails, probably done Mestashibo over a dozen times, if not a few dozen. But for Camille, this is, I think, the first time he's here, and he must be thinking, what did I get myself into? I know it was going to be technical, but this is not technical. This is something else.
Well, absolutely. When we met, when we chatted with Camille, oh, here we go. This is the section. Okay, I know it looks rolling right now, but this section along the river shore is really is the tough stuff. When we chatted with Camille at the cocktail, the Elites welcome cocktail on Thursday evening, he was saying this is his first time in Canada and in Quebec, and he really didn't know what to expect. Here's the bouldery stuff starting a little bit. And he hadn't even gone for a run on the trails yet, and he was saying he was going to do it after the cocktail, so that must have been just around the Mont-Sainte-Anne area, which is very different than this. Of course, you only get the Mestashibo in the Mestashibo. So this all must be new to him. I'm sure someone told him about this. I'm sure in his course recon he heard about this section of trail, but really interesting.
Yeah. But the fun part of that is that you're coming in blank with all the naivete, and you can just let yourself be surprised. You don't know how long these sections are.
Yeah.
You don't know when they start. You don't know when they end, and when they start again. So you just let them happen, and here they are. You can see them on the boulders, hopping, and it seems like they know what they're doing. But I'm a bit curious. Maybe Victor now it's like, okay, like I know where I can actually make a move here, put a little bit pressure on him. And this requires a totally different type of energy and muscle movement.
ça que quand on est arrivé sur la section roulante de Saint-Denis-des-Caves, j'étais genre, je sais pas si Camille va dire à Victor, genre, est-ce que tu sais que je suis 1,09 sur le demi ou 2,20 au marathon? Ça aurait été un gros brag en passant sur une section plate et peut-être pour faire peur à Victor. Je pense pas que ça soit l'esprit, mais c'est vraiment impressionnant de 2h20 sur le marathon.
Enregistré cette année à travers son horaire de course extrêmement chargé. Il a déjà fait 5 courses cette année, Camille Lechniak, et ajouté à ça un demi-marathon en janvier et un marathon en février sur lequel il a enregistré ses 2 meilleures performances.
I'm looking a little bit further back in the field, and just seeing who made it to the Saint-Denis-des-Caves aid station. Sacha Lacroix has just left. I believe he's a French runner. Simon Withers is still in there, but I think, only just got there. But who is still there is Jake.
That's true, hey?
Jake Baranison. He came in 4th or 5th, and he is still there now. So he's been there for quite some time, probably over an hour now. So yeah, that's not the kind of news you want to hear.
No, definitely not.
Julie Lachage will be coming relatively soon there.
Yeah.
In about 20 minutes or so.
Yep, she will. So excited to see Julie in Saint-Denis-des-Caves in the aid station. Give us a good idea of how she's feeling. So we're back with the first two lead men as the coverage gets a little spotty.
Mm-hmm.
I did mention that the Mestashibo Trail is really pretty removed, and we don't typically. Oh, and we're back on board with Valerie. Very cool. Okay, great shots, moving well. Is this John? Is this Valerie's first time ever on the Mestashibo Trail?
Oh no,
no.
She's not she hasn't gone here in preparation for this year's race, but she's well familiar with the trails in this part of Quebec. Yeah, she doesn't live that far away from Mont-Sainte-Anne. A short ride.
Mm-hmm.
Just some more background on Valerie. She and her partner bought a house just before the winter or during the winter, which like if you're trying to compete at the highest level in running, in trail running, is not it's not ideal, because there's a lot that a lot of stresses and things you have to do around getting your own place. They lived in Quebec City, and then moved a little bit outside of Quebec, a little bit more remote, a little bit closer to nature. Well, a lot closer to nature, very close to nature. But yeah, they had to do quite some work over the winter to get the house ready. So besides running, she had to do a lot of repairs and maintenance on the house during the winter. So I don't think she had the type of winter she was looking for to having. Also getting familiar with the new sort of roads and trails you live on nearby, even though the bigger ones, like just running in the winter here when you're not living in the city can be challenging with all the snow and ice, and sometimes you just do not have a lot of options to run.
Yeah.
So that's also something you only learn after you move to a place. So I'm glad she moved past that, and for this race so far, I can't say it has been bad for her, but yeah.
Well, she's having a great race
so
far.
Yeah.
So look at this scrambling that we're seeing. It's really
it goes on forever.
All
right?
four limbs on,
and there's the rope.
The ropes that have been put up for safety and to help the runners out. I mean, to think that the runners put down fast times in this trail is always very very, very impressive. So
yeah,
great work by these two.
Valerie should be coming into that first bridge very soon. Behind her are the same runners still with Rabi and Antoine. Elizabeth Ellie Couchon also seems to just make her way up, moving steadily. She's definitely not slowing down herself. Yeah. I think the cameraman is I think it's Luca who's following.
I don't think we can blame the camera person for not being able to follow.
Well, he also has to hold the camera in one hand.
Well, exactly. It's like if there's any trail where moving fast you want to be using all four limbs.
Yeah,
it's definitely this one.
Yeah,
I'm amazed and pleasantly surprised that we have that we got the shots that we did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Luca. So, I'll have a good conversation with him. Some things to work on. No, easier. He's right behind them. Up, yeah.
Again, very impressive.
He's training for a chic shock, so he better get used to the technical trails. Nice. They made their move.
Yep.
There is not a lot of this marquee sections left, if at all. There is Valerie again.
Yeah, back on board with Valerie. So Valerie is about a kilometer away from the
she crossed the river. There's more climbing after this. Before she gets into the aid station, there's quite some steep climb. Yeah.
And while we're waiting for images to come back, just a very quick update on the QMT 80, which is the Long Trail Championships. The top 5 women remain the same, and
they're still the same. Those are still the same aid station.
Yeah, in the top 5 men, there have been a couple changes. Dakota Jones, the American, is now in first, followed by Jean-Philippe Thibodeau, Sergio Reyes Villanueva, Dylan Pust, and Mead Binhammer. So just a couple changes in the men's race, and otherwise women's race looking much the same.
Yeah.
And we're back on board with the first 2 men, Kamil Lesniak behind the Polish runner for Hoka, and in front of him the local legend, the Québécois Victor Larocque, guiding Kamil through this section that he has more experience on.
Mm-hmm. When you're hovering over this close, pushing your legs up, you get really close to the floor or to the ground, and I always feel like I'm sniffing all the different smells of the soil when I'm pushing this hard up the mountain.
That's true, hey? The steeper it is, the closer your nose gets to the ground. Feel a real connection with the trail.
Yeah. So we haven't seen anything from Philippe in a few minutes, but I'm assuming he's still maintaining the same pace behind these two front runners.
Yep. We haven't seen Philippe's tracker.
It does feel like watching these two runners now is that it's not that Victor is putting Victor is keeping the gas on the whole time.
Yeah.
He's not letting go, and
Speak of the devil. Here's Philippe coming into the Mesta-Shibo aid station. Let's see if we can get any audio, but I don't believe we do.
Minute, un petit audio. Un audio. Alors qu'on nous dit aussi que Valérie devrait arriver dans moins d'1 kilomètre. Waouh.
Yeah.
Là-bas, c'est loin.
Et alors, on va faire très chaud, Philippe, qui se régale d'un melon d'eau. On va appeler ça le ravito Coupe du Monde. Ouais.
I believe last year they coined this aid station the Mesta-Shibo. So maybe it's something for you to go to after.
That's great. And this year it's the World Cup aid station. I just wanted to highlight, I'm not sure if you caught the interaction that Philippe just had with the aid station, but he asked, are the guys up ahead far? And aid station worker replied immediately, oh yeah, they're far. And Philippe looked a little discouraged for a second, but all out of respect for his fellow competitors, and just goes to show how impressive it is for the third place man when he's sort of almost congratulating them for their effort. It's
they are, I mean, technically not that far, but obviously the terrain they have to go to is pretty slow going.
And Philippe knows what's coming up, so I think he's able to really turn that.
I think he's still keeping up pace
for sure.
I don't think he's slowing down that much. It's just they had a gap on him for a long while, and that's what it's been for now.
Absolutely, I agree. I think he's actually he's performing really well, and he has no reason to be discouraged. Not that I think he is.
Well, yeah, you always hope they break down in front of you, but they haven't so far. So
yeah, he.
But I do believe I heard that Valerie was within a kilometer of the aid station. I'm guessing even less, quite a bit less.
Yeah, she should be coming up on the aid station shortly. And so let's check.
And then, do you know the different splits of?
That is what I was about to check. So last year, Marie-Ève Nakash arrived in 12 hours and 45 seconds elapsed to Mesta-Shibo. It's currently 11:36. So assuming she comes in the next few, I mean, anytime that she comes in, she's going to be ahead of the course record. It's just a question of how ahead of the course record. So it's currently 11 hours and 36 minutes, 35 seconds elapsed. So it's just a question of how big will the gap be.
And the course record in the men was 11:22. So Philippe was just a tidbit slower than Xavier here, but not that far behind. The two men were a little bit ahead of the course record still, quite a bit so even.
Yep. Yeah, and so if anybody is, we see a couple questions in the chat regarding the tracker and seeing people at the finish line, competitors at the finish line. Just know that some of the trackers of runners who did not finish, who pulled out of the race, notable DNF, so Manuel Anguita-Bayo and of course Jitesh Rao Lukea, their trackers are still visible in the race map website. And so that's why you are seeing, for example, Manuel Anguita-Bayo at the finish line. That just means that his tracker was brought there, but he is no longer in the race. Same with the Jitesh. So you can disregard them. The first place men currently are Victor Larocque and Kamil Lesniak, right about at the 95-kilometer mark. So keep those in mind, and you can ignore Manuel and Jitesh's trackers.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, we're keeping an eye on all the other runners in the field too, of which we can see a tracker. Right, and they're running together again,
back.
even side by side now.
Side by side, and it looks like Camille is kind of trying to take, and you can see the
Oh,
different.
they're probably chatting a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the different strategies that you were mentioning with Camille being a bit more of a run uphill guy, taking little steps and always keeping the running motion, and Victor Larocque being a bit more of a power hiker. And to each their own. It really depends which you are more comfortable with, and there isn't one that is always inherently faster than the other.
No. None of them is looking. Like they are slowing down or breaking down at some point, or giving in a little bit. That's Luca. He's looking pretty sweaty, but he's a fast guy. He can do this. And now it just has to make his way back later on. Good for him.
So just a little update from the Mesta Shibo aid station. We are expecting Valerie in at any moment. We are unfortunately having technical difficulties with the computer that is handling the stream there. So there is a scenario in which we miss Valerie at that aid station. Unfortunately, of course, our priority is to bring you the top of both races and the key moments. So we are working hard to get you images of Valerie Arsenault, your first place woman at the Mesta Shibo aid station. But for the moment, we are on board with the first two men and following them as long as we have these images available.
Yeah.
Windy, twisty trail here.
Yeah.
Beautiful, though. Beautiful surroundings.
Yeah, but you can see how steep it is and how tricky it is on going down some of these trails.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these are the better running parts because they've did some more trail maintenance here. I think Camille's looking to dip his head in some water here.
Yeah.
At least he took his hat off, so back
maybe
on.
He was hoping to.
Yeah.
Actually, they weren't going by the water.
Yeah. Well, they're all almost done with this entire section. We just have to make a few turns, and then they have a long section up the stairs. Well, long section. It's long stairs.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if there's gonna be a move when they come past this, come at these stairs.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It would be a smart place for a move.
Smart or not, you can blow yourself up pretty quickly. And our third place women, F3, Julie Lesage, is about to head into the Saint-Tite Cap aid station. Not a long time before she's there. I'd say probably 5-6 minutes at most.
Yep, she's within that last kilometer and is on a straight line to the aid station. So
Yeah.
She should be in there soon. Again, we unfortunately no longer have any visuals at the Sentier des Caps aid station, so we will be getting text updates from the field as soon as possible, but we will not have images to gauge how Julie's aid station turnaround.
But she still seems to have a gap on Cynthia and Anne, who seem to be running together. So I think she's probably running her own pace, and Cynthia and Anne have found companionship in running together, knowing that there is some women ahead of them, way ahead of them.
We just got word from our team on the ground that Valérie Arsenault is in the aid station at Mestashibo.
Nice.
So again, unfortunately, just dealing with some technical issues, and doesn't seem like we will be able to get... Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Good.
Great. Yeah. Still got that mud on her knees that we saw earlier from a fall overnight. And her new white socks are
She's smiling.
very dirty again.
Yeah. And moving.
Not much
Really
ice left in
good.
that bandana.
Aye.
Wow. Quick turnaround.
Yeah. Let's go.
And we've got a camera runner with her, so that's
Let's
excellent
go.
news. We'll be able to see her.
Maybe
on
we
the
can get
Mestashibo.
some ASMR sounds.
Yeah.
Them running together.
Yeah.
That was great. We are how far into the race? Kilometer point 80, 90.
Yep. So that aid station
90,
just past the 90
just
kilometer.
after 19. She looks so in control.
Yeah.
She led from the first kilometer. It's her race to win now,
Yeah, it's hers to lose. Yeah.
or to win. I mean, can look at it from both sides.
Well, I think it's hers to lose because she's got the win.
She's
It
got the
looks
win
like,
at hand.
Barring
She can
any
also make the
extenuating
win.
circumstances, it looks like she has the win, Valérie Arsenault.
Yeah.
And so it would take quite an unforeseen disaster for this to.
But Ellie's still close by. I'm just saying, like, she's been in control the whole race and setting the pace. Basically, everyone else is following.
Yeah.
So we have a time of when she got into the aid station, which was I'm not sure entirely because I didn't see it, but I'm gonna guess somewhere at around 11:42 minutes, 41 maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And so compared to the course record splits, the elapsed time was 12:45. So we are pretty much still bang on 1 hour ahead of course record.
It was 12:45.
It was 12:45 last
She
year.
even made a few more minutes.
Exactly. It was just under 12. It was just under 11:45 elapsed this year. So looking really good. Looking really solid.
This is Western States record-breaking year. Good temps.
Yeah, right. The unicorn year.
I mean, it's the second year of this distance, but still.
And here we've got a flyover of the course. This is the Mestashibo.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet, did we?
No, that we've been
Not the one
talking about.
from the Mestashibo up until MSA base.
Yeah. So the two river crossings that we
and
saw.
Then,
And going along the river and then up that we haven't seen yet. And then they climb up onto the plateau here.
No, and then they go not all the way up. They go down. This is like a side river where there are the waterfalls. then you see the bass, you hear the music, but you still have to do a little bit of an extra loop until you get to the big main aid station at the base.
Yep.
And obviously you see the finish line already. Lots of people. I'm really stoked to see who's out there right now. It's so early in the morning. I feel it's like the afternoon somewhere, but
Yeah, we've been
we're
going
not.
for a
It's not
while.
even 8 a.m.
And important to note with what we were just saying on our screens, like you mentioned, you get pretty much to the finish line, but really important to note that is not the end of your race. There's still a good amount to go, and so that section, that map that we were just showing may have felt a little misleading just because it looked like it showed the very last section of the race, but it's definitely not. They will climb out of the Mestashibo area. They will climb to Mont-Sainte-Anne. They will climb to the finish line, but not through the finishing arch. They will keep going, do 1.5 climbs of the Mont-Sainte-Anne, and then go down the backside and do a whole big loop around the backside. So just stay tuned with us, and it's not over once they're out of here.
No, for sure. And I was just thinking, they are because they are so far ahead of schedule, basically. They will arrive relatively early at MSA, meaning they will not have to suffer the heat of the mid of the day. They'll be there in the morning, which is considerable cooler than what almost all the other runners will have to do. And that part of the course, there will be a lot of direct sunlight. So that's why I'm mentioning it. It is a section you rather not do with a lot of heat, because you're already exposed to all the sun. So she's done herself a favor by getting there relatively fast. Sometimes that's can be. I mean, it's not. I wasn't a strategy for this race, but it can be a good strategy to think about. Like, I want to push maybe a little bit so I can avoid running this section, the peak of the day where the heat is the most brutal. And I think Julie is in the aid station.
Yeah, it does look like Julie is in the Sentier des Caps aid station, so that's your third place in the women's race. Julie Le Sage, followed not too distantly by Cynthia Tremblay and Anne Champagne in fourth and fifth positions.
Yeah, which puts her about 1 hour 35 behind Valerie when she came into the aid station.
Super solid, commanding lead for Valerie.
Yeah.
Elisabeth Cochon still chasing.
Oh yeah. I think her mind is still really there. Just had a word with her crew.
Whose crew? Valerie's?
Yeah.
Okay. What are they saying?
Well, I asked if she was polite enough to say goodbye.
Yeah, she seemed to rush off pretty quickly.
And she wasn't sure she did.
Well, excuse it.
She had more important things to do.
I think the priority here is quite okay.
Yeah.
We may be getting an interview from the field with the camera runner who ran with the first two men.
Oh,
Nicholas.
Okay. That should be fun.
Yeah, we'll see. Nico, let's see if we have him.
Let's see if we have Luca.
So it's actually with Nicholas.
Oh, it's Nicholas now?
Yeah, the one who ran with the first two runners through the Mestashibo.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Luca picked him up, but we're not getting the image right now, so we'll see if we can. I know they're talking about trying to get that up for us, so that'll be interesting once we get it, but no guarantees right at the moment.
Yeah.
Always cool to get to chat with the runners that spend time with the camera runners that spend time with the competitors.
Yeah. We got some support from Amanda Nelson. It's nice to see.
Yeah. Let's go, Amanda Nelson. Putting some love in the chat. Put some. Okay, here we go. On the right, we may be getting an interview. We've got our field reporter, Marie-Manuelle. Let's see.
Quelle séquence? Qu'est-ce que...
J'ai terminé mon chiffre de cam running de 5 le long de la 138 jusqu'ici à peu près milieu de la Mont-Sainte-Anne.
OK, puis qui tu suivais?
Je suivais les 2 premiers gars. Puis à un moment donné, ils sont arrêtés pour se rafraîchir. Puis c'était Victor qui menait le train. Puis Camille en a profité pour faire un mais il a pris une pause beaucoup plus courte. Là. J'ai juste trempé sa casquette, il est reparti. Puis il a mis un peu plus de rythme. Là. Puis je me suis mis derrière Victor. Au début, il y avait 5 mètres, donc j'avais les deux à la cam.
Ah ouais?
Camille a poussé. Puis à un moment donné, juste dans la grosse descente de Mestachibo, il a pris la distance. Puis Victor a décroché tranquillement. Je ne sais pas où ils en sont là.
Ouais, il était vraiment proche ici.
Il a comme décroché, puis je voyais plus Camille, là, donc je restais un bout avec Victor, puis là je me suis dit, je vais remonter, je vais aller chercher à la passerelle, je suis remonté chercher le troisième, puis la première fois.
Puis comment t'as trouvé l'expérience? Tu me disais que t'étais un bon coureur, mais comme...
Même après 80 kilos, ils roulent quand même, là, puis ils sont très, techniquement, ils sont très bons, puis c'est quand même des sections assez techniques.
Ouais.
Donc, même avec des gens fraîches, il faut les suivre, mais il faut checker la cam en même temps, s'assurer qu'il y a des petits problèmes techniques, donc essayer de résoudre ça en courant. C'est dans la pace, là, donc c'est quand même, c'est vraiment cool, c'est vraiment intéressant.
T'as aimé ça?
Vraiment.
Ouais, puis là, t'as-tu fini ta journée?
Oui.
Ouais. Eh ben, on va te souhaiter un beau repos, puis merci. Hein.
So a great little interview with our camera runner here, Nicholas, who followed the lead 2 men, Kamil Lesniak from Poland, and of course Victor Larocque from Quebec, local legend. He was just saying, for having 80 kilometers in their legs, they were flying, and he considers himself a good runner, definitely a speedy runner, and he was, not full on struggling to keep up, but he was pushing hard. He was. Nicholas mentioned, Camille kind of actually getting in front of Victor for part of the Mestachibo and sort of taking the lead there for a little bit, but as we know from the images that we got from the next camera runner, Luca. We do have the 2 men running together again, kind of battling it out, and so it seems swapping leads. And at the last time we saw them, Victor was back in front, although again just by a couple of paces.
Just a quick interruption. I just noticed Julie leaving the aid station, and since she's our 3rd woman, I think it's worth mentioning.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad she made it out. She made it out even before Cynthia and Anne came into the aid station. So that means she wasn't for a very long time there. I didn't clock it exactly, I think. I did. I think it was about 4 minutes or less. So
wow, really fast.
That is a good sign.
Very, very quick transition for Julie Lesage.
Yeah,
who is
about 5 minutes.
Who's a veteran of these races. Again, 2nd place, QMT 80 in 2024, 6th place at that same race, QMT 80 in 2025, and strong showings in the 50, QMT 50 in both 2022 and 2023. So she's done it for the past 4 editions. She's been on these QMT trails. So same time of year, same trails. She knows how to transition quickly here. And we're back with the lead men.
Yeah.
This is the never-ending battle for first place. Every time we go back, somebody else is in the lead.
Are we going back in time here? Or?
Yeah. Look at this Camille trying to put a little bit of a dig. It feels like every time there's a, and then of course Victor catches up, taking some of the steps 2 at a time. I mean, this is really impressive.
Yeah. I wonder if they're playing any mind games with each other. I don't think they are the type. I feel like Camille is like tries to keep it all very funny and joyful, and this is one of the last turns before
you can just see how, I mean, this is
There's
beyond technical. It's literally just a staircase.
Yeah.
No fun to run on tired legs. But look, still taking them multiple at a time.
Yeah,
great stuff. And Camille and Victor both back into a run right away.
Yeah, it's such a long section. This it keeps on giving. You know, you keep on thinking, okay, like am I done now? And then like, oh no, there's a part you go up again, and then like, okay, I'm done with the climbing, and then like it turns you you're here like at that plateau that you said, but the course takes you back down again, so you're not done. And that can be mentally hard if you were in a very dark spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So back on some little bit more reasonable terrain now for these two runners. I'm sure this feels like an absolute treadmill compared to what they've been doing.
The major the most technical parts they've done now. So they're the hardest things they've done now. They have a little bit of this up and down, and then the stairs, but no more massive boulders, boulder fields and stuff. Good for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alors qu'on voit un coureur avec une caméra qui va les suivre sur le sentier.
Donc vous voyez un peu la logistique qui se passe pour nos caméras. Il y a un changement de caméraman. Donc on couvre de longues portions de la Mestachibo. Et là on a un nouveau caméraman. Et voilà. Et on suit Victor Lavera.
We got a little shot of Lucas still following the guys. Got a front row seat on the best show ever.
Oh, here.
This is
David.
No.
Excuse me, Antoine. So hey, Antoine, who was looking not so great at the aid
is it
station.
Antoine?
Saint-Tite.
And I thought could be Antoine. I thought let's see.
Yeah, that was Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, who was laying down on a. Oh, look at this, Camille putting a dig. You know what? Every time I say that, it's like Victor's right there, so I should keep my mouth shut. Victor having a little look at their
the cameraman,
their tag along runner, your athlete. How do you consider this in Luca's training program? Is this a long run?
I didn't put this on his training peak, so I'm not sure. This was according to plan.
You didn't say follow 2 liters of the QMT135 as your workout on
not
Friday?
The front leaders, probably. The front people, yeah.
Look at this. Quite a fight we have for the men's first place.
And you know, like, if you just look at part of this course and you're like, okay, well, that's doable, you know, like that's nothing really special. But if you consider how much of this is just goes on and on and on all the time after what they've been going through already, it's hard to imagine what that does with the body and the mind.
Absolutely. And just look at these images we have. It seems like from what we're seeing, Camille is moving much more fluidly than Victor.
He is now. Yeah, he is now for sure.
It seems like anytime there's any rolling downhill or when it's steep, he's moving a lot quicker. And you can see Victor is a lot more ginger.
He's starting to feel look a bit tight.
Yeah. And so I think for this,
it doesn't mean he's feeling less fit or less strong. It just means that it could just mean that he's just a bit more tight and more comfortable going down.
Yeah,
but if he's feeling good, he will catch up on the flatter stuff. And he's not, like he's really there. You see, that's it. I think we haven't seen a real move yet.
No. Although I'm sure Camille is hoping every little move can stick. But look, as soon as it goes back up, Victor is right back there.
We got a new...
Yeah, it's not Luca.
Not anymore. No, we just saw him.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize him from earlier, but
No,
here we've got Victor
switched,
back up on back up on Camille, so not letting him get away that easily. So it will be a question in this remaining section of the race. You know, what's the proportion of uphill to downhill? Because it just seems like if there's a lot more downhill than there is uphill, maybe Camille can kind of carve out a gap.
Yeah.
But if it remains rolling or even uphill, it seems like it's really going to be a battle to the finish, which I would love. I would love to see a sprint finish.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Both of them looking pretty fluid. I would say Camille looking like he has a little bit more spring in his step.
He does, right? It looks like it.
Yeah. But Victor also just has a slightly, a different gait, and so we can't... I can't judge it entirely just on gait, but yeah, Camille is he's got a bit more of that Jim Walmsley style bound to him.
Yeah. This is a nice flowy section here. They kind of left the major Rivière Sainte-Anne, and they're moving into like a sort of side little river up until the waterfalls.
Yeah. So you mentioned to me when we were looking over the course profile yesterday, right around the kilometer 99, as you said, there's this really beautiful little falls that they climb up next to, and hopefully we'll get some images of that. And then right after that, they cross the Boulevard des Neiges, which is the main road right in front of Mont-Sainte-Anne. And so they may, start to hear some of the music from the village. They may start to see a lot more people. It's possible there are people out cheering already. And so, by the way, if you're listening to the stream and you're in the area, please go cheer on our lead male runners. It's very exciting, and they it'll give them a big boost to to be welcomed by people. Although it may, again, as we said, may feel a little deceptive if they feel like they're running into the finish line and they still have 35 kilometers to go. But if you're in the area, please go to the village in Mont-Sainte-Anne. Enjoy the presence of our partners, and cheer on these runners as they come to Mont-Sainte-Anne for the first time.
Yeah, you can see how frustrating it sometimes gets when you're like your body in so much pain going down. I just recognize the feeling of trying to like push harder but not being able because your body's just screaming at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's tough. And Victor trying to hold on and making up that time on Camille when it climbs, but yeah, it seems like pretty evident that the advantage goes to Camille when it's downhill.
Oh.
Nice.
I think they decided to both cool themselves down.
And this is where you can see that they're really, working together, being smart. That would have been a good opportunity, for example, for one to try to make a move on the other, but it doesn't make sense at that point. You have much more to gain from taking a second and wetting your hat. By the way, both of them in bucket hats. Is this the year of the bucket hat?
Yeah.
So both of our men's leaders taking a second to dunk their bucket hats in the little stream, cool off. It's definitely getting hot. I mean, we're protected from it inside right now, but it is definitely it's warm out there.
So in the aid stations of the Saint-Tite Cap is at the moment, Cynthia has already left. They were probably coming in together, but Anne Champagne is still in the aid station. Yeah, we don't have the images of that, but I'm sure she will make her way out.
We've got a little bit of update from the field from Marie-Manuelle, our field reporter at the Mestachibot aid station. She says Robbie Britton is sitting at the aid station.
Oh yeah,
doesn't seem to be doing all that well. Yeah. He's got inflammation on the side of his leg. He felt weak, so for the moment he's gonna take a second and evaluate what he does. We've got an excellent medical team there. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, Camille, I don't know if you saw that, but Camille getting a full body lay down in the river.
Oh, really?
So Camille is fully in the river. I mean, I'm sure he's right behind our camera
just missed
runner.
That. Yeah.
But good opportunity in this case for Victor to keep going and press on. So we'll see if Camille just kind of passes our camera runner right here to try not let Victor feel like he has any sort of a lead, but very interesting strategy. It's like we're watching Western States, and I wonder if Camille, a little less acclimatized to this humidity and heat that we have here in Quebec at this time of year, wonder if he's starting to feel the effects a little more than Victor.
Or he's taking some precaution and just cooling himself down.
Yeah, or he's being more...
How much time do you really lose if you jump into the river and come out? Not that much.
Yep, absolutely.
Sometimes it can be a moment to just regroup yourself and saying like, okay, like it's not the pace I want to go. I'm gonna take I don't know, little water break or whatever, and then go at my own pace after.
Yep, absolutely.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he, in a couple minutes, he's gonna be back at his deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like it's mostly a strategic choice, and I'm sure he calculated the time it would take. So, but again, very, very smart to be making that decision. Full body dunk is just is better than just the water over the head.
Yeah,
you know, if you can afford it. Here we go, side by side with men's race leader.
Yeah.
Victor Larocque from Quebec.
We have also the 50K starting, I think.
We do, right? I believe that's at 8:30 this morning, the 50K.
Yeah, or 8. Yeah. Yep. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, 8:30.
8:30. Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. So the once again the Québec Mega Trail is the host of the Canadian Trail Running Championships this year for the second year in a row, second and last year as the championships rotate. And so the long course championships are the QMT 80, which left this morning at 5 a.m. And the short course championships, the QMT 50, which is leaving in 17 minutes at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. So while we are mainly focused on the 135 kilometer race, we will be checking in on those other distances if we get some updates. And here we have the Mestachibot, where we were hearing that Robbie Britton was sitting, feeling not so great. And who is this? Not quite able to see. Yeah, on the left there in the red top You can see Robbie Britton sitting under the tent. Taking a second, he's with the medical team. He seems to have some sort of inflammation on his right leg and wasn't feeling so hot coming into this aid station. So obviously the priority is his health and safety. So in this aid station, it seems like we have Matthew Farquharson.
Alors que tantôt on a eu une petite discussion sur l'utilisation des bâtons. Donc j'ai eu une discussion avec Michel Paris qui est membre de l'athlétisme au Québec et qui m'a confirmé que sur le 50 kg, les coureurs n'ont pas le droit d'utiliser les bâtons avant le 18e kilomètre lors de la sortie d'Abikhzir. On les voit présentement dans l'escalier à la hausse.
Here we go. Victor taking big steps up these stairs. That behind him in the white shirt is not Camille. That is just another runner for something else, it seems. But do you think it could be the other distances? Are they on the other distances?
No, it's not that one.
They're not on the same. The 80 doesn't go on the Mesta Shiba?
They do, but then they're far behind. Okay. But I do see Camille behind.
Yeah, Camille.
Yeah,
Camille, of course, not far.
Dangereusement le ravito du Mont-Sainte-Anne. Ils ont 400 quelques marches à grimper. On voit la technique de Victor, les mains sur les cuisses et on monte. Ça doit se ressentir dans les jambes, ces escaliers-là en ce moment.
Alors qu'on voit quelqu'un devant qui court, ça c'est un peu narguer les coureurs, de jogger dans les marches. Alors dites-vous qu'après les marches, ils vont avoir une bonne section très roulante pour arriver au ravito du Mont-Sainte-Anne où les coureurs vont pouvoir avoir accès à leur crew et aussi, comme on l'a dit à multiples reprises, les potentiels.
So Victor and Camille still battling on these stairs.
C'est toujours intéressant de voir les tactiques. PSE, pas de PSE, on le disait. PSE, ça peut avoir plusieurs fonctions. L'aspect sécuritaire parfois.
He's really putting in the double steps at a time, which is the fastest way to go up, but also really puts a lot of lactate in your legs. They sleep in. That's pretty amazing.
Plusieurs techniques qui existent pour les coureurs. Ça serait intéressant de voir dans ton visuel sur quelle technique ils optent, mais en ce moment, Victor, est-ce qu'il se distancie tranquillement? On voit le bob de Camille qui est pas loin derrière, donc une section de
It's a cameraman that's behind him.
Okay.
I mean, who else would be filming him?
Well, I mean, he doesn't have a camera in his hand, and
no, who else is filming him behind him?
Yeah, well, getting to the but behind him.
Yeah, that's a cameraman.
Okay.
And now he's done. And this is more rolling. Actually, lots of this, rest of it is more rolling. Camille's just behind him.
And we heard from our team on the ground at Mesta Shiba aid station that Robbie Britton is back out. So really great to hear. Super happy to hear that Robbie Britton back on the trail.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a tough moment there. Took a break. And here we have
Ellie,
second place woman, Elizabeth Cochon, at the Mesta Shiba aid station. So at the 90 kilometer mark, or excuse me, 90 kilometer mark. Okay. I think I got 90 and 80 confused. Yeah, at the 90 kilometer mark, excuse me. Potato chips, good idea.
She's about 36 minutes behind Valerie at this point.
Okay, 36. Getting some water down the back. Some Very cold water, I imagine. That must feel fantastic. Elizabeth thanking the aid station volunteers, a commensurate athlete and sportswoman. Really great to see those images.
Mm-hmm.
La logique est respectée. La distance entre les deux coureuses demeure les mêmes. Moi, je vais retirer ce trophée qui est tombé dans le quatrième place du QMT135, Yannick. Il rentre beaucoup. Ça fait quand même du bien quand il rentre, mais moi, à ce moment, mes appareils électroniques me disent qu'il faut que je les ferme, sinon ça va surchauffer. C'est vous dire à quel point le soleil plombe. Ouais, il fait chaud. Ouais, il fait chaud ici. Je pense que c'est plus chaud ici que sur le terrain, sur le parcours. Donc en ce moment, on voit Victor Larocque et Camille Lechniak qui sortent du bois. On arrive dans la dernière petite section de sentier avant de traverser la route et se diriger ici même au Mont-Sainte-Anne. On a 2 caméras plutôt qu'une sur les têtes de course.
Some more great images of our first 2 men.
Yeah. They're coming up on the road.
Yeah.
Very soon on the left. Then they have to cross the highway. Do a little semi-loop before they make it to the aid station.
And Camille, look at this. Camille making what looks like a more concerted effort than we've seen him make until now. We saw him make the pass, and he seems to have stayed on the gas.
Yeah.
And so it's only...
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's only 30 or so meters, but it's...
He didn't want to wait.
No, he didn't want to wait. He's pushing. For sure, he's pushing.
Do you know what the split was of Xavier when he came into Mont-Sainte-Anne?
Yep. So Xavier, our course record holder from last year's edition, came through the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station in 13 hours and 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So,
wow.
13 hours, 6 minutes.
Wow.
And we are 12:19 right now. Of course, they're not quite at the Mont-Sainte-Anne, but they are getting there.
Close. Wow.
We're back at the aid station, the Mestashibo aid station, with our on-the-ground crew. This on-the-ground visual access is made possible by our presenting partner, Desjardins. Thank you so much to Desjardins for supporting the stream and making this sort of on-the-ground coverage possible. It's really a treat to be able to feel like we are in the race. We have a runner coming into the Mestashibo aid station. Yeah, that seems to be our 7th.
Justin Bidot.
7th man. And yes, exactly. Justin Bidot, 7th place in the men's race.
Very solid move into that position. I mean, he's been there this whole day, but just moving his way up pretty consistently.
Super solid. Good work. And we've got love for Camille Lesniak in the chat. Put some Polish flags in the chat. Please support your current men's race leader of the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer. Let's see some Polish flags in the chat for Camille Lesniak. Putting together a really solid race despite not having any former experience with the Québec trails. But of course, he is... he's an experienced racer, so needs little explaining. And I believe we have a really special guest in the studio, if I'm not mistaken, and we're going to try to get those images soon. But I do believe we are going to be having Greg Volet from Golden Trail World Series in the studio. So just to give you guys a little idea of how this will work, when there are interviews in the studio, in the French studio, we will be listening to the interview, letting it roll, and then we will translate it as best as we can after it's done. So there will be French for a while, and then we will translate the interview afterwards for you.
Sounds great.
Just hang tight. Still watching the action unfold at the Mestashibo aid station. And as soon as we switch to that interview, we will listen in.
Yeah. I have not heard any word on Robbie. I'm pretty sure he's still there, or he did not continue as far as I could see.
Robbie?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did get confirmation from the aid station that he left.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Robbie did leave the aid station, so really happy to see that.
Perfect. Great. I see that now. He's running basically with Ellie.
Yeah. And funny enough, we have a little note from our aid station team at the Mesta-Shibo aid station who said that the heat, it's not that bad, but they also acknowledge that they're not running and they haven't been running for a long time, and so they are just comparing their level of heat, which is totally manageable. But of course, they are completely stationary, and just noting that the effort is completely different, and these runners have been running through heat and humidity for so long now that of course their feeling of heat is going to be completely different. So thank you so much, Marie-Manuelle, for that observation. Marie-Manuelle, who you see on your screen right now, are in the field reporter at the Mesta-Shibo aid station, kilometer 90.
Yeah.
Présenté par Desjardins, pas que le divan, le live au complet présenté par Desjardins, mais le divan et le live est présenté par Desjardins. Et on a Marie-Ève Pelland.
We're going to listen to Marie-Ève Pelland,
who is at the MSA aid station.
Est-ce qu'on l'entend?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
On t'entend, oui. Salut Marie-Ève.
Hey!
Comment ça se passe?
Ça se passe bien. On attend les gars d'une minute à l'autre, j'imagine. Un coup, les marches montées, il reste pas très long quand même, un petit segment de route pour s'en venir ici. Et au vu de la vitesse à laquelle ils avancent, d'après moi, ça sera pas très long avant qu'on les voit se pointer le bout du nez ici à la base du Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Nice. On a très hâte de les voir passer parce qu'on a vu depuis le départ que ces deux coureurs qui ont deux stratégies de course complètement différentes, l'un avec les drop bags, l'autre avec une équipe de support. Ça va être intéressant aussi parce qu'au moment où ils vont passer le ravito, ils vont pouvoir commencer à avoir un pacer. Donc, est-ce que les deux coureurs ont des pacers? Est-ce que toi, tu es là depuis quelques temps? Est-ce que tu as vu au ravitaillement les équipes qui se préparent, les pacers peut-être qui sont en attente de leurs coureurs?
Non, en fait, je saurais pas dire. Il y a quand même beaucoup de gens là, autour de l'équipe de Victor. Fait que peut-être qu'il y a quelqu'un qui va partir avec lui. Mais pour ce qui est de Camille, on le sait pas parce qu'il était là tout seul. On a vu quand même une différence au niveau là, de la gestion du ravito entre le massif et Saint-Tite-des-Caps pour la part de Camille. Là, on dirait qu'il était un peu désorganisé au massif, vous l'aviez vu. Mais là, ça s'est fait super rapidement. Il est même parti devant Victor du ravito. Fait qu'on va voir ici là, comment est-ce qu'ils vont attaquer ça. Là.
So just interesting, Marie-Ève Pelland is at the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station. Of course, this is an aid station and not the finish for them. Yeah. And she was just remarking that, there are a lot more people there than there have been at the other aid stations up until now, which of course makes sense because this is a very accessible aid station, and B, of course, it's not in the middle of the night. It's at a very easy time to get to.
Yeah.
And here, by the way, I think we have our first place.
Are they there already?
Well, I mean, no, it's possible not, but I see a runner and
I see a this could be them.
So I believe we have Victor, or excuse me, I believe we have
Camille.
Camille.
Yeah.
Camille in the white. Marie-Ève was just making the comment, the observation that his first aid station, the one we saw at the Massif last night, was a lot more disorganized when he picked up his drop bag and he looked like he was getting his bearings. Whereas this aid station, the most recent aid stations look like they have been a lot more calm, cool, and collected, despite him not having a crew with him. So sorry for the interruption in the feed. Just struggling a little bit with the video, but we will get you images of Camille Lesniak in the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station as soon as possible.
There he is.
There.
Victor.
There's Victor.
Victor too. Yeah.
All right.
That's a big gulp.
I was gonna say a big old bowl of.
I don't know
what is that soup? Seems to be having that at every
he's enjoying it. That's for sure.
Let's listen and see if we can get any info.
C'est toute la stratégie ici, Victor, de bien manger. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont, Victor? Des bonnes nouilles.
Okay, so
Alors,
both.
Camille, lui,
And he even has no chair, just sitting on his
deux styles,
Wow.
deux salles, deux ambiances.
Unbelievable.
Camille, yeah, two completely different
Camille,
styles
je
here.
pense qu'il va repartir très vite. Oui, hein? Oh oui. Ah, je pense que ça part.
Yeah, so here's Camille's partner.
Je sais pas
No
si c'est
chair.
reposant pour les gens. Nous comme moi, je pense que je fais ça, je
Oh,
crampe.
it's windy.
It's pretty
Oui,
windy,
c'est ça,
yeah.
hein?
No chair
Let's
for
see
Camille.
Father
Oh,
is
Camille
there.
looking like he's in the hurt locker.
Well, it's the not most comfortable position to be
No.
sitting in like that.
Camille looking like he's pushing hard. And you know what? We love to see that. We love when international athletes come and give it everything they have.
Yeah.
Camille really digging deep, it looks like. What a great competition we have. What a great duel. Really great imagery here. We see Camille.
Yeah.
I
He's
think
doing
he-
all the
I-
things he needs to do.
Yeah, taking care of what he has to take care of. I suspect we will see a very fast Camille off this section. I suspect we have a Camille who he's not in that much pain to get second place.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But neither is Victor.
So just for everyone's information, this is the 101st kilometer. I know we are having a couple questions in the chat. So kilometer 101, 101. And here we still have Victor Larocque in the chair with a bit more of a composed aid station. And here we go.
Yeah. He's putting the pressure on it.
Camille Lesniak putting pressure on second place Victor Larocque. Can Victor respond? Let's see. Yeah, tough to get back to running, especially uphill after having knelt for your aid station like that. So
Yeah, and we ran this section yesterday or 2 days ago.
we did
already.
Should we talk about that, John?
I don't know. Do you want to talk about that?
It's more. Listen, I think it's more embarrassing for me than for you. But we did run that section. The three of us, your Anglo live stream. We ran this section yesterday. Excuse me, Thursday.
Yeah.
We've been here for a little longer than we thought. And much like Camille is putting Victor in the hurt locker, I was put in the hurt locker by my lovely co-hosts here, and it's steep. How would you describe the section that we ran? Because we went pretty much to the summit.
Well, we didn't do the exact course.
No, we didn't. But we got mostly the same grade and
I think it's
same viewpoints.
I think it's a nice nice training uphill hike, I'd say.
I find you cruel and unnecessary. And Victor picking up a pacer, by the way. This is the
what
first
it seems
time.
to be, right?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yep. This is the first time that they can pick up a pacer.
Yeah.
So
I did see the same runner earlier on too, I believe.
Okay.
But I don't think he was officially pacing yet.
Okay. Yeah, so really interesting to see Victor opting for the pacer strategy.
Yeah. 35 minutes under the course record, while on the raid.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
35 minutes faster than the course record.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, really exciting race we have unfolding. So Camille does have a stretch of maybe a couple hundred meters, a few hundred meters on Victor.
No,
It's
100 at most, I think. But yeah.
It's really not that much.
Yeah. Our third place runner, Philippe.
I'm sorry. I just believe we have some ads we're gonna
Some
roll.
groceries to do.
champion, Nick Vézina.
Bring your grams of carbs on the bike, and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
Et nous sommes de retour sur le plateau du live de QMT présenté par Desjardins. Et vous voyez que le l'angle de la caméra a changé parce qu'on n'est plus tout seul. Là, on a fini de faire des one-man shows avec des blagues de papa toute la nuit. On est rendu avec des invités. Donc là, je vais laisser la parole à Alex qui est en présence de Grégory Vollet, membre de la Golden Trail Series et aussi légende de la trail française.
Alors, merci Nico. Comme tu l'as si bien dit, j'ai le plaisir d'être avec Greg Vollet, qui est directeur sportif de la Golden Trail World Series.
Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour, bienvenue au Québec Mega Trail.
Merci beaucoup.
Tout d'abord, pour ceux qui sont moins familiers avec le circuit de la Golden Trail, est-ce que tu peux nous parler, nous en dire un petit peu plus sur ce circuit très prestigieux?
Oui, bien sûr. Alors, le circuit de la Golden Trail World Series, c'est le circuit, on va dire, mondial de la courte distance. On rassemble l'ensemble des meilleurs élites mondiaux sur courte distance sur 7 courses cette année. Donc, il y a eu 2 courses en Europe. C'était Zegama, puis l'Edro Sky Race en début d'année. On est ici au Canada pour la 3e étape de la Golden Trail World Series. Début août, on ira en Autriche à Pitzalpine, Glacier Trail, en Autriche donc, puis Sierzinal, en Suisse la semaine suivante. Puis au mois de septembre, on partira au Japon et le week-end d'après, la Chine, une course incroyable sur la Grande Muraille de Chine. Et puis enfin, au mois d'octobre, fin octobre, le week-end du 24-25, on sera à la finale en Corée du Sud. Donc l'idée, c'est vraiment d'avoir un circuit international qui couvre les pays importants du trail running et qui rassemble donc les meilleurs mondiaux. L'idée, c'est vraiment pas d'avoir une histoire juste sur un week-end de course, mais sur l'ensemble de l'année. Donc on a un classement général qui se fait sur l'ensemble des courses, et donc c'est les 4 meilleurs résultats plus la finale qui compte pour le classement général.
Et puis qu'est-ce qui fait qu'au fil des ans, qu'est-ce qui a assuré la renommée de la Golden Trail? Qu'est-ce qui a fait la croissance? Parce que c'est un circuit qui est maintenant probablement le plus ou dans les plus prestigieux au monde dans le trail running.
Oui, alors c'est vrai qu'on a depuis 2018, ça a été le lancement de la série en 2018, on a beaucoup mis en avant la communication. On a essayé de toujours faire des lives sur la plupart de nos compétitions dès 2018. À l'époque, on avait déjà Zegama, le marathon du Mont Blanc, Sierzinal. C'était des étapes qui étaient déjà diffusées en live sur YouTube à cette époque-là. Et puis, évidemment, avec le développement du trail running, le développement de la communauté sur les réseaux sociaux, on a créé énormément de contenu qui a fait partie de la renommée. Bien sûr, la renommée est venue aussi des courses. Oh là, il y a du vent.
On a un petit peu le vent qui se lève, donc ça va faire peut-être un petit peu baisser la température.
And just for info, we are listening to Greg Vollet. We are just letting the interview run, and we will be translating it for you afterwards. So please stick around for the English translation. Thanks so much for your patience.
Et qui ont aidé. Et voilà, aujourd'hui, on est sur le Québec Mega Trail. C'est une course historique.
Revenons-en justement. Le Québec Mega Trail est le seul arrêt en sol nord-américain pour la Golden Trail. Qu'est-ce qui a fait en sorte que vous avez sélectionné et que le QMT est très heureux et chanceux de recevoir cette épreuve-là de la Golden Trail World Series?
Alors, ça fait des années qu'on me parle de ce Québec Mega Trail. Je peux vous parler de Mathieu Blanchard qui m'a bassiné avec cette course. Mais non, vraiment, ça fait longtemps qu'on en parle. Ça fait 15 ans que cette course existe. J'en entends évidemment parler. Salomon Canada, bien sûr, la Golden Trail World Series est sponsorisée par Salomon. Donc, ce sont des courses qui sont en partenariat, en collaboration avec Salomon. Et Salomon est un partenaire historique de Québec Mega Trail. Donc, ça semblait naturel aussi avec le développement de la communauté du trail running au Canada. Il faut savoir que l'Amérique du Nord, évidemment, est un marché important pour le trail running. Et dès l'an prochain, évidemment, on veut avoir une deuxième date aux États-Unis pour pouvoir avoir 2 week-ends back-to-back sur l'Amérique du Nord. Donc, j'espère Canada, États-Unis l'an prochain.
Donc, pour vous, la présence en Amérique du Nord est très importante pour soutenir la poussée, la popularité du trail ici en Amérique du Nord?
Oui, on est toujours sur le développement du sport, même si on a l'impression que c'est déjà très gros. Moi, quand je suis rentré en 2010 chez Salomon en tant que responsable du sports marketing international, une de mes missions, c'était de développer le sport dans le monde. Donc, je suis toujours animé par cette mission. Et je pense qu'on est toujours, même au sein de la Golden Trail, dans l'idée d'inspirer les gens à participer ou juste à pratiquer le trail running. Aujourd'hui, on sait que le taux de participation aux compétitions par rapport au nombre de participants est très faible. Mais l'important, c'est d'avoir un maximum de pratiquants pour le bien-être collectif de la communauté.
Merci. J'aimerais revenir sur le parcours du Québec Mega Trail. La course aura lieu demain, dimanche. Donc aujourd'hui, on est en plein dans les courses de plus longue distance. Le QMT135, qui est une étape du Golden Trail World Series. La distance exacte sera de 28,6 km, si je me trompe pas, si mes données sont exactes, pour 1400 mètres, pas kilomètres, 1400 mètres de dénivelé positif. Qu'est-ce qui fait que, parce qu'on connaît le parcours, le terrain ici au Québec, au Mont-Sainte-Anne, qui est quelque peu différent peut-être des autres courses, qu'est-ce qui va faire que les athlètes vont pouvoir tirer leur épingle du jeu? J'aimerais vous entendre un peu sur le parcours, le type de terrain qu'on retrouve ici au QMT.
Alors, c'est vrai que le parcours est assez particulier. Les athlètes n'ont pas l'habitude d'avoir un parcours où l'ensemble du dénivelé est fait en quasiment 8 km. Et après, c'est un long faux plat descendant. Alors, il y en a qui vont me dire que c'est pas plat, mais pour ce genre d'athlète, quand il y a des montées de 30-40 mètres et que c'est vallonné comme ça, ça reste quand même relativement plat pour eux et ils arrivent à garder des vitesses moyennes très élevées. Donc ça va être une course qui va être assez piégeuse, je pense. Certains vont devoir se découvrir très tôt et prendre des risques en début de course sur les 8 premiers kilomètres pour essayer de créer des différences importantes. Et d'autres vont vouloir certainement attendre la partie plus plate avant de vraiment fournir leur effort et essayer de rattraper. La particularité de la Golden Trail World Series, comme on le sait, c'est des courses qui durent entre 2 heures et 2 heures et demie. C'est qu'il y a très très peu d'écart entre les coureurs. La densité est importante, ce qui fait qu'on a quasiment un coureur toutes les 30 secondes, si c'est pas plus. Enfin, on peut avoir des groupes. Et donc, on est vraiment sur des compétitions qui ont du suspense jusqu'à l'arrivée, il y a des attaques, il y a des coureurs qui explosent, il y a beaucoup de mouvements de course qui sont intéressantes à suivre.
Il faut dire que le niveau des athlètes est très relevé aussi, des athlètes qui viennent d'un peu partout. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre pour demain? Là? Vous dites qu'effectivement, l'écart entre les coureurs se resserre. On peut avoir des surprises. Donc, parlez-nous peut-être un peu de la provenance des coureurs puis du niveau des athlètes qu'on va retrouver, là, autant masculin que féminin demain. Là.
Alors, la Golden Trail World Series a aidé depuis 2018 à professionnaliser les athlètes de courte distance. Auparavant, il y avait des coureurs professionnels qui étaient plutôt sur des distances longues, d'ultra. Et puis, la tendance s'est complètement inversée et aujourd'hui, on a quasiment plus de coureurs professionnels en courte distance que sur la longue distance. Les coureurs, on a une délégation de Kenyans qui sont venus ici à Québec et qu'il faudra suivre. Bien sûr, chez les femmes, on aura Caroline Kimutai, qui a déjà gagné Sierzinal l'année dernière, qui a gagné l'Edro Sky Race cette année. Donc, il y aura, elle sera confrontée à Madalina Florea, la Roumaine, qui elle a gagné il y a 2 semaines Broken Arrow en Californie et qui avait terminé 2e derrière Caroline à la Sky Race de l'Edro. Et puis chez les hommes, il faudra chez les femmes il y en a d'autres. Il y a Barbara Bukiovan de République tchèque qui sera là. Il y a Marie-Ève, la française. Il y a Lindsay Webster, la canadienne, qui sera là. Voilà.
Donc, tous les... puis je vous laisse aller sur les hommes après, mais on voit que partout sur la planète, les meilleurs athlètes seront ici demain pour compétitionner, là, autant au niveau féminin que masculin.
Oui, on a un top 10 hommes et femmes de très haut niveau. Ça va être vraiment beau à regarder. Je vous invite vraiment à...
Just as a reminder, we will be translating this interview, but at the bottom right of your screen, we have our women's leader, Valerie Arsenault, making her way through the Mesta Shibo.
And she's looking pretty light on her feet still this far in. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Absolutely. So
Wow.
we'll just we'll finish out this interview and we will translate it to you in English just as soon as the interview is over.
Merci de le dire. Pour les spectateurs aussi, c'est une occasion unique de voir les meilleurs au monde, de voir une compétition vraiment très, très relevée. Ça va être vraiment spectaculaire et imprévisible comme résultat, malgré qu'on a des très grands noms qui vont être là demain.
Voilà, chez les hommes, c'est peut-être là qu'il y aura la plus grosse bataille, on va dire, entre Elouzine El Azaoui, le Marocain, qui domine la Golden Trail World Series maintenant depuis 2 ans. Mais en face de lui, on a Philemon Kiriago, qui l'a battu il y a 2 semaines à Broken Arrow en Californie. Ils ont terminé au sprint. Ils terminent souvent leur course au sprint tous les deux. Ils n'arrivent pas à se départager. Et jusque-là, Elouzine a toujours battu Philemon au sprint. Et là, c'était le contraire il y a 2 semaines. Donc, il y a une guerre psychologique qui s'est entamée et qui est hyper intéressante.
Et ça va se passer demain ici au Mont-Sainte-Anne. Donc, soyez-y. C'est une très belle course à regarder. Puis ça va être relevé. Juste avant de terminer, je sais que vous avez quelque chose à 9h30. Puis je veux justement que vous en parliez un petit peu pour terminer. Je vous laisse là-dessus.
Oui, si vous voulez rencontrer justement tous ces élites, et on n'a pas parlé de Taylor Stack, de Rémi Leroux, de nombreux autres athlètes qui viennent d'Italie ou autres partout dans le monde. De toute façon, ça vient. Eh bien, on s'est tous donné rendez-vous à 9h30 sous la tente du Québec Mega Trail. Donc, c'est juste à côté de l'arrivée ici. Et on va aller reconnaître tranquillement en jogging les 4 derniers kilomètres de la course en aller-retour. Et sur le retour, on va traverser le cours d'eau pour pouvoir faire des photos et vidéos qu'on mettra sur les réseaux sociaux. Donc, vous êtes le bienvenu si vous voulez vous joindre. Et voilà, ne vous inquiétez pas, ça n'ira pas vite.
Donc, les gens à proximité, à la base du Mont-Sainte-Anne, superbe occasion de rencontrer ces athlètes de très haut niveau.
All right, so I'm going to hop in just because we're reaching the end of the interview, and I want to recap and make sure that we're sharing this really wonderful interview that we had with Greg Vollet, who is the sports director of the Golden Trail World Series. Of course, there are multiple different events happening here this weekend for the Québec Mega Trail, one of which is the 30-kilometer Golden Trail World Series race happening tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. on the Mont-Sainte-Anne. For those who don't know the Golden Trail World Series, it's a global short distance trail running circuit. It's really it reunites all of the best short distance elites on all of the best short distance circuits in the world. So this year there are 7 races in the circuit: Zegama Ice Quarry, Ledro Sky Race, Québec Mega Trail for the first time ever, Pitts Alpine Glacier in Austria, Sierre-Zinal, and then rounding out this series are races in Japan, China on the Great Wall, and the final, which will be held in South Korea. It's a series based on year-long storytelling, not individual races, and it has an overall classification, an overall leaderboard, similar if you are a fan of the Tour de France, for example, or of course our very own World Trail Majors that has an ongoing classification. In this classification for the Golden Trail World Series, your 4 best results are and the final. So again, in this year, the final is in South Korea. Your 4 best results and the final are taken into account. So just while we're working on getting, sorry, just working on the
live stream.
Just working on the live stream, just to make sure that you can get the images, and then I will continue translating this interview, this really great interview with Greg Vollet. So one of the questions that was asked was what makes the Golden Trail World Series so important, and why did it become so large in a short time? And the short answer was basically, since 2018, the launch of the Golden Trail World Series, it is a series that has really focused on communication. So that means that almost every one of their races has live streams. They really focus on content creation and athlete storytelling on social media and different platforms. So that's really exciting. Québec Mega Trail is this year the only North American stop on the Golden Trail World Series. So of course we wanted to know, why did Greg Vollet and his team choose to come here? And Greg Vollet was kind of chuckled at that and said, it's been years that people have been talking to him about Québec Mega Trail. He had a certain Mathieu Blanchard in his ear, telling him how important and how great this race was for a long time. Here, I'm just going to go full screen. I know we're just missing the images. Sorry about that, everyone. Of course, many people had been telling Greg Vollet about this really excellent race for a long time. QMT has been around for 15 years. We have a long-standing and important partnership with Solomon Canada, which is also the presenting sponsor of the Golden Trail World Series. And Greg was formerly in charge of sports marketing there. So just all these different synergies that make QMT a really great choice for the Golden Trail World Series. And so this year, yes, it's the only stop in North America, but North America being such an important trail running market, next year the idea for Greg and his team is to have 2 back-to-back North American weekends, so Canada and the US, because ultimately the priority really remains the development and the expansion of the trail running community globally. So the Golden Trail World Series race is the 30K that's happening this Sunday. It's exactly 28.6 kilometers, and it in that 28.6 kilometers, the athletes will go over 1,400 meters of elevation gain. It's very different than the other Golden Trail World Series races in that athletes are not used to getting pretty much all of the elevation gain in the first 8 kilometers. So that's something that Greg thinks is really going to test the athletes and challenge them and push them all the way to the end. Golden Trail World Series races are always 2 to 2.5 hours, and so that keeps the spread very, very tight among the athletes. The racing is very tight, and there's suspense and battling all the way to the end. Just a quick note on the athletes you can expect to see tomorrow. On the women's side, we'll have Caroline Kimutai, the Kenyan and winner of Sierre-Zinal and the Ledra Sky Race. We'll have the Romanian Madalina Floria, the Broken Arrow 23K champion and second behind Caroline at Ledra Sky Race. Barbara Bokyovan, the Czech. Mary Nivet, the French runner. And of course, Lindsay Webster, the Canadian. On the men's side, we have last year's champion Elouzine El Azawi, the Moroccan, who has traditionally always beaten his fierce rival, who will also be here, the Kenyan Philemon Kiriago. But 2 weeks ago at the Broken Arrow Sky Race 23K, Philemon for the first time took home the win against Elouzine in a sprint finish. And so this psychological battle is something that's ongoing until today. And you can come watch it tomorrow morning on the race course on the 30K. My very last point, and a very important point that Greg wanted to share with everyone, is that if you would like today to meet these incredible athletes, so the ones that I mentioned, but also our hometown heroes like Taylor Stack, the American, or of course Rémi Leroux, the Québécois, please come to the QMT tent at the Finnish Village, and you can see them. You can meet them. They will run. You can do a course reconnaissance of the last 4 kilometers of the Golden Trail World Series race, and they will cross the final river together, and there will be photo and video opportunities. So again, that was Greg Vollet, the sports director of the Golden Trail World Series. Please come tomorrow, watch the race. It's going to be super, super exciting. And speaking of exciting, John, I've been talking for a while. What's going on our screen?
Well, we just turned in seeing Federi climb up one of these last hardest sections of the Masashibo section. Hardest sort of like climbing parts of it. But she has a good rhythm going on. This is one hell of a climb to get through. But yeah, she's making her way through. Doesn't seems like she's lost any steam. Same for all the other runners, to be honest. Yeah, so far things are just jogging along. The top 2 men are still together, about the same distance, between them. Valerie's coming up to that plateau where there's like a little golf court, actually very close to where we are with our chalet.
We could say hi.
Maybe if we can go outside, we can probably maybe catch a glimpse of her. Wow, and she's not even at the top of it, and she's already running again. Yeah.
And the quality of the stream is just unbelievable. I mean, these are some of the best images that we've had almost all day, aside from maybe the camera bikers. So to be in the trails with her at this crystal clear quality is really a treat.
Very nice. Yeah. She's followed by Luca, our cameraman, who is also her teammate on my. So we got a little way-bound thing going on here. Can say I'm pretty proud of that. That's for sure. Her crew is waiting at the aid station. Already set up. I saw them when Camille and Victor came in. Philippe Poulain is first, the next one to arrive at MSA base. He's not there yet. It'll take a while before he's there. Same for Valerie. But yeah, this is the type of terrain they have to deal with, and it's not easy to keep your rhythm going when you're this far into the race. But these athletes, they're just machines. There's nothing stopping them. And it is. It's just you have to know what it is to be over 100 kilometers or close to 100 kilometers in a race, and still to be able to run and push yourself up and down.
That's beyond.
It's really hard to understand unless you're like really next to it and been in that situation, or you just can relate to that situation.
Yeah, Valerie just really putting on a clinic for us. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and so is Ellie.
Yeah, Ellie. Yeah,
she's just they have a gap in between, but she's pretty much keeping up the same pace.
Yeah,
so far.
It's easy to get carried away with the gap that's been built up between Valerie and Ellie, and it is a significant gap. But I think it's kudos to Ellie who's keeping this a very honest race, and I think Valerie is certainly aware of her on her heels, and Ellie is going to if everything maintains the way that it is, I think Ellie is going to have a finish that she can be very proud of at the end of this.
I mean, she's ahead of course record pace still.
Exactly.
Like if Valerie wasn't here, we would be talking about Ellie the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so, speaking of course record, the course record split at the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station for Marie-Ève Pelland, the current course record holder and last year's winner, is 14 hours and 39 minutes. So if you look at your screen, we are at 12 hours 58 on the dot.
We're still quite far away from
it. We're still quite far, but just as we get closer to Mont-Sainte-Anne, keep an eye on that 14:39:09 time, and we expect Valerie to be well under that. Of course, she has been about an hour, a bit more than an hour under that time. For the last two timing points.
Yeah. Wow. I'm just without words. Seriously.
Okay, so we are bringing you into the heart of the action with our presenting partner Desjardins, and we'll be going to a quick ad break for them.
So that when I'm done with this body, this kid will stay in
on the bike and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
QMT Live, mesdames et messieurs, il est 9h02.
We are back in studio.
Thank you, Desjardins, for making this possible.
Yeah, thank you so much to our presenting sponsor, Desjardins, and all of our partners. We ran those quick ads just to remind you who makes this whole weekend possible. But of course, Desjardins, presenting sponsor of the live stream. Super exciting. Back to the trails with Valérie Arsenault, your leading woman.
Yep.
Valérie Arsenault navigated successfully the Mestashibo Trail. She is officially out of that part.
Yeah, she's not like out of the woods, literally.
Quite literally still in the woods.
But the toughest sections are behind her. And she's moving. I don't think I've seen her move this well in any of her races so far. Even at Tarikana, she went through a few rough spots during the race, and she held on. So it's good to see her almost 100K in, still moving like she just started.
Yeah, absolutely. Super impressive performance from Valerie. So the next aid station, the next timing point for Valerie will be Mont-Sainte-Anne, which, as we mentioned previously, but if you're just joining us, just a reminder, Mont-Sainte-Anne is the finish line, but they go through it first at 101 kilometers. Obviously, they don't finish the race at 101 kilometers. Yeah. They have one of the biggest beasts of the whole show to do. They have to climb Mont-Sainte-Anne 1.5 times and then do a big loop on the backside of the mountain. So 101 kilometers, they will be at an aid station that is just a couple hundred meters from the finish line, which can either be very motivating or very demoralizing, depending on how you look at it. So at that point, we will be checking in on Valerie and seeing where she stands in relation to the course record, which she is well under as of the last couple timing points. And should still be well under. We expect she's, in fact, even gained some time on that course record. But
could be.
We'll be noting that. We'll be tracking that when she gets to Mont-Sainte-Anne.
And also good to know that climbing is something she's definitely good at too. It's not some of her weaker points. She can actually really make a move on the climbs. So it's not to say she's going to gain more time on the course record even. We'll see.
Yep. No, absolutely. And so impressive for a runner like Valerie, who's performed really well at races like Black Canyon and Javelina. For her, one of her strengths to be, like you said,
and also to do it fully unsupported without a sponsor.
That's
and
true.
Having to go work for a month up north without any running. Like she did maybe 2-3 runs a week of just a few kilometers just to get in the movement. Because if you're not sponsored, you have to pay for a lot of the traveling yourself, like you actually had to do. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that as
that's a good point that's a really important point to mention, and definitely makes a big difference. And I think one place that we're seeing that difference, maybe not that difference directly play out, but is in the men's race between men's leader Kamil Lesniak, who we have on our screen right now, who is of course sponsored by Hoka, and the second place in the men's race, Victor Larocque, who does not have, or he's with Chance, I think you said. Yeah. So he is with Chance, but maybe not quite a sponsorship on the level of Hoka. I mean, I can't say, but it's just important to keep in mind that these runners are coming in with different levels of support from their sponsors or lack of sponsors, and so it's always really great when we get to see the battle play out between them, as we are in the men's race. So Victor, as you can see in the very, very steep, I mean, this is a wall. I think it's shown on camera, but it's is. We did.
Oh yeah, it's a wall, but he's just about to hit the ski piece.
Yeah, he's about to pop out where we were yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
You're
that means he's like
beautiful views.
Yeah, that means he's like about 2/3 up, I believe, if I'm correct.
I believe so. Yeah. Lost the video. We're gonna try to get that. We're gonna try to get that back for you, but he is just popping out on what is kind of a spine, a little bit of a ridge that runs along the side of Mont-Sainte-Anne, and it is just absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. You have pretty much almost 360 views of the whole area, and beautiful views on the St. Lawrence River. So really exciting, and exciting for him too, that he's he's really getting near the top of one of the last big climbs. I mean, the remaining big climb will be half of what he is currently doing.
True. Yeah. We'll see what there he is. We'll see what gap he's able to make on Victor.
I am curious if that gap has gotten bigger since the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station, where we saw him leave a good 30 seconds or so before Victor.
Yeah.
Look at him running. Folks, I can tell you we were on this exact trail 2 days ago, and I can tell you I was not running.
It was not running. Yeah, none of us were running.
I was far from running this, and I remember actually specifically having the thought, because I knew that we were on the course here. I specifically had the thought at this point that this would be a part where everybody would be power hiking, because I thought there's no one's running this, especially not after 105 or so kilometers. So I thought, all right, well, at least at least they're human.
Yeah.
And I think I'm being proven wrong. He's jogging it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reminds me of my own mortality, which I think is important.
What do you think the temperatures are up there? If I look now outside on where we are, and we are pretty similar. It's about 20 degrees.
Yep.
I think once you get higher and higher up the hill, it will probably cool down even a little bit more. So the conditions are not too bad. It might be very humid though. He will feel that, but he's been used to that. I feel like running for this long in the sauna. But the temperatures itself, I don't think they are too crazy yet.
And I don't know if you caught that, but Camille just having a look over his right shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
I think wondering if he's being hunted. And we can't quite see with the size of image that we have if Victor is behind him. But it is possible that Victor was, within eyesight for much of that climb. And so Camille rightly kind of a little nervous, kind of looking over his shoulder. We have to our left on our balcony, we have our helper Renaud, part of the English live stream team, who is through binoculars trying to find Camille on the mountain, because we actually have a direct eye line to this specific spot, or almost direct eye line to this specific spot. So I had the same inclination to try to see Camille, to try to view this race unfold with our own eyes. But
go for it.
We're lucky to have the most beautiful images right here on the screen. And so, as you can see, amazing views. And so in the winter, if you can imagine skiing on this, it's unbelievable. You can catch the sunset here, and it's just some of the most beautiful skiing. Some of the most beautiful skiing in Quebec, and some of the most beautiful running in Quebec. Very steep. And in fact, by the way, this is Camille is on. I was talking, of course, after the interview. Camille is on the Golden Trail World Series 30-kilometer course.
Yeah.
So he's right there, right where you saw.
Yeah.
There.
They're doing the same course.
Exactly. Basically. Yeah. Goes around the summit, does a half descent right here to halfway down the mountain, and then back up a very, very steep trail. Hits that aid station one more time.
Yeah.
And then
that's the two sections combined. That is that they showed now in the on the live stream.
And all that's missing from what was just shown on your screen is that remaining loop around the backside.
Yeah.
And
way back to the finish line.
Yeah, and then all the way back to the finish. But it's important to note, and we'll obviously cover this once they hit the Mont-Sainte-Anne summit aid station for a second time. But it's not a straight shot from that second summit. It's not like they bomb it straight down the hill straight to the finish.
No.
They have a pretty long loop around the backside of the Mont-Sainte-Anne mountain. So important to keep in mind, both as a runner and as a viewer. It's not quite yet time to run to the finish line.
Yeah.
But we will let you know.
He is really in a hurt locker now.
He is. Look at him. This was more like how I was moving.
It's not going super fast anymore. Obviously, like some of these parts are quite steep, and this far in the race. But he's not looking as spry as he was in the beginning of the climb. Trying to find the most gradual way up, and don't look back, just keep going.
Yeah, so a little bit of nervousness. This is the second time we've seen Camille look behind
you
him.
do get a good view of where the rest is here.
And
I wouldn't blame him. I would do the same.
No, exactly. And you know what? I love it. I love the do we see? I think we see Victor?
No,
I wasn't
it's
sure,
hard
but,
to see.
I love the competitive mindset. I love that, some racers may kind of get into this sort of like, well, it will be what it will be. I've already run 105 kilometers. Like I've already had a great race, so I'll finish in the position that I finished. But we love to see the killer mentality, that sort of competitive edge that sets the elites apart in our sport. And that really, we want to see him push all the way to the end.
Oh, yeah.
Really, I love seeing that he is both hurting and checking over his shoulder and worried about someone catching him. So, of course, don't look too many times behind him. focus on the race. But I think it's going to be a great battle to the finish.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the closest to his personality and the way he wants to race it. I think some people are very much concerned around where they are in the field, how they're placing, how far ahead they are. Some people want a lot of data, and that's how they race. And some people don't want to know at all. They don't want to be, seeing where they are. And this is Philippe. He's just came, I think. He just came up the Jean Laroche waterfall along it. Now he makes a right turn before he gets onto the road section or the road into the aid station. So he's moving well. Like he's
for
he's
sure.
probably moving almost as fast as the guys in front. And he just did it all by himself, which maybe for this section was probably a bit harder than having to do it with someone else. But yeah, he's still moving. He's not hiking up the ups.
Moving super well. And to your point, I mean, it's the mental load of being all alone, which actually Philippe has been for most of this race.
Yeah.
We saw him in that kind of lead.
He probably likes it too, maybe. I don't know.
I have to imagine. I mean, I hope so, because he spent most of this race alone, and of course we saw him in that lead group, early on in the night up until Massif.
Yeah.
But honestly, since then he's been sort of out in no man's land. Caught between the first and second place, not quite close enough to be able to bridge up to them. But also, I mean, thankfully for him, but nobody catching him from behind, such that he could, have a partner to run with and somebody to both push him, but also to lean on when things got tough. So, really impressive. Really impressive performance so far.
Yeah. And here he can probably hear the. He's coming on the campground, which is on the right. He doesn't see them really, but. You can hear all the people here. You can hear the finish line here, but he still has to cross the road.
So crossing the main road right here, right in front of. And thank you so much to this volunteer who's keeping things safe. That's really fantastic. Keeping our runner safe, obviously the top priority for any race organization, and so those road crossings are really critical in making that happen. Look at this. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Middle of the morning. Yep. These runners have been on their feet for 13 hours and 15 minutes, and they're just running super smooth. Obviously on the left there we have Mont-Sainte-Anne, so coming up on the mountain that Philippe will be summiting very shortly. Philippe still has to go through the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station, which once again is very close to the finish, but is not the finish at 101 kilometers, where he will have the opportunity, if he so wishes, to pick up a pacer. So we'll see if he does that.
Look, she's on the stairs.
Looking good. Looking good, Valerie. Yeah, powering through those stairs. Hands on knees, hands on thighs. Pushing through, looking up ahead of her. Yeah, use anything you can to help you, honestly.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. We saw actually a few months ago at Tarawera Ultra Trail in New Zealand. We saw a really great battle between Ruth Croft and I believe it was Caitlin Fielder.
Yeah.
And you could see, I mean, those races finish with a ton of stairs, and you could see them just two hands using the barriers, pulling themselves up, because of course, I mean, trail running is a very leg muscle dominant sport. If you can outsource some of the work to your upper body. I know runners aren't known for their upper body strength, but anything helps at this point.
Yeah, and having lived in Quebec, she's used to a lot of stairs, running and training on them there. We've also been doing lots of Stairmaster work in the past months, training for Mute, which is the stair race in the world. So this is nothing compared to there, which she had to go through. Obviously, it will still feel extremely hard at this point. But she's really moving very, very deliberately. And I think people are coming out to... some of the tourists are coming out and maybe seeing some unexpected runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously one of the most beautiful regions in Quebec, Charlevoix, and so aside from the races that happen here, it's still a very popular touristic destination, and for very good reason. It's beautiful, as you can see. We have a good question in the chat that we had answered earlier, but it's important to remind. As we see,
we're seeing Camille coming into the aid station.
Yeah, so this is the Summit aid station. So this is MSA Mont-Sainte-Anne Summit 1.
Yeah. This way.
Missing
almost
his
missed the
turn a little bit.
Yeah, that's the sneaky
camera runner. And here the camera runner that we see on the left there in the Solomon pack is Julien Lachance, who we saw crewing somebody else with his partner. Julien is a race director here in Quebec and local trail running legend.
Yeah. So Camille has to come up here and then roll into the aid station to the...
I think they may have changed the exact entrance, but you're right. Usually it was,
yeah.
Usually it was on the left, but here I believe they moved the aid station.
Here's going into the...
And so this is the first of 2 times that Camille will be at this aid station. Remember, after this, he has a little bit of a half descent and then back up here. Yeah, so getting water dumped on top of him, super smart. I believe we have somebody on the ground. I believe there is coverage at the aid station, and that's why our camera runner is going back up to find Victor Larocque in second place, who should not be far behind. So by the way, we'll note Camille got there around, let's say, 18:50. Let's say it was about 15.
No,
I
would say
18:50, roughly. And so we'll go back to...
I'll make it 18:30. This is a little bit of a plateau. After you kind of feel like you almost summited the mountain, you're not nearly there. You still have to go on the trails a little bit for about half a mile before you actually reach the official summit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's already on his way down. So that's a considerable gap he has now with Victor.
And especially mentally, because I think he's broken the sight line with Victor. I think that's why he was glancing over his shoulder in the last part of the ascent. But important to make your competitor feel like you could be much further up ahead than
this is a very fast downhill. It's not always the most comfortable, but it's very fast. The grade is invites you to go really fast. But you still have to really pay attention where you're putting your feet down. No, don't look around. There's no need to look around. Just keep going.
And just to go back to a question I was answering earlier, people curious how many runners we have in the 135 kilometer. The answer is 313. So quite a few runners, and of course we are watching the tip of the spear right now, and we will be live. We will be live streaming all the finishes until 6 p.m. Eastern time today. So currently it's 9:22 a.m. So quite a ways to go. We will see many of the top athletes come in, and so stick around. We won't only be talking about Camille. One of the advantages of being first is that you do get a good amount of screen time, but then we will absolutely be talking about the other stories in the field. Just right now, our overall leader, Kamil Lesniak from Poland, a runner for Hoka, is making his way down the first half descent of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that both Cynthia Tremblay, who I can say is actually one of the surprise front runners of this race. I think she's probably still in fourth position, just ahead of Anne Champagne, and Lily Julie should be somewhere there in between. Ellie and Cynthia.
Here we see Victor.
Oh, yeah.
Victor Larocque. So what was the time? I believe it's
Well, I wrote down 13:18:30.
Okay, so if it's 13:18:30,
he's
then,
about 4 minutes behind.
About 4 minutes exactly.
Yeah.
And Victor is paced by his friend there in the white with the black vest. So that is not another competitor. That's not another runner in the race. That is Victor Larocque's pacer. So just a little bit of context for those who may not be so familiar with ultra trail races. In many races, not all, you do have the option for certain segments to have what's called a pacer, which is essentially a friend who can come with you and run the section with you. And that provides a number of different benefits. One that comes to mind is, the emotional support of having somebody who can cheer you on and encourage you, and of course also push you if you're competitive and you're slowing down too much. Another benefit is, of course, safety. If you sleep deprivation becomes a big thing, a big issue, this is someone who can keep you on course, who can keep you safe. Importantly, pacers are not there to carry things for you. They cannot carry your food for you. That's called muling. Muling is not allowed. So pacing is...
There is. I was wondering if Philippe made it to the base.
Yeah.
And he did. Let's see if we can hear a little bit of his...
let's see if we can hear his aid station.
It definitely has looked better than this.
Donc, on a quand même un bon écart entre les deux meneurs et Philippe, mais Philippe semble en très bonne forme. Son non-verbal nous laisse présager.
He's looking okay, but he's been looking better than this. Obviously, I think that's to be expected.
Absolutely.
He's still moving on nicely through the aid station though, and trying to make a laugh. You're gonna make me do this lap again. I've done this a billion times already. Well, he has a friend now coming with him. That's nice.
And that goes back to
so that was a pretty quick stop though. Like he was there maybe for 2 minutes at most.
Yeah, and that goes back to the emotional support portion of the advantages why having a pacer is helpful.
Yeah.
We could see him looking maybe a little bit frustrated and a little bit tired, and that's where picking up a friend who is very fresh can be super helpful and uplifting emotionally. And of course, on our screen we have Valerie Arsenault, our women's leader.
Yeah. Valerie does not have a pacer.
No pacer planned for later?
No pacer for this race. She didn't think it's necessary for her this time around. She has had paces in the past, but she's a very good runner, very used to running alone. So I think she said to me the only person I would really appreciate having as a pacer is a partner, Luke, but he isn't here, so it makes sense. And I think she's still being followed by Luca. Sorry. So they make. She has to make a little loop here. So you actually, it's quite frustrating. You're at the Mont-Sainte-Anne base, and you hear everyone. You can even see it, but they make you go around, take a detour over this not really maybe nicest trail asphalt kind of thingy. I don't know what it really is, but you do come up the road here, and then you can finally start closing in on the aid station, which is situated a little bit above the finish line. So it's not, you don't really go through the finish line. There is a gap in between it. It's situated a bit higher on the mountain, just a little bit. So it's maybe makes it a bit easier to continue rather than really having to stop. Oh no, this is not Luca. This is another runner, camera follower. People are making a space for her. More and more people are showing up along the road. She's moving well, yeah. A little bit of shade is nice too. Coming here into the aid station, there's a lot of exposed areas coming ahead as well, and you really feel it when once you come out of the forest along the Meshtashibo, along the river, along the waterfalls, and then all of a sudden you're in some exposed area with sun. You definitely feel it, even though it's still really early in the day. It's almost 9:30 local time here. So yeah, we can say they hitting this spot at the right time of the day. It's not too hot yet. There's some trails, some mountain bike trails here as well. It's a pretty direct route towards the aid station. Yeah, she looks to her right. She can probably see some people partying at the finish line. She looks to her left. And if I look back a little bit where Ellie is, she is, has done a big chunk, almost all the of the Meshtashibo herself, and she's about to hit that plateau before she has to come down again and then up again as the others did. So here we're listening to our field reporter again. So let's turn it up a little bit.
Passage de Philippe Poulin en attendant celui de Valérie Arsenault. Comment avait l'air Philippe?
Écoute, il avait l'air bien. Ça a été un petit peu moins express que son ravito du massif, mais il n'est pas resté pour s'étendre, il n'est pas resté pour grand-chose. En fait, il a rempli ses bouteilles, il a mangé un petit peu, puis il est reparti avec son pacer. Il avait l'air quand même d'attaque, fait que je pense que la course se déroule quand même bien pour lui, là.
Est-ce que tu as l'occasion de parler aussi avec les équipes de support de Victor, par exemple? Parce que tantôt, ça s'est fait express, mais on ne s'est pas reparlé après. Mais dans quel état avait l'air?
Yeah, so we're seeing more and more crew teams lining up here, and with crew members and pacers and friends and supporters. And there in the distance we see Valerie coming in all by herself. Let's see what time we can put on the books here for her to come in. I believe we wrote down 14:39 as the previous course record time split, and she's coming in at 13:30. So yeah, that's 69 minutes ahead. She's sitting down for a little bit. That's good. She has four crew members, all friends. A fifth one coming there, or at least watching. Yeah. How fun is it to have all your friends supporting you like that? You will not catch her grumpy in this situation, that's for sure. Even this deep into the race. Yeah. Nice. A little bit more cooling, a little bit more ice. Obviously some sunscreen. She does take her time to regather herself a little bit. Often closes her eyes a little bit just to be in the moment. Valerie is a very, very intuitive runner. And I love it that she's communicating with her team, how she's feeling, how she's doing.
Toutes les jeunes rapprochent ici, là. Non, en bas.
Sorry, I just turned up the sound.
T'en as un, puis tu vas avoir la fin de l'autre.
Sure,
Juste la
turn up
première. Parfait. Donne-moi ça de là. Ça va une chose de plus. Let's go out. Écoute, on n'est pas capable d'ouvrir la fenêtre avec les... Et dans ta Norda, il y a juste de... Veux-tu plus d'eau? Ça va super bien mal. Honnêtement, ça va. Il faut avoir du carbe pour le top ou pour le fer. Ok, parfait. C'est correct? C'est mal au pied. Non, c'est correct. On continue. Il n'y aura pas de... Oh, merci. C'est parti, mon bébé. C'est bon. Ok, on va en haut. C'est parti.
She's getting up. Wow.
Ravito Express, quand même, pour Valérie
She's not taking the time to go up. She jumps up and goes away. All by herself, no pressure, like I said.
33 sous l'arche.
Unbelievable.
Ça veut dire qu'elle a encore creusé son écart avec... on ne sait pas pour Elisabeth Cauchon en deuxième place, mais clairement creusé l'écart sur le temps de référence de Marilyn Nakache.
Yeah, that way.
Oh. Par erreur, elle allait se lancer dans les hautes herbes et non, elle est de retour au bon endroit. Elle repasse sans pacer.
Sans pacer.
Yeah. Keep going that way.
C'est quand même fou d'avoir ces shots de drone-là pour avoir le visuel sur Valérie qui cherche un peu son chemin. Elle a du temps.
It's a bit confusing, but on the one hand, it's you just really have one direction to go to.
Des moments assez... on est dans l'intimité de Valérie, on était tout près avec la caméra. Je ne sais pas si on a Marie-Ève qui est disponible pour venir nous parler de ce qu'elle a pu observer, mais nous, de notre côté, on a vu une Valérie qui semble...
Yeah, she has to go a little bit more further straight before she can start hitting the ski piste up and find her way through the trails up the mountains. Really exciting to see how composed she looked in the aid station. Obviously, she was tired, but she took a few very deep breaths, very noticeable, and took a few things to eat just to cleanse the palate. Drank her cherry coke, I think, or something, what she had. And I think she looked ready to tackle the next section. You were gone, but you missed quite a bit of the show, I think.
I heard you talking a lot about Valerie. How is she doing?
I think she's doing great.
Is she in aid?
I think she's no, she's well past the aid station.
But I mean, she came through the aid?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good to hear.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep track of how far how things will progress with her, and Philippe is also making his way up the mountain at the same time.
We are just going to cut to a quick commercial break.
Voilà, c'est parti. Donc, Valérie, c'est notre point jaune en ce moment. Et là, on voit l'escarpé.
Sorry about that, folks. We are actually not on commercial break.
No, we're seeing the section that they're on at the moment, the leading men and women. The top 5 basically are doing this section now. I think Camille might be already or close to starting his second ascent up to Summit 2 aid station. And I saw Victor still I think making his way down from the first climb. So they're not that far separated. It's still a very, very close race. It was 4 minutes on the top, and I'm pretty sure it's not much more than that since then. So let's see if they if there's going to be some more movement there. Yeah.
Yep.
So I noted down when Valerie left the aid station and came in. So let's see how what splits Ellie will have coming in.
Absolutely, and I will. Oh, here now we're cutting to a commercial break.
The 2026 champion, Nick Vézina.
300 grams of carbs on the bike, and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
On est de retour au QMT Live, dis-je, en pesant sur le bon bouton. Et on continue d'avoir cette couverture-là de près de 24 heures. Donc,
so, following the top runners, of course, as they make their way through Mont-Sainte-Anne. If you are just joining us, my name is Ilan.
I'm John.
We have
Welcome.
been your English language live stream co-hosts since the very beginning, since the start of the race last night, and it's really our pleasure to bring you this incredible race and bring you these athletes' incredible stories since the beginning. And as a reminder, it is 9:40 a.m. Eastern time here in Quebec today, and we will be streaming until 6 p.m. Which means we will be seeing a majority of all the pretty much all the elite athletes, and we will be trying to bring you as many of the other stories as possible.
That's definitely so. And as Simone said in the chat, that Camille and Victor are really neck and neck racing at this moment, and it's indeed a very exciting race. You don't get to see this often, that the front runners are this close together this far into the race. So that makes for very exciting viewing, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely, and just a quick run of show. Just as we have these athletes on the mountain, we will be having a couple interviews in studio. So as a reminder, or for the first time, if you're joining us just now, the way this is working is that behind us, I'll just hide us so you can see, we have our French language co-hosts Nico and Yannick, who are doing an amazing job, just as long as we are, and we are translating essentially we're doing our own live stream on top of it for the English language. And so the interviews that will be in studio, like the one that we will be doing very shortly with QMT founder and president Jean Fortier, will be in French. So we are going to just let them roll in French, and then we will translate them afterwards. And so we will just let them roll in French. And so thank you so much for your patience while they are happening. We just want to listen to the original interview, and of course, again, I will translate the interview afterwards. So thank you so much for being here. And again, if you're new in the chat, we'd love to hear where you're watching from. Drop a comment in the chat. Let us know. Drop a flag. I know we have a lot of Brazilians for Bruna. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'll give you a shout out. We love to see the international community.
Yeah, definitely. I was just gonna wonder when they showing the next part of the course.
Yeah. So this is the last
backside.
segment. This is after the second summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Yeah, second to last segment. Yeah.
Yeah, and they go all around the backside of Mont-Sainte-Anne. Rolling, sort of ups and down, some punchy climbs, some downhill, but really most of the big uphill is behind you at this point.
Yeah. At the same time, I'm waiting to see an update from Julie. I have not seen the tracker really showing her on the course. I don't see any reason why she would not be on the course.
Yeah.
Although no, I don't see any reason why. But I haven't seen her dot pop up recently. So yeah, I'm just very curious, like where she's hanging out at the moment.
And here we have the interview I was mentioning with Jean Fortier, which we're going to listen to, and I will translate afterwards.
Jean, tu es directeur général, fondateur du Québec Mega Trail. Je commencerai par te dire, 14e édition, si tu te ramènes là, lors de ta première édition, 14e édition du Québec Mega Trail, 4000 participants, des athlètes de 25 pays, des athlètes de très haut niveau, mais aussi un événement qui est très démocratique avec 1 kilomètre pour les enfants, des monsieur, madame, tout le monde qui viennent courir. Il y a 14-15 ans, est-ce que tu pensais que le Québec Mega Trail aurait cette envergure-là un jour?
Ben, de la façon que ça s'est déployé, on n'avait pas vraiment d'idée, mais tu sais, l'idée première, c'était vraiment de faire de cet événement-là quelque chose de grand, à grand déploiement. Mais de la façon que tout ça c'est fait au fil des années, puis que maintenant on est où ce qu'on est rendu maintenant, je dirais là, ça c'est un peu de l'inconnu là. On savait pas que ça allait être comme ça, mais on est vraiment content là, puis fiers là de ça là. C'est vraiment incroyable pour nous là.
Puis, c'est un événement qui est bien rodé. Je te disais, avant d'entrer en ondes tantôt, t'as l'air zen, t'as l'air toute calme. Donc, ça veut dire que l'organisation que tu as mis en place, ça roule bien. Qu'est-ce qui fait que le QMT est maintenant très populaire au Québec, mais c'est maintenant reconnu mondialement? Comme je le disais, il y a des athlètes de 25 pays. C'est une étape de la World Trail Series. Les championnats canadiens se déroulent aussi. Le World Trail Major. Qu'est-ce qui fait que le Québec Mega Trail maintenant a une renommée mondiale?
Ben, tu sais, c'est un travail d'équipe. Fait que à toutes les années là, on est toute une grosse gang qui travaille là-dessus, que ce soit les bénévoles, soit les gens qui sont ici en permanence là pour travailler sur le Québec Mega Trail. Puis à chaque année, on n'a jamais rien pris pour acquis. Notre but, c'était tout le temps de présenter quelque chose de mieux, puis qui plaisait à monsieur, madame, tout le monde, mais aussi aux élites, puis de se positionner sur la scène internationale. Puis la scène du trail québécois, là, c'est vraiment une scène bouillante. Il y a plein de beaux événements. Puis je pense que ça aussi, ça nous donne une genre d'énergie. Puis tout le monde, on est fiers de ça, là. Puis on voulait ultimement que toute la planète Terre, planète Trail, sache que le Québec, c'est vraiment un pôle du trail au monde, là. Puis je pense que le QMT le prouve.
Puis tu parles du Québec, mais tes racines, c'est au Mont-Sainte-Anne. Je pense que c'est une fierté de faire découvrir le Mont-Sainte-Anne, Charlevoix, le coin de pays qu'on a ici, qui est puis on le voit beaucoup avec les coureurs et coureuses qui viennent de l'étranger. C'est un terrain qui est vraiment particulier, qu'on ne retrouve pas ailleurs, puis qui a un niveau de difficulté.
Sorry about that, folks. We seem to have lost the interview. So while we work on getting that back up, we were just seeing some images of Kamil Leśniak, the Polish runner who is leading the men's race, on his second ascent of Mont-Sainte-Anne. So reaching the summit aid station for the second time shortly. And we're back, so we're going to bring you back to the interview.
J'aimerais ça savoir qu'est-ce que ça te fait de savoir ça. C'est quand même, c'est toute une étape. C'est pour la renommée du QMT, mais c'est c'est un circuit qui est hyper prestigieux. Qu'est-ce que ça te fait d'avoir été sélectionné pour faire partie du circuit?
Ben, c'est vraiment, on a été flattés de ça, que ces gens-là nous approchent pour avoir une étape. C'est vraiment une grosse machine. Puis nous autres, on apprend aussi à travers ça. Là. Ça fait que, puis être à côté des courses comme Zegama ou la Sierra Zinal, c'est comme. Puis là, tu vois le QMT dans le même calendrier, c'est spécial. Là, je pensais pas que j'allais voir ça un jour.
C'est une belle petite tape dans le dos, montrer que ça a bien fonctionné. Puis, puis est-ce que le volet international, c'est une source de croissance? Est-ce que pour les prochaines années, on mise encore sur l'international pour augmenter encore plus la notoriété?
La notoriété, je sais pas, mais on veut à tout le moins, oui, augmenter la clientèle internationale, puis faire venir des gens d'encore plus de pays possibles. D'évoluer, de grandir dans cette clientèle-là qui vient un peu partout dans le monde, plutôt que de grandir en nombre de participants parce qu'on a atteint pas mal notre limite.
Tu recevais des appels à l'instant, tu es le directeur général, tu es au sommet de la pyramide de l'organisation. Pour ceux qui connaissent Jean Fortier, là, on sait que...
Sorry about that, folks. We are just having a little bit of connectivity issue, so I'll take the opportunity to translate what's been said up until now. So the person being interviewed right there on the couch on the left is Jean Fortier, the founder and current president of the Québec Mega Trail. We're really lucky to have him in studio answering a few questions for us. So the first thing we wanted to know was, QMT is 15 years old. Did Jean ever think that it would become this big, what it is today? And his answer was, they didn't really have this vision in mind. You can't really start something with this grandiose scale in mind. But they did always want to offer an event at a large scale of a very high quality and a professional status. And so, everything from here on out is a bit of an unknown. It's uncharted territory, but it's something that they are incredibly proud of, and they are putting a lot of effort and time into making the QMT what it is, and indeed it is it is a well-oiled machine. It is a well-oiled machine. It's a strong organization, and it's globally recognized. So we were wondering, why is this global recognition coming now? What does it represent for the QMT? And Jean Fortier's answer was, look, it's we're a big team, and every year we're a bigger team that helps make this event great. We never took anything for granted. We always strive to present an event that appeals to many different types of people, be they elite runners, middle, back of the packers, also different event series like World Trail Majors and like Golden Trail World Series, and so they've really tried to tread that line between pleasing everyone, but offering a strong enough product for everyone involved. It gives a very special energy to what happens here this weekend. Québec Mega Trail is this unique blend of competitiveness and a family-friendly, fun weekend of trail running and personal fulfillment. Jean said something that I think was really striking. But it's they're really trying to speak to all of planet Earth, but really all of planet trail, and that everyone should see Quebec as a hub of trail running, as a global hub of trail running. And myself, I think that really resonates. That we have some of the most amazing trails here in Quebec, and so it's really what Jean is saying is true. And we hope that this live stream, that the elite contingent, that the different series, be it global Golden Trail World Series, World Trail Majors, that these inspire you to come run on these trails, because they really are some of the most beautiful in the world, and it's absolutely worth the trip. So all this is in the service of expanding Quebec's reach in trail. Jean spoke a little bit about the Mont-Sainte-Anne, obviously the mountain on which we find ourselves, and where all of these events take place. It's a very special mountain. It's a unique place to run, with some of the most beautiful trails in the country, but also just in the world in general. And it makes it possible for us to host the series like the Golden Trail World Series, among others. So I'm going to let the interview keep playing as it's back on. And at the bottom right of your screen, as I remove my camera, at the bottom right of your screen, you can see our men's leader, Kamil Leśniak, the Polish runner for Hoka, still leading the men's race, climbing for his second summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne and actually breaking into a jog on what is a horrendously steep segment.
Le Polonais qui est en tête toujours dans la montée. Oui, tu me l'avais prédit jeudi. Je vais le dire en nombre. Il l'a dit en nombre, c'est pas moi qui l'a dit. Non, mais un coureur d'expérience ici. Puis on a vu récemment Valérie Arsenault en train de monter avec, à relancer en courant dans la montée de l'Escarpé. Valérie extrêmement solide. Ça va être sa plus longue distance à vie, sa plus longue course à vie. Puis va probablement très bien se positionner dans les World Trail Majors parce qu'elle a terminé 4e du Madère Island Ultra Trail, le Mute, une épreuve de 110 km qui lui a pris pratiquement le temps qu'il va lui prendre 135 km. Beaucoup de dénivelé sur l'île de Madère. Donc oui, présentement, ça avance bien.
Image, on voit Camille aussi.
Oui, Kamil Leśniak, le Polonais, toujours en tête de ce QMT 135. On ne sait pas à quel point Victor est derrière. Tantôt, il y avait environ 4 minutes au ravitaillement, donc c'est encore très, très, très serré.
So we're back. We're going to get back on your screen. There we go with the first place woman, Valérie Arsenault, was just a fantastic race on the Mont-Sainte-Anne climb right now. And
yeah, she's making her way to the let's say south side of the mountain, taking the most commonly used sort of trail, not the ski piste, the double black diamond, but a bit of a different route up. Has some steeper sections like this that are require some scrambling, but they're sprinkled in with some flatter sections as well. But yeah, nonetheless, it's a big climb to get through. It's not as easy as just climbing over a ski hill. Yeah, but she's making quick work of it. As you see, like she really has to climb her way up, and this far into the race, it's not an easy feat. Not even for these elite athletes. She knows how to grind it out. The benefit, at least this year, is that there is some tree cover. But yeah, everyone's feeling it here at this point. In the winter, this is either a cross-country ski or a snowshoe trail. Though I must admit, I've tried to run it too in the snow. She doesn't have a lot more to do in terms of climbing on this section of the climb. She'll be relatively soon popping out of the wood. I mean, she still has somewhere to go. Philippe is also not that far ahead of her. So I wonder if at some point she's able to see him.
Yeah, we were wondering that earlier if Philippe could feel her hot on his hot on his tail.
At this rate, I would start getting a little bit concerned.
Yeah, it looks like Valérie may be running herself into an overall podium position, which would be a really fantastic result and absolutely something we know she's capable of.
Oh doing. Yeah. I personally know she's capable of beating men.
Valérie looking to use anything.
Yeah, I try
available
to find the
keep her in.
balance sometimes because it's not a stair like uphill. Every step is very different.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the meantime, we're looking at where Ellie is at this moment. I think she's somewhere, maybe just finishing the stairs on the Jean Larouche waterfalls. So she's not that far away from the aid station.
Yeah, that's Elizabeth Cochon, your second place runner in the women's race.
Yeah, that's sad. The gap I don't feel is getting a lot smaller.
No, it
Hard to
doesn't.
say if it's like, I mean, it's not getting a lot smaller, maybe a little bit. Maybe it's extending a little bit, but at this point, it's not looking like Valerie is giving up on her first place position. But we want to wait with drawing any conclusions.
For sure. But what a stellar race from both of them. I'd love to, while we have these images of Valerie on our screen, and I'm looking at the live tracker. I just want to take a quick couple seconds to highlight the runner that's behind her, Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, who was having a really tough moment earlier.
Yeah.
At the aid station Saint-Tite des Caps, where we didn't pronounce it on the live stream, but we were ready to kind of accept it as a DNF. I mean, he was in a
hurt locker,
a layback chair. He had a blanket put on him when other runners were icing down and cooling down, and we thought, oh boy, that doesn't look good. Robbie Britton came in and looked like he was going to leave the aid station before him, and now Antoine is sitting in fourth place in the men's race and has had a really solid second part of this race. So I think that's a really interesting storyline, and definitely something that, I hope we can grab a moment with Antoine after the race at the finish line and just see what happened there. Was it just a temporary thing? Did something pick him back up? But
yeah, I don't think it's very uncommon to feel pretty bad at that point in this particular race. I've seen many ultra running stars having to take a long sit and even after that coming back and to win the race.
That's true.
So
nothing's impossible.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Wow, Valerie breaking into a run
for as far as possible here.
Just a little run, but it means so much here. I mean,
yeah,
just mentally and just the the signal that it sends.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Camille might be at the summit.
Your intuition was buzzing. We have Camille Leśniak, the Polish runner for Hoka, in Mont-Sainte-Anne, the second time at 14 hours sharp. If we compare that with last year's second summit for the men, that time was 14 hours and 46 minutes. Mm-hmm. So Camille Leśniak currently 46 minutes ahead of course record splits. Really impressive.
Wow.
Yeah. Really, really impressive race from Camille.
Yeah, and you called it, right? You said he's gonna go all in now.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think when we saw him at the at the first at the MSA at the Mont-Sainte-Anne base aid station, I just had this feeling that he was getting ready to swing big, and he looked like he was in pain. Honestly, he looked like he was hurting, but it wasn't an injury pain. It was he's giving it everything he has pain, and I think he could tell that with the second place man, with Victor Larocque sitting in the chair and maybe taking a bit more of a downbeat. This was his chance to kind of create a little bit of a gap, and so very cool to see Camille Leśniak really giving it everything.
Yeah. He is taking his time here to refill, a bit more than he did before.
Yep.
The next section is it's longer in terms of kilometers, but shorter in terms of time. From here on out, it's basically a downhill with some little bumps up. Not all the most runnable, but there he is. He's going He's going down the stairs, coming out again. And he doesn't have a pacer either. So both our male and female leader are running this race without a pacer.
True.
Which shows that you don't always need one.
That's so interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Very
If you're
good
strong
observation.
enough, you can do it without a... And I've had only the pleasure of having paces at run of my race, and I must say it was it was very much a different race with a pacer. These runners are strong enough to do the whole thing on their own.
Yeah. And do you know what I'm noticing as we get back to Valerie? She's a really great example of what I'm about to say. But speaking of, sort of the personal preference conversation, the sort of, pacer, no pacer, it's something we talked about earlier in the stream, the decision to use poles or not. And while at the beginning of the race, we saw almost everyone with their poles out, we did see, Valerie, of course, doesn't have poles with her at all. And we were saying how that is really a minority decision and that most people, I had even said earlier in the stream, once we get to Mont-Sainte-Anne, everyone's going to have their poles up. But you know what, actually? We haven't seen any of the top runners take out their poles. So I stand completely corrected. Why do you think that is? Why did they lug their poles? Why did Camille bring his poles all the way this way?
Yeah. Good question.
Just to not use them. I'd be really curious to know, because that's an important decision. And in theory, maybe he could be going faster if he was using his poles, but clearly he's making the decision not to, and he knows best. So I am really curious what his what his logic is. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And here he is.
This is on top of the mountain. He will take one of the many ski hills down on the backside of the mountain. Victor is not inside at this point. He still has to climb quite a bit and get to the aid station. There's a little trail here that goes out on one of the ski pistes going down. It's a pretty fast downhill. It's very grassy and it's actually quite nice. I don't think it's the worst downhill to go on.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Beautiful. One of the great things about Mont-Sainte-Anne. What did we drop? A flask?
Sunglasses, yeah.
Yeah, sunglasses. Those are important. Hat coming off. Yeah, it's a little windy up there. And actually, that ties into what I was about to say. One of the great things about Mont-Sainte-Anne is these beautiful sight lines that you have, and it is a little exposed up there. It's it really is a striking feature, one of the taller mountains that we have in the region, and because of course a lot of it has been cut down for ski hills.
You go left there, buddy.
And getting some direction from our camera runner. Yeah. Because a lot of this is open ski hills, it is interesting to see these really unique viewpoints where if this wasn't developed as a ski hill, you may just be in the woods with little awareness of these beautiful sight lines that you have. And of course, it makes it a little windy too for your hat.
Sure. Right, that makes a turn to the left here.
And I'm actually
go on.
Hearing right now, John, from our team, that we may have a very special guest in the French studio.
Okay.
A certain Western States third place finisher, Marianne Hogan, our own pride and joy of Quebec, is in studio. So of course, folks, the French stream is happening, and as you can see right behind us, and our goal is to deliver an English product. So I will try to listen in on the whatever amount of interview is had with Marianne and translate it for you folks. But it's going to be, we want to make sure that you are also seeing the race as it's unfolding. And so we're going to have to juggle that a little bit. So thanks for your patience. And as soon as we have Marianne in studio, we'll get you to her. I think she's got a lot of really great things to say, and a really interesting person to have on the live stream.
Yeah.
So on the bottom right, we still have Camille bombing it. Oh, look at this. Bottom right, second place man, Victor Larocque.
Yeah. And also worthy to note that Ali is, Elizabeth Couchant is about to enter the aid station too. A few more minutes. give or take.
So second place woman, Elisabeth Cochon, making her way into the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station any second now.
Yeah.
As we have a camera
pacer.
on Victor Larocque climbing for his second and final summit with his pacer.
There he is. He's out of the woods.
Yeah. Exchanging a fist bump and some words with the camera runner, Julien Lachance, a local of the Mont-Sainte-Anne area and a very well-known trail running figure in Quebec. Just waiting on getting those images back. Just making sure. Sorry, folks. Appreciate your patience as we try to get back. There we go.
Yeah.
And let's go here so we can see what's going on. Okay. So we're just at the aid station waiting for the second arrival of Victor Larocque.
We also got a lot of images from Valerie. It's nice to have a camera on her all the time. She has had a camera from before Mr. Shibo aid station, I think, all the way up until now. And for other sections of the course, it's nice to have a female athlete being followed by a camera person. Just a few more steps and she's will be on the skill hill itself, where Philippe already is. And behind her is EGD, Antoine.
Joli Cœur des Roches.
Yeah, the PhD.
Here we go. Men's second place runner, Antoine. No, excuse me, you messed me up with the Antoine.
Yeah.
Victor Larocque with on the left in the white shirt and black vest, his pacer. Handing him a piece of watermelon and getting a little bit of water dumped down his back. That's got to feel good.
Yeah. In the meantime, I think Ali made it to the aid station in 1409.
Okay, awesome. 1409 for Ali.
She made it in.
Cochon.
Let's see when she goes out.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that for our third place woman and see what that gap looks like.
Yeah, that was 39 minutes. It took her 39 minutes more than Valerie. So she lost about 3 minutes, I think.
Okay.
On that section.
And how does that compare to last year? So last year, the course record holder, last year's winner, Marie-Ève Pelland from France in 2025, so arrived at the Mont-Sainte-Anne in 14:39. 14 hours and 39 minutes elapsed, so that means that Elisabeth Cochon is pretty much exactly 30 minutes under course record pace.
Yeah.
That is really exciting. A super solid second place performance.
Yeah. There's not a lot of people who had thought she would be able to do this at this point in the race.
There we go, Victor looking composed, having some watermelon. Drenched, that's the way to go.
Yeah. I like these Chan's shirts and shorts. They're so recognizable.
So we've got a little bit of intel from our team on the ground. Thank you so much to Max. So the distance, basically, when Victor Larocque arrived at the summit aid station, the time between him and Camille Lesniak was 8 minutes and 15 seconds. However, the distance between Victor and Camille Lesniak when Victor left the aid station was 7 minutes and 35 seconds. So he gained pretty much 40 seconds on Camille. So we've got Marianne in studio. Let's hear what Marianne has to say.
d'être là.
C'est pas ta première fois à commenter une course en live. C'est en 2023-24 où tu avais commenté l'UTMB.
Ouais, exactement. J'avais été à Courmayeur. Ça a été bien le fun. Ça fait différent de commenter que d'être dans la course, ça, c'est sûr.
Comment tu te sens post-Western State? La semaine passée, tu étais en Californie. Tu t'es emmené 3e pour la Western State. De la part de tous ceux qui nous écoutent, félicitations.
Ben écoute, merci. Ça fait plaisir d'être là. Puis je me sens pas si mal, en fait. Il y a quelques jours, j'avais vraiment beaucoup de la misère à marcher. J'ai des douleurs du côté gauche, mais rien de trop inquiétant. Parce que là, je marche beaucoup mieux, puis j'ai finalement pu dormir un peu plus. Les premiers jours, ça a été difficile de dormir, mais là, je reviens en vie, puis ça fait plaisir, là. Je retrouve un peu de personnalité.
Hier, il y avait beaucoup de monde pour la Shakeout Run Salomon. On s'est croisés avant. Tu disais que tu n'as pas couru la Shakeout Run, mais 300 personnes, je pense, qui étaient là pour aller faire la petite course pré-événement. C'est quand même fou. Est-ce que les gens viennent beaucoup te parler de la Western State?
Ben oui, là. En fait, c'est cool. En fait, moi, ça me fait vraiment plaisir d'être là parce que je suis québécoise, évidemment, mais c'est vrai que je passe beaucoup de mon temps à l'extérieur du Québec, mais je me sens toujours très proche de la communauté, beaucoup à travers Sorti du bois, mais c'est vrai que j'ai pas toujours l'occasion d'être là pour les événements québécois. Donc, ça faisait vraiment plaisir d'être là. Puis, c'était cool de voir que les Québécois, ils suivent beaucoup les courses.
So as a reminder, we're listening to Western State's third place for a third time, Marianne Hogan in the studio, and on the bottom right of our screen we have first place woman in the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer Valerie Arsenault, who is getting close to cresting her first summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Tu fais le décompte, il y en avait plusieurs. Je pensais que tu avais juste skippé l'exercice cette année.
Je n'avais pas skippé, il y avait juste personne. Okay. Il y en avait 4 ou 5, mais ça veut dire que l'an prochain, on va être plusieurs à être pigés, c'est ça qui se passe. Mais non, ça, tu étais notre seule représentante du Québec. Quelle représentation quand même. Est-ce que tu as senti que la course était plus, je ne veux pas dire facile, mais le fait que la température était moins chaude, as-tu senti un effet sur ta performance à toi? Les temps étaient plus rapides, mais est-ce que ça a fait du bien de faire une western à pas 90 degrés Fahrenheit?
Oui, ça fait du bien, mais c'est sûr que ça vient jouer un peu sur la stratégie de course. Veux pas, le pace était quand même beaucoup plus élevé, beaucoup plus relevé, surtout dans les canyons, puis à partir de Forest Hill. Je pense que pendant un bout, on était tous quand même sur un pace plus rapide du regard. Mais n'empêche qu'en fin de parcours, les jambes sont quand même fatiguées. C'est sûr qu'il fait moins chaud, mais il faut quand même courir vite. Et ça s'est fait sentir quand même là, à la fin de course. Puis je pense que ça a été l'enjeu un peu pour tout le monde de gager un peu la vitesse possible à cette température-là. Il faisait moins chaud, il faisait quand même chaud, mais c'est certain que ça fait une différence là, par rapport aux années précédentes.
Ouais, c'est clair. Pendant qu'on voit à l'écran, on la voyait plus, Valérie Arsenault qui vient de ressortir de la crête. Marianne, t'es pas que là pour être notre invitée puis répondre à nos questions sur la Western State. T'es aussi une co-animatrice pour les prochaines 45 minutes.
Parfait.
Donc, on a Valérie Arsenault à l'écran. Je sais pas si tu vois.
Oui, je vois.
Valérie qui est en train de monter la crête. Tu n'as jamais participé au Québec Mega Trail comme coureuse. Tu t'es entraînée plusieurs fois sur le Mont-Sainte-Anne. Tu connais le secteur.
Mais j'avais pacé Caroline Côté en 2000, je vais dire 2017 ou 2018. 2018 peut-être.
OK.
Donc,
tu étais sur le 100 quelque à l'époque?
Ouais.
OK.
110, j'aime
Ouais, j'avais fait le dernier 25.
OK.
Je sais que les parcours ont beaucoup changé, là, mais j'avais justement fait la crête.
OK, c'est ça. À l'époque, on montait à 100% sur la crête. En ce moment, ils montent par l'escarpé, mais ils viennent de débarquer sur la crête. Je ne sais pas c'est quoi l'état de la température sur le parcours, mais ici, on est comme dans une bulle. Je pense qu'il fait plus chaud à l'extérieur.
So I'm just going to translate a little bit the little interview that happened before with once again our Western States third place among many other accolades, local hometown hero Marianne Hogan. Just a couple of questions about the Western States. She said she's feeling good since last week's race. She had a little bit of pain on her left side, but in the past few days she's been able to walk better and very importantly, of course, sleep better. So nothing worrying. Just the usual little niggles after a long race like that. She said it's really great to be back in Quebec with her community and to be interacting with a community that, of course, helped to make her who she is, and that she holds very close and dear to her heart.
We shared a few words with her yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. She wasn't ready to do the shakeout run yet.
No, exactly.
But it was good to see her family.
Yeah, she said she was really happy to be spending time in Quebec with her family, whom, she doesn't. I mean, she sees a good amount, but she doesn't live here in Quebec anymore. So definitely nice to come back and spend some time with her family. Marianne is here, going to be for the next 45 minutes our co-host for the French stream. So we'll keep bringing you the race in English as usual as we watch Valérie Arsenault climbing this super steep segment near the summit. This is where we saw Kamil Leźniak, the Polish runner leading the men's race, slow to what I would call a much slower power hike than what we're watching out of Valérie right now. So that just gives you a good comparison. And I think for once the camera does sort of do it justice, and it does look pretty steep right now. But however steep it looks, multiply it by 2.
Yeah.
Valérie really power hiking her way up.
Yeah, there's sections that are a bit more steep than other sections, so you can get into a better groove. This is, I mean, for an athlete like Valérie, this is not the most difficult uphill, to be honest. Obviously, I'm saying that after she's done already so much, more than 100K. But this is she's run in the Alps. She's run in very difficult mountains, and this is her backyard. Yep. So yeah,
definitely. A beautiful drone shot of our lead woman right there, right in the middle of your screen. I know it's pretty much impossible to see her, but she is right there. Our camera operator is going to find her. That's not her. She's not using poles. I believe our camera operator is a little too low. Oh, there she is, I think. Yeah. Good thing I'm not the one operating the drone. So
or as just a follow cam.
Sorry?
Or just the follow cam.
Yeah, so the one on the left is the follow cam. Yeah. The blue, the person on the left.
I missed when Ellie left the aid station, so she probably left a few minutes. I just checked in only now. I should have done a better job of that. Can maybe backtrack a little bit, see what time she.
Just working on getting you those images back, and hopefully you can still hear us. Sorry again for the connectivity issues. It is, it's a big mountain, a lot of wilderness out there, and our team's working very hard. There we go. So what you're seeing on your screen, just as a quick reminder, is the French stream. That is, those are our excellent co-hosts, Yannick and Nico, who have been streaming for just as long as us for the French version of the live stream. So if you are a French speaker, you can head on over to that link. But John and I have been here.
Is that Philippe in the aid station?
Yeah, no. Phil, I believe, is in the aid station. Let me get us out of the way here. I believe we have Philippe in the aid station with the bucket hat on the far right, reddish shirt, and a light vest. How's he doing?
He's looking pretty good, eh?
Yeah, it looks like he's drinking. He's taking a second, but he's still on his feet. He's not sitting, and that's excellent.
So this bridge is a new addition to the race.
Yeah. What's the deal there? Do you know any background on that?
I think I'm not sure. I think it's probably because of the Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah, it seems to be to allow a trail to go under it, but I have to admit
because
I don't know.
The loop will go underneath it, and to organize it better, I think for this, he needs to stretch his legs a little bit, I guess. After that, I think they added this bridge to and not get people tangled up with each other.
There we go. Our follow cam.
Yeah.
On Philippe, along with Philippe's pacer. So Philippe did pick up a bit.
So just give you a little bit of an update again. I know I've been giving this for her for a while now, but Ellie left the aid stations about 40 minutes after Valérie left the same aid station.
Okay.
So that's the gap. That was the gap.
So 40-minute gap. between first and second women, and by our calculations, Ellie was still in second place. Was still, what did we say? 30 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes under the course record.
A bit more. Yeah, it was a bit.
Now
more.
A bit more. Yeah. Last time we checked was
Yeah.
It was 30 minutes under the course record. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So it just goes to show the performance that we're seeing out of Valérie Arsenault and of course out of Ellie as well. And do we have eyes on the tracker of the third place woman? Has that swapped around at all?
So yeah, I did not see any. I've been looking for Julie, and I've not seen her on the
early
on the map. The next one is Cynthia. Anne should be there still somewhere.
I see Amanda Nelson. I see behind Cynthia is Amanda Nelson. So yeah, we're gonna get some info about Julie. It's entirely possible that she just isn't in our tracker. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened.
Yeah. Sometimes when they get back into an aid station, there will be a volunteer resetting the tracker. Turn it on. That could be the case.
Beautiful shot of the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne here.
Yep. I still see a lot of Brew supporters in the chat.
Yeah,
a lot of Bruna.
It's great. All our Brazilian fan base, and here we see someone crossing the river. And
that was a quick shot.
We lost.
Not sure who that was.
Just a sneak peek.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh. We are with our in the field reporter Marie-Manuelle.
Yeah.
Who is at the river crossing.
Yeah. This is still quite far away from where our lead men and women are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that river crossing roughly halfway between kilometers 126 and 127. But of course we were following men's third place, Philippe Poulin. As I work to just get you these images back. Thanks again for your patience. There we go. So here we are at the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne. Waiting for men's third place runner. No, excuse me. We already saw men's third place runner. Waiting for women's first place runner, Valérie Arsenault, to reach the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne for the first time.
It's funny, now that she's on the summit or on the plateau, her tracker popped up again, which means the GPS was in range again, I guess.
This is a really great shot from our drone operator.
Yeah. It's not a static shot. It's really, I mean, it is static, but it's not a photo.
Yeah. That drone is really in the sky. It's waiting to swoop in and catch our first place woman, Valérie Arsenault.
Yeah, she should be at the aid station in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and we'll take note of her arrival time, so that we can compare it to last year's course record splits.
Mm-hmm.
For reference, Marilyn Nakache winner last year, course record holder, arrived at the summit for the first time in 15 hours and 32 minutes and 56 seconds. So that is the time that we're looking to compare for Valerie's arrival.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, I seen some images of her crew already making it up to the summit.
Yeah.
So she's not going to be alone there.
All right. That's very exciting.
Yeah. Behind Valerie, we have Matthew Farquharson.
Yeah, Farquharson, I think.
Yeah, and there was
Apologies,
another runner
Matthew.
in between another one or two mere runs between Valerie and Elizabeth. We'll just try to see that or have a better picture of it once we get all the trackers online, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Valerie just made it to the 8th station, so maybe.
Okay. Let's call that. What do we want to call that? 1428.
Yeah. She's still moving towards it. There she is.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's we'll wait for her to be
1429. Yeah.
There we go. So Valerie confirmed in aid at 14:28:30.
Yeah.
Probably just a little bit before that, but we'll say 14:28:30. And as I said, last year, the course record split is 15:32:56.
Let's
So
go.
a full
She's,
hour and 2 minutes.
chugging it all up. That's nice. She had a plum and mango juice.
Apple mango juice?
Yeah.
Wow. That must be delicious. She looks...
And he sent me a picture.
Taking maybe a bit of sodium, it seems like?
It could be, yeah.
Maybe some sodium pills?
Yeah.
She
Two
looks...
stuff battles. She don't think she needs that much for this section, but why not?
Better safe than sorry, right? And so
it's a short section.
She knows that there's there's a good section
Right.
ahead of her still. And,
over this. Oh wow, she's not even walking. She's just running immediately to the start.
Running just a couple little steps to the bridge. Huh.
And she goes, and now just a little bit straight, and she can go down. That's awesome.
So Valerie Arsenault, an hour and 2 minutes ahead of.
Hour 2 minutes?
Course record. Yeah. An hour and 2 minutes ahead of course record splits from Marilyn Nakache last year, which is really impressive.
Do you want to listen to Marianne?
I always want to listen to Marianne. She has a lovely, soothing voice. Let's see how her.
Assez raide et Devil's Thumb, j'étais très contente d'avoir les bâtons.
Je comprends. C'est ce qu'ils vivent en ce moment, en fait, les coureurs, là, des montées de 600 mètres d'une traite. Puis en ce moment, les têtes de course, autant Camille Lesniak que Victor Larocque n'avaient pas de bâton. Valérie Arsenault, pas de bâton.
Mais en fait, je comprends si c'est du départ, c'est peut-être pas. Mais d'un autre côté, je veux dire, les bâtons, ces temps-ci, ça pèse absolument rien.
Oui, puis on a vu même des coureurs qui avaient le carquois intégré, donc il est là de toute façon.
Peut-être Victor, il n'a pas de bâton, il a juste un sac avec un carquois intégré.
Est-ce que c'est une technique pour juste le remplir avec de la glace? On ne sait pas.
Ou c'est peut-être une technique pour déjouer la concurrence. Sur la ligne de départ, est-ce qu'il a les bâtons, est-ce qu'il n'a pas les bâtons? On ne sait pas trop.
La game mentale qui se passe. Alors qu'on voit Philippe Poulain qui est dans la descente de la Pichard.
Yeah.
I think so. An interesting little discussion there, because we've mentioned a couple times today, and we just mentioned it recently, you know, the use or non-use of poles, of running poles. And Marianne saying both on the one hand, you know, most of these elite runners probably don't need poles so much on this, but on the other hand, the technology has gotten so good with these poles that they really don't weigh anything. And then and Yannick made the correct observation that you know, a lot of these, or some of these trail packs have a pole quiver integrated anyway, and so Nico highlighted to me, which I didn't know, that I believe Victor is running with an empty pole quiver, and has been for a lot of the race. Has a pole quiver attached to his pack, but that there are no poles in it.
Okay.
We'll have to get confirmation
You
from
might have
Nico.
lost them somewhere.
Hope not.
To the best of us.
Or that, I don't know, are you allowed to give your poles to your crew here? And I know sometimes in a race
you're allowed to leave them at the aid station with your crew.
So it's possible he just didn't want to fuss with his vest and
Sure.
just look, either way, you know, poles or no poles. It seems like the elites this year are telling us no poles necessary, but it's very impressive to run this without poles.
Yeah,
I certainly wouldn't. Well, I certainly couldn't.
Yeah.
A little selfie in studio.
Of course.
Nico looking great with his mosquito net.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want a picture with Marianne?
Who wouldn't, right?
If you haven't looked it up yet, go watch Ilan's documentary with Marianne at Tout.trail Cape Town a year ago? 2 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago now, but check it out on the Altitude Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You can find spent a great week in Cape Town with Marianne when she was coming back from injury. And she got an amazing second place to Ruth Croft there. Ruth Croft, obviously a future UTMB champion.
Yes. And in the meantime, Camille has passed the 114 kilometer mark, and I think Victor is about a mile behind, according to the tracker.
Kilometer or mile?
Mile. Yeah.
Wow. All right, we're doing conversions. We're doing
yeah.
conversions.
I mean, like it's about 1.6 kilometers, so I might as well just say a mile.
Yeah. I think go for it.
Yeah, he's on some rolling terrain.
We have a very interesting question in the chat.
Go for it.
What brand are the aid station pickles?
Ooh,
that's an excellent question. Layla, we will get back to you.
Yeah,
we will put our best minds on it, and we will get back to you.
Yeah,
thank you for asking.
We should know this one actually, but I feel bad.
The brand?
Yeah.
I think knowing that we have pickles is already a good.
I mean, there is just a couple brands in Quebec, right? There's one really big one, and then maybe yeah. For all your Brazilian chat watchers, Bruna has passed the last aid station of Caprivan, if I'm correct. So she has done a big chunk of the course already. Still obviously not even halfway, but
closing in on halfway though.
Yeah, closing in on it, and yeah, having done some of the tougher sections. Now with more daylight, maybe able to make up some time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Wishing Bruna all the best. Quick update on the what I was talking about earlier. It's not Victor that has an empty quiver with no poles in it.
Yeah.
It is Camille.
Okay.
Camille with the Hoka integrated quiver, which is just part of the vest. You can't remove it, and is running this race without any poles, as we see Victor Larocque, second place man, with his pacer just behind him.
Yeah.
Running strong, catching a hiker,
Yeah.
And
yeah, this is some of the back trails of the course. There's a lot of cross-country ski paths. I believe that could be like a 32K runner taking their time. There'll be more of those. This is the time in the course where you start to mix and mingle with the different races going on, which is gonna make it a little bit more complicated to tell you who's who and where. But we have our live tracking, so I think we should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interview happening right now on your screens is with Antoine Paquet-Hout and Thomas Levalet-Morel, who are two long-time volunteers of the Québec Mega Trail, and of course we can't do any of this without our wonderful volunteers, and so we will let this interview play. Of course, if there are any important race highlights, we will interrupt the interview and just jump in and share what's going on.
I'll just give before we go into the interview just a quick summary or a quick heads up on what's one of the other races that's been going on. We've mentioned the 80K a couple times before now. There's also a 50K that started a couple hours ago, a bit more than that. And just to quick sum up the top 5 women and men. So in first place, not unsurprising, but nice to see Ikram Rawasala being in the first place after she had amazing performance at Mute, I believe, or was it the Transcontinental area? I think it was Mute where she won, followed by one of Canada's strongest sub-ultra runner, Elisa Moe, and then a lot more Canadian runners after that, obviously. So Leah Mason in third place, Courtney Brohart in fourth, and Lisa Perret in fifth. And in the men, it is also a very, very tight race. But Danny Racine has made a little bit of a move, followed by Alex Rica, who is you can never count out, of course. He's not that far behind. They have a little gap to François Leboeuf and Chris Balestrini and Joshua Botfin. So that's a quick sum up.
Really exciting race in the 50 kilometer. And as a reminder, the 50 kilometer is the Canadian Short Trail Championships. It's the selection race for the World Championships happening next year in Cape Town, South Africa.
Secrète du ravito, c'est le mac and cheese. On rajoute un peu de fromage en grains dedans, puis ça rajoute une petite coche.
Oh, ça donne le goût même de rester un petit peu trop longtemps. Comment on fait pour motiver les bénévoles, pour justement qu'ils transmettent une énergie aux coureurs pour qu'ils aient le goût de repartir crinqué à bloc? On essaie.
Premièrement, j'avais amené une petite caisse de son pour mettre de la musique. Cette année, je voulais y aller avec le style reggaeton, mais après ça, on a changé pour comme l'année passée, disco. Là, j'ai eu des bons commentaires, savoir c'était qui mettait la musique, le nom des artistes. Le monde, il dansait un petit peu plus, puis il me demandait c'était quoi le nom des artistes parce qu'il s'en souvenait plus.
Alors, il faut le dire, le ravito du massif, si je ne me trompe pas, là, Yann et Nico pourront me corriger, mais on est à peu près 40 km après le départ. Et là, on vient de faire une section là, dans le bois profond, dans le sentier des Caps. Donc, arriver avec d'autres humains, de la musique, de l'animation, ça doit être vraiment pour les coureurs quelque chose de fun.
Je trouve, c'est mettre de la vie et non juste chill. Puis ça, c'est vraiment de go. Toi aussi, tu danses, puis pas être sur un down, parce que sinon, tu vas les mettre sur un down, justement.
Effectivement. De ton côté, Thomas, toi, tu commences ta journée de bénévole, tu t'en vas à Saint-Tite-des-Caps, si je ne me trompe pas.
Exact.
Tu fais un peu le même, tu es capitaine aussi de ravito, donc tu vas avoir ton équipe de bénévoles. C'est une journée qui s'annonce particulièrement chaude. Comment on entrevoit ça?
Écoute, beaucoup de danse. Ça va être un party, je pense. On va pogner beaucoup les coureurs du 80 qui vont être à leur 55e kilomètre, je crois. Écoute, je me rappelle ce que c'est, là, le 55e kilomètre de mon premier 80. je pense que c'est quand même cool là, d'arriver puis qu'il fait gros soleil, que les bénévoles sont en feu. On a du fun, tu vois ton crew.
Votre course.
Écoute, les ravitaux sont là pour ça, ils sont là pour se ressaisir. Mais tu sais, quand tu vois les gens là, sont frais comme des roses, ils viennent te rappeler pourquoi tu es là. Tu sais, oui, il t'en reste longtemps, mais il t'en reste moins que ce que tu as déjà fait.
Oui, parce que c'est ça. Un coureur assez connu qu'on connaît, Patrice Godin, qui disait en ultra, quand ça va bien, je me souviens plus exactement sa citation, mais quand tu penses que ça va bien, là, ne t'en fais pas, ça va aller mal à un moment donné, ou quelque chose comme ça. Là. C'est une phrase que je pense que c'est une phrase que tout coureur se rappelle à un moment donné dans les sentiers, quand ça va bien.
On a tellement eu de fun que moi, j'avais utilisé mon dossard bénévole pour m'inscrire aux 50 cette année. Puis j'ai écrit à l'équipe, j'ai dit hey, tu sais quoi, je le ferai l'an prochain, je vais leur donner un bénévole cette année. On a eu du fun, c'est des good vibes, tu écoutes de la musique, tu pognes des coureurs là, que c'est leur plus belle journée de l'année, puis l'énergie, elle se transmet. C'est juste vraiment un bel événement, c'est vraiment cool. Puis la communauté est tissée serrée, tu croises plein de monde que tu as vu, autant dans des run clubs que croisés sur les sentiers. C'est justement... Moi, c'est même pas une question là, à savoir si on en revenait cette année.
Ben, c'est vrai que tu parles de ce côté-là, c'est l'esprit un peu de la course en trail, qui est une communauté qui grandit de plus en plus, mais qui garde quand même, tout le monde se connaît, tout le monde est sympathique. Puis votre job et celle de vos équipes est vraiment essentielle, puis c'est ce qui donne un peu qui fait que l'événement est exceptionnel pour les gens qui participent. Je dirais même que on a beaucoup de gens qui sont spectateurs et qui ressentent un peu ce que vous ressentez comme bénévole.
Ouais.
Fait que l'étape d'après, c'est vous êtes prêts à les accueillir dans votre équipe. Les gens qui sont spectateurs, qui veulent s'impliquer,
ouais, souvent, ils
sont
veulent
toujours là.
rejoindre, ils ont du fun. Puis...
Il ne faut pas nécessairement des coureurs pour être bénévole. On peut,
Non, aucunement. C'est sûr, comme là, nous autres aussi, ce qui était le fun, c'est qu'on comprend un petit peu c'est quoi qui se passe dans la tête du coureur. J'en voyais justement avec la chaleur. Je sais que c'est difficile courir.
Vous savez, peut-être avoir les bons mots au bon moment. Vous avez vécu déjà, vous avez été sur les sentiers, vous avez ressenti ce que c'est quand on tombe un petit peu on commence à manquer d'énergie, on est dans le bas de la côte, dans la fameuse pain cave, si on peut utiliser l'expression. Ben, les gars, merci beaucoup. Vraiment, c'est un plaisir de vous avoir parlé, d'en apprendre un peu plus sur les ravitaux, les super ravitaux.
Just phasing out this interview with two of our really fantastic volunteers here at the Québec Mega Trail. So Antoine and Thomas, who are longtime volunteers with us, and are just talking about the joy that they get out of helping other people. In fact, I believe it's Thomas in the middle who had used his previous volunteer credits to sign up for the 50K this year. and thought, look, I'm gonna be a runner for once. And actually, in the end, he ended up renouncing his bib and gave it back to the organization, and just thought, look, I want to be here for the runners the way I have been in recent years. I want to be I want to give back to this community, and it's absolutely true. If you've ever volunteered, it is almost as fun, if not sometimes more fun, to be part of someone's best day of the summer. And so we absolutely, we are incredibly grateful to both of these guys, Antoine and Thomas. Thank you so much, and it's really great to have volunteers who help make all of. Help is an understatement. Who make all of this possible, and who are really the backbone of any organization like Québec Mega Trail. We saw on the screen on the bottom right, we had not anymore, but we have Valérie Arsenault working on her second climb to the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
She's about to enter the climb. Basically, she's on a more downhill, flattish sort of section. Philippe just started his ascent, so they still have some way to go until they really reach the summit again. I don't see Camille on the tracker, but Victor is there. He's moving. It's not a done deal. It's not like, this is. I know there's a little gap, but this gap can be breached in no time.
I think that's a good way to say it. It's a little gap. Let's not forget that up until the beginning of Mont-Sainte-Anne, the first, the aid station at the base, they were running together. Camille and Victor. So the gap, of course, has widened over the climb, but Victor is still moving well, and so Camille needs to stay sharp. He needs to pay attention if he wants to secure this win. And again, it's
we have some visual of.
There we go, Valérie Arsenault climbing. And speaking of gaps between first and second, as Valérie is working on this second climb to the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne, we have Ellie Cochon, the second place woman, the second place runner in the women's field, who is about to come out of the trails into the clearing where we caught Valérie on her first climb. So the gap is a bit more significant there, but likewise, Valérie has to stay on the gas and can't slip up. So it's a really exciting race on both sides.
Meanwhile, I am really looking forward to hearing more about some of the other women behind.
Me too.
It will take some time before any of those will come to the Mont-Sainte-Anne base, but I would like to see some updates on who's where. I'm really happy to see that all the top runners are, pretty much all of them are still in the race. Haven't seen really any DNF from the women.
No, we still don't have any update on Julie Lesage.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah,
who was in third position, and we haven't had any update. Wow, look at this stride from Valérie.
Yeah.
Wow. My goodness, she's moving.
In a few seconds, she's gonna make a turn to the right, and then that's where the trail goes up.
Yeah. Okay, so she is human.
Yeah. Exactly. I can concur, but this is an uphill too, so don't blame her. In the 80K, we see a considerable gap between the first and second place, both in the men and women. Sarah Bergeron-Larouche has a significant gap on Claudine Soucy of almost 13 seconds, which both being that this strong of a runners and defending champions. Like this is quite a significant gap. And in the men, Dakota Jones has a 15-minute lead on Jean-Philippe Thibodeau. So the normal athletes are battling it out, but it does seem that Dakota has the upper hand so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so exciting. And just as a reminder, as we mentioned previously quite a few times, but the 50K and the 80K, so the QMT 50 and the QMT 80 this weekend, both happening today, serve as the Canadian Trail Running Championship. So the 50K serving as the short course selection race, or excuse me, the short course race, and the 80, of course, serving as the long course. And the reason I say selection race is that both of these are the races that will decide Team Canada for the World Championships happening in 2027 in Cape Town, South Africa. So that is why we keep giving you updates on the 50 and the 80K. We know that those are both very interesting races for many of you to follow, and we want to make sure that we're sharing updates on that side.
Yeah. These are some of the annoying downhills you have to go on when you're this far into the race and you think like you can run this, but it's not pleasant to run between these rocks. But luckily she can go up here, and she's done with the downhill. It's just very annoying, and there's not much you can do about it.
Looks grueling.
Yeah, this climb is steep, but not all of it. But it is a steep section. It is a few hundred meters, so if you're still in it, you can bite yourself into it and get yourself up. In itself, it's not that long, but yeah. No need to run this up. It's way too unequal and rhythm breaking kind of an uphill.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look it's not exactly California carpet, is it?
No.
But, even if she's not running, I mean, Valerie is powering up this climb, using anything to help her. Hands on trees, hands on knees, whatever it takes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here we go. We've got another view on the arch as we see some more of our men coming through.
Yeah.
I believe that's Matthew, right?
Could very well be. His tracker is a bit off course.
Matthew Farquharson.
Yeah.
With Pacer.
Yeah.
I do believe that's him. I really.
I think so too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's we've been calling him that since the beginning, and we've confirmed it with the tracker. But on the off chance that we're wrong, our apologies. But we are very confident that's Matthew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So normally in the past years, you would go immediately inside of the building here, which is kind of a large. But now we're just here waiting, but it will take a few more minutes before we have eyes on Philippe and Valerie. I probably would switch my camera to see if when Ellie
we'd love to get eyes
up to the summit.
We'd love to get eyes on the second place woman who is making her way up to that summit.
Finished the first summit while Valerie is making her way up on the second summit.
Do you think they might bump into each other?
I
think Ellie might be out.
Yeah, I don't think.
But if they spend enough time, if Ellie spends enough time there, if Elisabeth Cochon, our second place woman, spends enough time in the aid station, we will see an overlap between first place and second place, which could be a really unique opportunity to exchange some words.
I mean, that would seal the deal, of course.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, at that point, if
but I given how fast Ellie has been moving through the aid stations, I don't think I don't see a reason why, unless something pretty significantly happened on the uphill here. It's a hard uphill, but it's also a comfort to know this is your last real climb.
Yeah, absolutely.
and they made it to the summit even before noon.
Elisa Morin, on se rappelle, est présentement la première Canadienne sur le 50, a obtenu 5 titres de championne canadienne dans les 2 dernières années. En 2024, sur le défi des couleurs, elle avait été sacrée championne canadienne de course en montagne sur les 2 formats, le vertical.
We have our English athlete from the UK, Simon Withers, making his way to the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Nice.
Right in front of him, currently at the aid station, is Francis Cloutier. Starting up on the climb, already a good way up, is Jeremy Pelleton, French guy we've mentioned a couple times, and right in front of him is Robbie Britton, who was having a bit of a rough patch at Mestashiba. We were wondering if he was going to keep going. He was sitting for a bit, but Robbie, always a good sport, good competitive attitude, and he stuck with it.
Yeah. I
Really.
did lose a couple spots, but he's still in the game.
Yeah.
Ali did show up on the tracker again on the race map, so that's good to see. She's still moving.
Yeah.
She's, I would say, 2/3 up the mountain at least.
Yep. Absolutely.
If not more, probably more. She's not that far from the summit because the last part is a more flattish runnable section. People going on the side to make space for Valerie.
And we hear that third place male runner Philippe will soon be at the summit for the second time. That's our
sense.
eyewitness on the ground telling us.
Yeah.
So he's a bit ahead of where the tracker has him, but that totally makes sense. The tracker often has a bit of a delay.
So there's a lot of mountain bike trails on the side. You can see here.
Yeah, you can see all the blue. That's cushioning. Do we need that in trail running yet, or are we not quite going fast enough?
I might need it, yeah.
We're not quite going fast enough, although maybe if you stick around for the Golden Trail World Series on Sunday, you might think that we do need that in trail running.
You think they're struggling with the mosquitoes there?
I don't know. I think
are they just projecting?
Seems like I think it might just be it's been a long day. We haven't quite devolved into the
there's no mosquitoes where
bug screen on the hat. I think we're looking a bit more fresh.
Yeah.
Feeling fresh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can do another 24 hour for sure.
Yeah, another 24 hours.
Yeah.
Well, you've done Cocodona, so
we have 7 more hours. I do see Julie Lesage on the tracker.
You do?
Yeah.
Let's go. Julie Lesage back on the tracker. I never doubted it.
Yeah.
I figured it was
pretty much where she was hanging out.
Third place.
Yeah.
Great. Julie is a local favorite. She is just a little bit ahead of Anne Champagne, who seems to be catching up. I knew the tracker was going to update, and it just did in front of my eyes. There you go.
Yeah.
Cynthia Tremblay holding off a very powerful Anne Champagne.
Well, we watched Ellie with a pacer. So she picked up a pacer, which we didn't see, making her way up the last part of the mountain. This is a push. She's really pushing here.
Yeah. This is Ellie.
She's not walking it in for sure. She's really giving it all.
No, she
probably doesn't really know how far behind she is, and she's just trying to put herself in the game as much as possible.
I think we may have an overlap at the aid station.
No, I don't think so.
No,
I think it's too much of a climb still for. Yeah,
I guess
because Ellie's almost done climbing.
Yeah, that's true.
This might be an overlap with Philippe.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah.
I'm curious to see where the 2 front boys are hanging out. I see there's still a pretty big gap between the two of them. Even though you don't see anything on your tracker, but I see.
I've got him now.
Yeah. Here you go. So it's about a kilometer. No, sorry, about 2 kilometers almost in between them.
Yeah.
A little less. So it doesn't look like Victor is gaining on Camille, but we shouldn't rush into our conclusions here.
Yeah. So Kamil Lechniak from Poland, still in first, still
and
leading the race.
He is about to hit a section he is on the section that I find quite more pleasurable to run on. So I'm sure he's already sort of opening up his legs more. And oh no, I thought maybe we'd get a chance to see him, but this is Ali who just made it to the summit.
Yeah. Lost the image, unfortunately. We'll keep ourselves picture in picture just in case she pops back up suddenly.
Yeah. We haven't talked about Jake Barrio Arneson in a while, but I am curious what happened. It's clear that he DNF'd at the Saint-Tite Cap, which was really unfortunate because he was in 4th or 5th position at that time.
Yeah.
He pushed hard from the beginning, really hard, leading in the front even for a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I'm really curious to see what happened to him.
Yeah, Jacob Barry Arnason. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten any update on him. His tracker seems stuck at Saint-Tite Cap. Here we go, LE.
Yeah. So this is the flatter section on top of Mont-Sainte-Anne. A little bit of up and down, but
running strong. Let's go. Good to see. You can see it's taking a lot out of her to do this. She's got.
But that's why you need
a
pace that could be help push you along, get you into a rhythm.
Yeah, so this is where having that pacer.
She's using her arms.
Totally, yeah. She's going in the arms, exactly.
Yeah. That's Philippe.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Philippe Poulin, 3rd place.
I can positively say this is probably his best result here.
Yeah.
At QMT.
Absolutely. Yeah.
In this field. The gap with him and the front two guys has grown quite considerable, but yeah.
Yep. Philippe Poulin in 3rd place. Has plenty of experience here before, but like you said, easily easily. He got 3rd place in the QMT 100 miles in his first try when he was only 20 years old in 2023. But this is a return to form that we haven't quite seen since then.
Yeah.
So really good to see him having his day out there.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're waiting for Ali to come out of the bushes and make it into the aid station, Summit 1, while Philippe leaves Summit 2.
Phil Poulin leaving the Summit Aid Station for the second time, which means he's embarking on that back of Mont-Sainte-Anne, those trails that we currently have our first and second place men on. I think doesn't look to be in chase mode.
No.
I think he's maybe playing it a bit more defensively, if I had to guess. This is
I think he probably knows he can't catch up to the number 1 and 2 anyways, and this is an uphill section, so now we're going down and he can open up again.
Yeah, exactly. So really, really excellent performance from Philippe. He needs to keep it together, keep running smart, keep his own pace. He's not going to...
a podium finish here is a podium finish, and that's
absolutely.
A big thing. Yeah.
Absolutely nothing to scoff at.
Did we lose him?
Yeah. Does look like we lost them. Give us just a second, folks. Sorry about that. We have been battling some technical issues this morning, as is always the case in these live streams, and so we are working hard to keep you guys fully appraised of what's going on as we work to get the image back and see what's going on this mountain. So there we go. Back with Philippe Poulin, third place in the men's race.
This is a good quad poster this far into the race.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not the most pleasant thing to do.
Yeah,
it's pretty steep still. There she is.
Oh.
We can note down her time.
Second place woman,
15:08. She doesn't stop at the aid station. Did she or not?
No, we didn't see her. I mean, she ran right through it, and I don't believe she can. Can she
Maybe
get crude? Okay, she can get
uh,
crude on the other side.
No, she's.
I don't think she's getting crude. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ellie Cochon might be on the hunt.
She might be.
Might be going after Valérie Arsenault, who, by the way, should be back in this aid station very shortly.
Yeah.
We should see Valérie Arsenault on her second summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne. As we're back with Phil Poulin.
Yeah, I'm guessing Valérie still has about 10 minutes to get up. But I don't think her cap has diminished, if anything.
No.
It was about 36 minutes.
We have a good question in the chat. Have they already passed the final aid station?
Nope, not yet.
No, they have not.
They're about to.
Yeah, the first men will be shortly-ish. But everybody on your screen right now, because we don't have the first two men.
Yep.
Camille and Victor.
Camille's in about 4.5 kilometers away from the aid station.
Yeah.
Those are pretty fast kilometers, so it shouldn't take too long.
Yeah. So Camille will be the first to reach that aid station, and shortly behind him, or maybe not so shortly, depending on how the gap is going, Victor will be there, our second place runner in the men's field. And then a good stretch behind them will be our third place male runner, Phil Poulin, whom we just saw on our screen making his way down Mont-Sainte-Anne for the last time. Very exciting.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's excited to have that behind him.
Yeah. Sure. Looks pretty windy out there. I've heard some people it was pretty windy, and we saw some images of jazz flying over and stuff. So
yeah,
which is nice. I mean, It's 23 degrees here. Probably quite a bit cooler on the summit, and then with some extra wind. I think heat is not the biggest concern then in that case.
No, exactly. Yeah.
And we have more images so coming from Valerie making her way up. She has a cameraman or woman who's really attached to her for a long time. Or, I mean, they probably switched up with a few different folks, but that's some dedicated follow cam.
Yeah. It's just a really impressive effort from our media team all around. I mean, it's... These athletes are going super fast, and they're following them for pretty long stretches at a time. So, we were super impressed in the Mestashibo Trail, how good the images we were able to get were, and we continue to be super impressed as this camera runner is hot on Valerie Arsenault's heels.
So, can you give me maybe an update of when Marie-Laine came to this aid station?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, let's look at historical splits. And when I say historical, once again, this is only the second year of the running. So last year's winning time set by French woman Marilyn Nakache is the course record. So for the second summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne, Marilyn Nakache summited in 16 hours and 19 minutes and 14 seconds if we care.
I'll write it down. Yeah.
So it's 15, 13, 12 right now.
Yeah.
So we are
just
be
close to an hour. I think she's not that far anymore from the summit. Should be right around an hour, I guess.
She should be coming up on it. And so we will look at the clock right as Valérie enters that aid station and compare to last year to see where she is. The last two times we did this exercise, she was... Wow, look at her, explosive. The last two times we did this little exercise,
she was
she's
there already. Yeah.
She was just a little over an hour.
She's there, so it's again a little over an hour.
Yeah. So
let's see if she's going to stop with her crew.
Yeah.
There she is, under the bridge. She's not that tall. She doesn't have to duck. Oh, friends are coming. Crew's coming back.
And here we go. Let's go
inside together. Nice.
15, 14, 16. How does that compare?
Yeah, amazing. 15, 14. It's an hour and 5 minutes ahead of the course record.
Yeah, pretty much exactly an hour and 5 minutes. So really great stuff. And so she hasn't increased that gap under the course records since the last aid station, maybe by a few seconds up to a minute, but it was roughly an hour and 5 minutes last time. Yeah. So she needs to make a quick transition here, but I mean, she has an hour and 5 minutes on the course record.
Yeah.
Back with third place male runner, Philippe Pelland. Yeah, and as a reminder, Valérie Arsenault is currently 4th overall, and so she is the next runner behind the runner that you see on your screen.
Yeah.
Philippe Pelland.
Yeah, who is making a strong move on the downhill and the runnable sections here.
He wants to hold on to his overall podium, and I can understand. Let's see, Valérie. Okay, already out of the seat. She got some water dumped on her.
In the water.
Looks like she got her flasks refilled. And we're off.
So nice. Yeah. Huh. That was quick.
That was very quick. That was very, very quick.
That was a minute and a half at most.
Yeah. It was she came in at 14:15.
Yeah.
And she left at 15:50. So great work. She's getting some encouragement from her crew.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, and this is the course again. We can see it. So they come down this hill, make a right, a little bit more skill, but it's mostly then a double track and single track trail here. first off a lot of double track, and then you move on to the single track, and then go back to the double track, etc., etc. It's a very runnable section compared to the rest of the day, and it's nice to open up the legs here a little bit.
Yep. And so that next
gather
aid
some quick kilometers.
Definitely, yeah, it'll feel nice to
check them off,
unfold those legs a little bit, and get your stride, open up your stride. So that next aid station that they are heading for is the Fondeur.
Yep.
And that is just about at kilometer 124. So just about 10K.
Yep.
Left from the next aid station to the finish. So we eagerly await their arrival. So on your screen is Philippe Poulin on the left in the red shirt, white bucket hat, white vest. On the right in the darker colors is Philippe's pacer. And on the screen right now in the left is Yannick, and on the right is Nico.
Yeah.
Your French co-hosts.
Can we go back and look at the meal course record time at the Auberge? I know I'm obsessed with
No, of course. I want to.
I'm curious to see
I want to see that information as well.
So they still are. Yeah.
At the Auberge du Fondeur, which is the next aid station for Valérie Arsenault, the course record. Sorry.
So for Xavier, you mean?
So for okay, you want to hear the the men's time. Excuse me. So the men's time is 16:18:38. And then I'll give you the women's while we're at it.
All right.
Women's is 18:05:22. So those are the times we're looking at. So first up is going to be, of course, Camille.
Yeah.
Camille Lezniak, our
Polish. He has exactly an hour to get there, to make it to before the course record time, and he has only about 1, 2, 3 kilometers and a bit, 2 miles. To go,
think he can
so
do
he's
that.
well under the course record still.
Yeah, I think so too.
So he cannot relax now, but he has his course record up. The course record is up for grabs, and also for Victor, he's I think also. Well, under the course record time at the moment. Are we looking at one of the cameramen running downhill?
Yeah, so I think
showing off a little bit.
So we're getting a view of one of our camera runners flying downhill, giving you an idea of what it's like.
I think they might be going to see if they can catch up with Ali.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That would be really great if we could get some more shots of Ellie. We'd love to get some more images of the women's race. Of course, it's obviously very difficult with these runners are very, very spread out, and so we're trying to get you all the images that we can. And so absolutely anything that has a runner, a runner with a bib in it, if it's on a camera, it's getting shown. Like in this case, so it seems like the best images we have right now are of Philippe Poulin, our men's third place runner. I just want to give a quick update. I know we've mentioned the Canadian Trail Running Championships. Short course and long course are happening today as part of the QMT weekend. And so the QMT 50 is the short course and the QMT 80 is the long course. Quick update on how that's going, because we did have an interesting development in the men's 50K race at the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne. So they are climbing this mountain just the same way that that the 135 runners are. At the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne, Danny Racine was in first place. However, as of the summit, Alexandre Ricard, who is in second position and is a Golden Trail World Series runner, does short course, is an excellent vertical runner. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's the Canadian champion in the vertical from last year. Alexandre Ricard is in first place with a gap of 6 minutes. So really impressive for Alexandre Ricard to put 6 minutes into a runner like Danny Racine in one ascent of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what Alex is known for.
It is, absolutely. Which is, it's cool to see it in action in the context of a larger race like a 50 kilometer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's always among the top uphill runners, not only in Canada, but globally. I think he's maybe has yet to have like that sort of like major win internationally. He has a lot of really big results still. So, but it's not surprising.
No. He's a fantastic runner, and it's good to see his skills carrying over into a distance that we don't always see him in.
Are we going over to Max there?
Yeah, we've got Max in the field. Let's see if we can get any of his audio.
Reporter terrain qui est là pour nous jaser. Maxime, quelle est la température au sommet du Mont-Sainte-Anne? Est-ce que c'est chaud? On n'entend pas Maxime?
No.
We don't have audio from Max, but Yann was just asking what the temperature is like at the top. We were talking about, the wind up there. We've been talking about the heat all day. We saw Valérie getting water dumped on her.
Yeah.
So I think a really interesting question is, what's it like up there? Because it could be sweltering. It really could be.
I think it's,
it's likely cooler.
Yeah. It's still warm. Yeah.
We're not in the Rockies or the Alps, so could still be very warm up there.
Yeah. And we're losing the stream again a little bit.
Yep. Sorry about that, folks. Just working on getting the image back up. Thanks for bearing with us. There we go. And here is Phil Poulin. Third place male. We've got a good camera runner with him at the base of the ski slope on the backside.
That's where he is.
I say the backside, but it's the north side of Mount St. Anne. It's just the backside of where we are and where the finish line is. So he's at almost exactly at kilometer 112 out of 135. Moving well.
We should be seeing Camille in about 10 to 15 minutes in the next aid station.
Yep. Men's leader Kamil Lechniak from Poland.
And also Julie Lesage shouldn't be too far away from her aid station visit, which I'm sure she's been waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
To finally see a crew again. It's been a while.
Yeah. I would be really curious. I don't know if we still have a camera down at the MSA aid station, but it would be really cool to see Julie Lesage down there, see how she's how she's doing. Our third place woman, very stout competitor. Would be awesome to get an update on her.
Yeah. So we know that Victor has a pacer with him. Oh, nice. We're getting some images from Valerie. She's still being followed by one of our camera people. This is a little section between two ski pieces. A flatter section. But yeah, she's looking, her stride is looking a lot more, a bit more powerful than Elise was when she was on top of the summit.
Definitely, we noticed Elisabeth Cochon struggling a little bit on the last uphill. I think that's fair to say.
She's very locked in. And having a gap that's this big, it's not a given for anyone in any professional and in the race. So I'm sure she's not thinking about the victory yet, but
no.
It does give you a lot of more breathing room, knowing you have 40 minutes instead of 4 minutes ahead.
Definitely.
So it makes the experience also a lot nicer, and it still is a new race for her, and
totally, yep. Yeah, she can relax a little bit.
Yeah, she can go off her own pace, her own feeling, not going by how many minutes behind or ahead she is. Yeah. This is a nice section to get back into a rhythm of running, which you've not done really because you've just been going up and down. I don't know if she's talking to the camera person, but yeah. Oh man, I wish I could be at the finish line.
Champion Nick
300 grams of carbs on the bike and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
Let's go, Ashfa. C'est sûr, je continue à filmer.
So, sorry if the audio was a little bit choppy there. I feel like we may have had our Pacer cam still running audio, but we are back. Here we are. If you are just joining us or recently, my name is Ilan.
I'm John.
John and I have been your hosts for the English version of the live stream of the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer race. For
yeah,
do we know how many hours? Oh well, we do know 15 hours and 30 minutes.
Since we've been racing,
a
little bit less online, but a little bit longer behind the camera. Very exciting times as we're nearing the finish of this race for the elite runners at least. I'm happy to go have a little bit of a look at what the middle and the back of the pack is at.
Yeah,
maybe we can look sort of estimate where most of those runners are hanging out at the moment.
Yep.
I'm gonna say a lot of runners are on their way to Saint-Tite-de-Cap. So they're either between Cap Griban and Saint-Tite-de-Cap or have passed Saint-Tite-de-Cap and are making their way to the Mestashibo River. This is the moment where I feel like there's a lot of people probably hanging around at the aid station and Saint-Tite-de-Cap, taking care of themselves. It's also the middle of the day almost.
Yep.
So it will be heating up. I'm sure there's a lot of loud music in town there. That's good to see, and I also know there's some of your fan favorites who are making their way up to that aid station. They are still quite ahead of the cutoff time, no need to worry so far. They have time.
Well, I'm sorry. I just realized that we do have an interview that's happening right now with Janet Ng, who is the organizer of the Hong Kong 100, the president of ITRA. Yeah. I think that could be a really interesting interview, so we'll bring you in on that.
Then it goes around the world, and for sure Quebec is one of the races, and finishes the last races in South Africa. So each year we have this circuit where runners can gain points or try to do these races throughout the year. We are not trying to get people to do all the races in one go. We call it races of a lifetime. So go there, savor it, enjoy it, feel the ambience, and yeah.
Je vais traduire au fur et à mesure là, pour les gens qui maîtrisent moins l'anglais. Janet nous disait que le World Trail Major est un regroupement d'une dizaine de courses partout à travers le globe. Des directeurs de courses qui se connaissent de longue date, une ambiance très amicale. Et puis, on accumule, les coureurs qui participent accumulent des points. C'est pas nécessaire de faire toutes les courses, mais c'est vraiment des courses qui sont iconiques et qui sont vraiment des courses exceptionnelles un peu partout sur la planète. Donc, la première course à joindre le circuit a été la course dont Janet est directrice, donc le Hong Kong 100. Et maintenant, le QMT fait également partie de ce circuit très privilégié. The World Trail Major brings together maybe the best and most iconic trail race around the world. What are the key ingredients you look for when selecting a race to be part of this prestigious series?
I think the bedrock of any alliance and anything that works, it has to start from the organizers being able to get on and have the same goal. And for us, a lot of us race directors, we are also runners ourselves, and we feel that the important thing is to build something that really to put the priority first is the runners, and of course also the volunteers. We think that with all these two things, which are really what we want to look after, it has to be built upon a very good organization. It has the cultural, the mythical aspects of a race as well, and so that like when runners come to a race, they can really feel what is special about it. We don't want all races to be the same. It has to be able to showcase the culture, the special ambience, the terrain, what is so special about each of these races.
OK, thank you. Je demandais à Janet, quels sont les critères de sélection pour qu'une course puisse joindre le circuit des World Trail Major? Ben, c'est très simple la réponse. Ça prend des courses qui sont uniques, qui ont un cachet, qui ont les mêmes, dont les directeurs de course ont les mêmes priorités, que ce soit les coureurs en premier lieu, les bénévoles, de créer une ambiance unique, d'avoir un parcours qui est différent, ce qui fait en sorte que chaque course va être différente et va être un souvenir en soi pour les coureurs. Donc, c'est en majorité les critères de sélection. And what makes the QMT part of this series? What you talk about the different criteria, but what are the specific criteria that the QMT has and it can be counted as a unique path or a unique course race?
Yeah, so we have heard of the QMT for a very long time, and we know from friends, from word of mouth, that it's a great race. This is my first time here, and I can actually feel it. The volunteers, they are amazing, and of course this is a very, very special part of the world as well, with its own unique culture. Tomorrow I'm going to try the 25 kilometers. Yeah, so I have heard a lot about how beautiful it is. Yesterday I was at the canyon. For sure, there's just no question that this is like a beautiful course. But I think added on that is how this is organized. I was at the opening. I was yesterday at the start. It feels very. Everybody is very professional in what they are doing. They know exactly what they are doing. There is this element of calm and the beautiful, everything is set out nicely. And I feel that it's also the way that QMT is also trying to show the other races as well. So we feel that we are part of this global family. And that's what I really love about it.
OK, thank you. Je demandais, on a parlé des critères de sélection pour les courses. Quels sont les critères qui ont fait en sorte que le QMT puisse faire partie de la grande famille du World Trail Major? Janet me répondait que l'organisation ici, qui est très professionnelle, fait en sorte, et c'est une organisation dont ils entendaient parler depuis longtemps. Évidemment, les parcours, les décors ici au Mont-Sainte-Anne et dans la région, ils sont uniques, ce qui fait en sorte que le QMT est un choix logique de se joindre au World Trail Major. How do the trails at Mont-Sainte-Anne compare with other huge trail race known as iconic in the world and part of your series?
Yeah, I haven't really been on the trails yet, but from what I understand, there are a lot of very technical parts of it. I imagine there are a lot of very green forests, and all the races actually in the World Trail Majors, they're quite unique. For example, our race is quite famous for its steps and for the beaches. There are other races again, almost there's a lot more water around it. This one, I think a lot of it's the waterfall, the canyon, the forests are amazing. There are races where you go around an iconic mountain. So they're all very different, but I think that's part of trail running. You should go and
just interrupting this interview to show you our men's leader, Kamil Lechniak from Poland, who is at the final aid station in the 135-kilometer race. He is at the aid station de Fondeur.
Sur le bord de la plage, donc ils sont reconnus pour le nombre de marches. Alors ici, c'est vraiment les grands espaces qui font en sorte que, et le côté technique qui fait que le QMT est une course unique qui fait partie du réseau des 10 World Trail Major. Now I have a question for the president of ITRA, the International Trail Running Association. Can you explain a bit what is the athlete ITRA score for the people who are maybe less familiar with this number associated with every trail runner?
Right. I will try and make it brief because there's also the technical side of it. Basically, it's so in ITRA for every race in the world, we look at when they give us their GPS course, we look at the distance and the elevation gain, so up and down, so how much up and down, and we look at with that distance, with that sort of up and down, like when runners finish the race, they will have a time, and then based on looking at the factors of those, we will ascribe them a score. So how fast, basically, over this sort of distance and terrain. And so for every race, for every runner, when you finish, you will get a score. And we have the data for
And
thought we saw an image, but
yeah, we are sorry, just interrupting this interview to bring you some updates on the race. So we did just see Kamil Lezniak in first place at the Fondeur, and that puts him how far ahead of course record, Jonathan?
Let me count. That is about 38 minutes ahead of course record.
38 minutes under course record, and here we are with somebody else who's under course record.
Yeah,
women's leader. Valérie.
At least 1 hour. Yeah.
Arsenault.
Yeah. She's climbing this. This is still like ascending. It's unbelievable. Running this section still.
Wow.
There's no doubt who's gonna win this race.
This is decisive.
She didn't want to have any question marks anyway. The whole race. Ali did put in a lot of question marks with me at least, and a lot of the other folks probably watching, because he was keeping Valérie within range. But slowly she crept her way. Now she has at least 40 minutes, I think. So we'll see what the final result is. Obviously, we don't want to call anything yet, but.
No, but this is a pretty decisive margin being carved out at this point. You know, it would take a real disaster for.
Something I have an update on is that Julie Lesage already made it to the Mont-Sainte-Anne base. So she is currently in that aid station.
So that's Julie Lesage, our third place.
Yeah, third place women's
runner, women's field runner.
Yeah,
very exciting. We were wondering if Julie was all right. Julie is all right.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, for sure.
She's still in this.
Yeah.
I also have an exciting update.
Yeah.
We had mentioned in the 50K that Alexandre Ricard had made up 6 minutes on first place Daniel Racine and had passed Daniel Racine in the climb of Mont-Sainte-Anne. Well, something very similar just happened in the 50K on the women's side. The Spanish runner Ikram Rarsala was in first place, and Elisa Morin, the Canadian, was in second place at the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne. Now, at the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne, Elisa Morin is in first place with a nearly 7-minute gap on Ikram Rarsala. So our Canadian climbers really showing what they're made of and putting in a ton of time.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in the world besides Elisa in the women's and Alexandra in the men's that can summit the Mont-Sainte-Anne faster. At least not in Canada.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so cool to see these. I'm going to call them short course athletes, but of course they're incredibly versatile. And 50K is both extremely long and extremely short, depending on your point of view. But it is so cool to see them applying their skills in this context.
100%. Yeah.
As we look back at the aid station at the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Seems like people are not too cold nor too warm.
Getting some Polish flags in the chat for, of course, our men's leader.
Yeah.
Kamil. Just keeping tabs on men's leader Kamil Lechniak, who is through the last aid station and is approaching kilometer, or is pretty much at kilometer 125 out of 135. So very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Kamil Lechniak, our men's leader, has a fairly decisive lead on second place Victor Larocque, who is back at kilometer 122. Has not gone through the last aid station yet. Of course, we won't call anything until someone crosses the line, but listen, it's looking pretty good for our Polish friend. So
yeah,
let's get some Polish flags in the chat for Kamil Lechniak, who has just been performing spectacularly.
Yeah. He's been racing from the front from the beginning.
Yeah, a wire-to-wire victory if he pulls it off.
He was only briefly interrupted by Victor, who came to say hi.
They had a good battle for a little bit, hey?
I guess they just made good use of each other, and
I think that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah,
they used each other to advance and to keep the pace real honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here on the screen we have an interview with Denis Thibouteau of Solomon, Canada, here to talk to us a little bit about the partnership with Québec Mega Trail. Let's listen in and I will translate afterwards.
Ça fait déjà 15 ans que je suis avec Salomon. Ben, je pense que c'est une bonne raison, effectivement. Oui. Tu dis 15 ans avec Salomon, le QMT a 14e édition cette année. Fait mentionner, vous êtes partenaire de première date du QMT avec Jean Fortier. Oui, effectivement. Jean et moi, on se connaît depuis le jour 1 du QMT. Évidemment, avec les années, on est devenus des amis. C'est toujours très agréable de travailler avec Jean. On a pris cette cause-là, pour ça, appeler ça une cause à cœur. On voulait vraiment que ça devienne une course importante. Écoutez, les premières 10 années, c'était le fun. Il y avait 400, 300, 800, 900 participants. Puis on se disait toujours que ça serait le fun de passer de 1000 participants ensemble. Parce qu'on croyait qu'on travaillait ensemble pour faire grossir la course. La course de sentier au Québec, mais cette course-là principalement. Et finalement, à un moment donné, tout a déboulé, puis on est où on est aujourd'hui. Puis pour Salomon, qui est une marque iconique en trail, puis en Europe, qui est extrêmement connue depuis longtemps, grandir avec le QMT, j'imagine que ça fait grandir la marque ici aussi au Québec, puis même en Amérique du Nord. Oui, absolument, parce que...
Just interrupting this interview to show you the what we have on the screen right there, which is the final aid station, the Auberge du Fondeur.
And those are not the 135K runners that are coming here.
No, good. Thanks for specifying that. Those are our runners from other distances.
Yeah, I saw maybe some confusion in the chat about what the final cutoff time is.
Okay.
So, the final cutoff time is not 6 p.m.
No.
That's when we wrap it up.
Yep.
The live stream. But the runners have a lot more time to finish the race, fortunately. The total time you can run this race in is 37 minutes, 37 hours, which, if I do the math correctly, takes us up until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
So not 6 p.m., but 9 a.m.
Yeah, to be clear, I have repeated, and I'm so sorry if that created any confusion, but I have repeated that we are streaming until 6 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. That is true. So we have about another 6 hours and 9 minutes left in today's live stream. But again, that is really just the live stream, as Jonathan did with his public math, which was very well executed, by the way. The runners do have 37 hours to complete the race. Yeah.
Yeah. That's sad. It's still cutoff time, and it's still enormously frustrating if you're not able to make it within a time, or you have to, struggle and fight just to get ahead of it.
And to explain the way that cutoff times work, just reading a couple comments in the chat. Oh, as we see photos. Again, this is not the 135 kilometer distance, but this is an interesting river crossing that is emblematic of the Québec Mega Trail distances. Just to explain a little bit how the cutoff times work. Yes, there is the total cutoff time for the race at the very end, but there are also progressive cutoff times at each aid station. That means that at key aid stations, you are not allowed to continue moving to the next aid station if you don't meet a specific cutoff time. And then with the field that arrives at the last aid station within the cutoff times, they are only released to make it to the finish if they are, again, within the cutoff times. And what that means is that you really limit the chances of someone going to all that effort only to miss the cutoff. Of course, it can still happen technically, but we understand how much of a heartbreak that is for runners. And so those situations, we want to avoid them. The race organization wants to avoid them. Everyone, from the volunteers to the organizers, the race directors, everyone's goal is to get everybody across that finish line safely and within the cutoff. And so I see some questions in the chat. Yes, it would be incredibly frustrating if somebody missed the cutoff time, absolutely. But we really put all the tools in the athletes' toolkits for them to make it on time. And it is always exciting, the very last hour, informally known as the golden hour, the very last hour of a race, as we see these runners faltering their way across the river. It's not easy. Oh boy. It's not easy. Use the rope, guys. The rope is there for you.
Yeah, I never know if it's an advantage or a disadvantage how much water there is.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like if there's a bit more water, it makes it a bit easier. It doesn't seem to be a lot of water this time. I think it can easily get knee deep here, and I don't see the water being that deep here at all.
But to your point, it's true that, this water is just as slippery as water that's knee deep or waist deep. But at least when the water is deeper, you've got a bit of cushioning if you slip and fall. I agree that I'm almost more scared to cross a river that's ankle deep like that, because you could slip just as easily. But when you hit the deck, I mean, you're hitting the rocks immediately. So really do need to be careful, and that's why we have volunteers stationed there, and that's why we have the rope, and that's why our course marshals are inspecting every river crossing before the race to make sure that everything is safe. Safe for our runners, just to make sure that nobody's hurting themselves.
I think we're having a little look at the race map again, and I believe Elizabeth Houchon is about to come out of the trees there near the big white tent. She probably needs a few more minutes, but she's closing in on it. So is Victor on the last aid station. He's not that far away from it, probably about a kilometer away from it too. Whereas Camille has increased his gap significantly. He's let's say 5.5 miles away from the finish.
And just a fun fact, our team was sharing with us about that river crossing. Of course, there are multiple across the course. But that specific one that was being shown, we asked Jean Fortier, how close is that exactly to the finish line? And he said 1 kilometer. Maybe 600 meters.
Wow.
So it is right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I remember.
And that's the same river crossing that the Golden Trail World Series is going to go into, right? So as I was mentioning, the Golden Trail World Series happening tomorrow, the 30K. The Golden Trail World Series races are short, high intensity, really dynamic, and really they have a lot of attacks and sprints down to the last second. So I will be very interested to see a river crossing that close to the finish. I mean, these athletes are going to be throwing themselves across that. I'm very, very curious to see how that's going to affect the final meters. I mean, the past several Golden Trail. I feel like many of them last season and all of them this season have come down to nearly sprints.
Yeah, true.
So that's really exciting, and I hope, of course, everyone stays safe. But
I don't know how many runners are that confident in themselves, thinking they can make a move on the
river.
Yeah, on the river. But we are watching. Is this who is this? Is this Julie?
It does look like Julie.
Yeah.
That is what Julie would wear. She's moving very well.
Yeah. So this is her first ascent of the mountain, and she's passing all the. It's probably the 50K runners. I'm thinking maybe.
Oh, so good to have a visual on Julie. We haven't seen her in a long, long time, but really great to see her. Cheering you on, Julie. We shared a few miles.
So she's making her way up the mountain, and down at the aid station is Anne Chapin, and she might have just left the aid station too. Yep. So they're on the move. That's good. Yeah.
Wow, great work. So happy to see Julie.
And at the same time, Elizabeth is also making her way to the aid station, the next aid station.
All right.
So there's a lot of things to watch now.
All right. Elizabeth Cochon making her way to her second summit of the Mont-Sainte-Anne mountain. And Julie Lesage, third place in the women's race. Power hiking. Pulls out first, by the way, in the top 6 or in the top 3 men, top 3 women that we've seen. Is that her pacer, the guy in front of her?
Oh, that could very well be, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he keeps looking back. He seems to be trying to help her. And, in these situations, when you're passing up through the field, it can be very helpful to have a pacer just to kind of clear people out. Everyone wants to be polite, but Julie needs to focus on climbing. And if she needs to pass someone, it's a lot easier if she has someone in front of her sort of clearing the way.
100%, yeah.
So really happy to see Julie. She's looking fantastic. I mean, I almost didn't know who we were looking at.
Yeah.
It looked like she was moving like a 50K
Exactly,
runner.
yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So happy to see
Goes to
Julie.
show how fast the women ahead of her
Oh
are
my
going
gosh.
even.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Julie and I shared a few kilometers together when I did the Trent Charlevoix. And by shared a few kilometers, I mean I tried to stick with her climbing up the Mont Morios, which is a very infamous climb here in Quebec. Made it about 3/4 of the way. She dropped me, and then I saw her at the finish line.
Oh.
So thanks, Julie.
Yeah. Well-earned lesson, I guess.
Yeah. No, she's a fantastic runner and really a joy to be around. She's
I think
very
that's
sweet.
Victor getting into the last aid station here now.
Okay, yes, that is Auberge du Fondeur. The final aid station, 10 kilometers, 9.5 kilometers about from the finish. And
Maybe
Victor,
there's a camera on the ground that can pick him up.
Yeah. We're hearing from our team on the ground that Victor Larocque is in his final kilometer, but I believe he should be making it any second into the aid station.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking out for Victor's red shirt. Victor is also with his pacer. Let's remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, Elizabeth Cochon has reached her aid station at Summit 2 with her pacer. She is still well behind Valerie, about 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, look at this drone work. This is
6 and
cool. And here we go. Victor coming in on the left. Signature red shirt. And I believe he's wearing a white bucket hat. And then his pacer wearing a white shirt and black vest. So that is undeniably Victor. Our second place in the men's race.
I wonder if he's going to take his time or just go for it to the end. It's it always feels like another 9 kilometers or something doesn't feel that long. It's not the fastest 9 kilometers, and yeah.
Victor being crewed by Joanie Desroches, partner of camera runner Julien Lachance, who's been helping provide a lot of the videos or a lot of the feed from the summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
He's sitting down. and taking a proper break. And his noodle, he needs to finish his noodle.
He needs to finish his noodles. Do you think he prepares the whole Tupperware and then tells himself, look, by the end of the race, it has to be done?
Yeah, I'm not finishing.
Forget chasing down first place. I need to finish my Tupperware.
I mean, it goes to show what a professional he is. Like, he's doing everything he has to do, even though, like, he has just over an hour and a half of racing. Like, more ice, more noodles, doing everything he can. That is really good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so smart.
Because I would not. I would just like, oh, that looks good. Okay, that's it. Let's go. I would grab one bottle too few, and I would think that I could just run it in the last section, and then yeah. Yeah, at this point, Camille has an 18-minute lead, maybe even more, probably 20 minutes. There is
Ellie Cochon.
Ellie Cochon trying to get to the downhill and using her arm swing to move forward. Her pacer looking a bit impatiently behind. Are you still there? Are you coming? Let's go. I know you can go faster.
That's the good cop, bad cop pacer dynamic, right? You sometimes need a pacer to put a little pressure on.
I know, I see you. Come on. Yeah, this is painful to watch too. I can just imagine the pain on your quads coming down here, or your feet. But she's doing it.
Oh, yeah. Good work, Joanie. Oh, that looks like it feels good. Look at this. We're with you. We're with you, Victor. Take your time.
Take your time, but Philippe is also not that far behind.
Okay, Victor's up. Victor's moving.
He doesn't look too tight.
Yes, pacer. Excuse me, giving him a good pat on the back. Getting him out the door.
Yeah, they run up past this building and then past the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we
and
go.
now we're seeing the final section, I guess.
Yep. Little overview of these final 9.5, 10 kilometers.
Yeah, which basically follows this little stream or river, follows and crosses this river a couple times. And yeah, that's the arrivée. So it looks very short on this in this format, but it feels really long when you're almost at the end of your race. Yeah.
Yep. Let's make sure we get this image back up for you guys so we don't miss anything, don't miss any of the action. Because we are in the final kilometers for our top two men. They are out of the last aid station. There's no more stopping here. It's time to haul to the finish. And for those Bruna fans in the chat, we have an update for you guys. It's a good update. Our field team is telling us that Bruna Yanez's team says that she's doing very well. So that's all the update I have. Unfortunately, I'd love to give you more information, but listen, we have verbal word of mouth confirmation that Bruna Yanez from Brazil is doing very well.
That's good to know.
Having a great race. So go ahead and throw some Brazilian flags in the chat. I know that button's been getting used a lot in the past 16 hours and 5 minutes. So
yeah,
don't be shy now. Brazilian flags in the chat for Bruna Yanez.
Careful what you wish for. One little question asked by Gabriella a few minutes ago, whether the runners bring their own food and snacks, or is it provided at the aid station? Well, both. Runners bring their own food, obviously. Preferably, you eat and drink the food that you are most accustomed to, and you know exactly what you're taking. So you have a plan for yourself. You rely on what you're bringing yourself, and that's what you should be needing for the entire race. And you bring this with yourself, or you put some of that in your drop bags, so you don't have to carry everything, but you can take out of your drop bags for the sections that follow. And of course, you can grab as much as you want from the aid station. I think it is most customary to just bring enough with you, and then grab a little bit extra from the aid station if you want to, if it looks appetizing. But to fully rely on it is a bit risky.
Totally. Thank you, Coach John, for the excellent insight. Great follow cam here on second place woman, Elisabeth Cochon.
And you can really see what it takes to go down a mountain when you're this far into a race. I think some people prefer going up a hard, very strenuous, physically tiring mountain rather than going down. Yeah. When I did my 100-miler, I got a pretty serious knee injury, and I wasn't able to run the downhills anymore. Oof. So I just had to walk them, which is annoying because I was looking forward to the downhill eventually. Yeah. Yeah, so we're switching to the finish line camera feed because, Camille isn't there yet, but he will be there relatively soon.
By the way, we will be going to an ad break shortly. Make sure that we just want to make sure, obviously, we run that before our men's winner comes in. Just before we do that, I do have a little update from, a little bit of intel from Victor Larocque's crew. They said what's in his Tupperware is homemade ramen.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
it looked like.
Yeah, that's what he brought in his.
That's
his
nice,
Tupperware.
homemade. Wow.
They said he's looking forward to finishing.
Oh,
which I believe.
I bet. He deserves it. That's for sure.
He deserves it after this absolutely fantastic performance that he's been putting on.
Yeah. He was the only one who really took it to Camille, and
he's the only one who challenged Camille and pushed him.
He started maybe a bit more conservative than the other runners.
Yep.
But probably the smartest of anyone out there, and we saw him catching up to Camille and then even passing him for a little bit. He definitely looked for a bit. He looked stronger on the uphills than Camille was looking for.
Yeah,
for some parts
absolutely.
Of it.
We thought for a little bit that Camille had lost his lead and wasn't going to gain it back.
Yeah. He got a bit stiff on the downhills around Mr. Chivo. But he stuck with him anyways, and.
We've got a really good question in the chat from E.R. Eekers, E. Rikers.
Oh,
is that Dutch?
Yeah.
So how do you say it?
Well, it's Eva Rikers.
Okay, there you go. So you know who it is.
Yeah, I know very well who it is.
How are the QMT aid stations? Any good snacks and specialties? And that's a wonderful question. Eva?
Yeah. We went over the snacks and all the items they have a little bit earlier.
Yep. We can.
You highlighted several times the cheese curds.
The cheese curds, I think, is a specialty for Quebec. It's something that I think you only find here. Cheese curd. So it's the same squeaky cheese you get in poutine. I love it because it's salty. It doesn't need to be refrigerated, and it's squeaky. I don't know. That's a fun sensation. It's a different texture when you're used to taking gels, and I digest it really easily, so that's great. Otherwise, we have salted potatoes.
Yeah.
Chips, which is also salted potatoes in a different form.
Yeah.
Eggs.
Well, we don't have to go all over them, but yeah, we do have a list of good items. Yeah. I'll just answer mine. If I had to pick one that's sort of more specific to QMT, and maybe Quebec bases, I've seen them a lot, are the banana breads. I really like them, but I'm very basic. I like my watermelon and some of the orange slices at times, banana. Yeah.
Nice.
Very simple.
We're here at the water crossing, which is a kilometer from the finish.
No, this might be the first one. It could be the second water crossing. Let's see.
So this is the one actually that Jean Fortier told us is 1 kilometer from the finish. He said 1 kilometer, 600 meters.
Yeah, it's about a kilometer.
But it's right at the end there.
I think we'll take a little bit more before we'll see Camille there. The course record in the men was 17 hours and 9 minutes, if I'm correct, or how much was it exactly?
Men's course record is 17 hours, 18 minutes, and 5 seconds. Which we are well under right now.
Yeah.
In the women's is 19 hours, 11 minutes, and 41 seconds.
Yeah, so we're seeing a much more spectacular finish to the race than we saw a couple of weeks ago in the Western States or a week ago. Oh, ouch.
Yeah, treacherous water crossings. That's all right. You're okay.
No, it's the ego that hurts.
You're all right. So stay tuned with us. We're getting ready to welcome the first place finisher of the Québec Mega Trail 135, Kamil Leszniak from Poland, who has been leading this race mostly wire to wire. He was at least battling Victor for first place for part of it. And we are looking forward to welcoming him to Mont-Sainte-Anne. Please, if you are in the area, this is your time to make it to Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Yeah.
Go to the finish line. Let's make some noise for our champion. Here he is. First place, Kamil Leszniak
from Poznan. Let's hear it for Poznan. He lives in Spain, though, right?
So he lives in Poland, but he told me that
visits Spain a lot.
He doesn't like the cold.
Yeah.
And so he and his partner spend a lot of their winters in Spain. Yeah. So maybe part of the reason why he has run so well in today's heat. And here he is flying past runners. Looking so strong. Those are not runners, by the way, on the 135 kilometer, of course. Those are runners on other distances. Kamil is the first runner in the 135 kilometer to reach this stage. He is our overall leader in the men's race. Looking so strong. You can tell he smells the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
So exciting. And thank you so much to all of our other runners who are stepping aside to help Camille get to this, clinch this victory.
Yeah, this is really the last part of the course. There's some really nice winding trails that are not as rocky and woody at all, not even closely to what a lot of the trails he's been going on before. But it's also not flat. There's some ups and downs, and it's not all easy. But especially this section along the river is really, really nice to run on.
Yep.
You will have to climb a little bit after this, I think, before you can go down and then cross the river.
Yep. And if anyone is wondering, Camille Lechniak is closing in on 130 kilometers, so he's not quite at the 130 kilometer mark.
Yeah.
And so there are still a few kilometers to go. So I know it's racing. I mean, he's racing like he's at the very end, which in the context of 135K he is. But we still have a few dozen minutes, I think, or at least a dozen minutes.
Yeah.
Really cool though. That stride has really opened up.
It's very impressive if you're running there, and I think these are the 32K runners, maybe. I'm not sure.
I was wondering.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
I think
but
so.
to see somebody like with that like speed come by, it's so impressive.
And you think, oh, I wonder what distance they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, just the longest distance of the weekend.
Yeah.
135 kilometers. They ran through the night.
Yeah.
Came here all the way from Baie-Saint-Paul, the start line. They went through the Mestashibo Trail, went through the Sentier des Caps. They saw a sunset and a sunrise and everything in between. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah. People are congratulating him, and that's well deserved, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get some Polish flags in the chat for Camille. Truly impressive effort. Camille had never been to Quebec. Didn't know these trails at all.
That makes sense.
Yeah. He said in an early runner cam interview, or he mentioned that to one of our runners with a camera that at least parts of the course felt very much like Polish trails that he run on.
Yeah, the vulnerable parts.
Yeah, which I believe,
Yeah.
And so I think he felt at ease for certain parts of the course, and it definitely shows because he has led or shared the lead wire to wire on this race.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at some of the other markers on the race map, and I'm seeing Julie Lesage being pretty much halfway up the mountain, if not further along already.
Yep.
Anne Champagne is still behind him, but not that far, and still in the game, which is really nice to see. She's followed by Cynthia Tremblay.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we will be having an ad break soon. So we're bringing you to the heart of the action, thanks to Desjardins and our other presenting sponsors.
Donc, on vous rappelle que c'est Desjardins qui nous permet de vous emmener au cœur de l'action de ce QMT Live. Desjardins qui est le présentateur officiel de la diffusion.
And we're back from the ad. That was a pretty short ad break. Thank you, Desjardins, for making this live stream possible. Let's have a look at where we are. Obviously, we're not Yannick and Nico. Here we are. I got an update from the tracker where Camille is, and yeah, this is what I was thinking. Is like doing a little up here, and at the somewhere 131 kilometers, 130 kilometers, somewhere in between. So he still has some grounds to make up, some grounds to cover. Philippe Pelland is getting to his final aid station, but he also needs a few more kilometers. Valerie is only a mile behind him, but that's been kind of the distance they've been having for a long time. Yeah, if I'm looking at the overall course and trying to figure out where most people are, I still believe most people are somewhere around Saint-Tite-de-Cap, maybe passing it somewhat, like running around the road, getting into nearing the river of the Meshashibo. Yeah, that they're in for a treat still after being on the running already for so long, but they have time, right? They don't need to rush. They have enough time to make it to the finish line. If they start rushing now, that might not be the smartest option. So yeah, keep chugging along. Let's go back to the live stream coverage. And there we have Victor. Very nice. Victor and Pacer friend. He's moving well. He's not thinking about settling down. He probably knows he's not going to win anymore. But yeah, he's still doing his best to get to the finish line, which is very admirable.
Absolutely, yeah. Not leaving anything up to chance and really putting it all out there. Yeah.
I guess if you're a pro like Victor, you automatically have that attitude. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in that position. Yeah, it's a big win for him. I don't know if we can say this is his biggest result maybe yet, but I feel like it is for him in this competitive field.
Mm-hmm.
These results will go all across the globe in ultra trail
absolutely
circles at least. Yeah, very, very good result for him. And same for Philippe Pelland, the veteran, the 23-year-old veteran of the sport, or veteran of Quebec. Will this be his last year? I'm gonna ask him. Will he now start racing maybe somewhere else, or is he gonna stick to what he knows best?
What would you
we'll
do?
See.
What would you do in his position?
I can't answer. Yeah.
I think in my opinion, it's try to find the most competitive field wherever that may be it at home or. Keep testing yourself against the hardest field.
Well, first, I think you can still test yourself a lot at home.
Exactly. So
yeah.
if testing yourself means being at home, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Is there anything coming from the chat that worth mentioning?
Yeah. A lot of support for both Victor and Camille.
Yep, this is the 14th edition. I myself have been here since 2021, I think. Yeah. And ever since I got here for the first time, I've always wanted to come back, and I have made my way back here. And even though it is such a big event, it does still feel very small. People recognize each other every time.
Yeah.
You haven't seen each other for a year. I remember the first time I finished here. I think I saw Jean Fautier, the founder, on the course twice, and just for a brief moment, And a year later, I came back and I wasn't racing, and he recognized me.
No way.
And we had a little chat, and it's like, "Why are you not racing?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm injured," and then blah blah blah. And then the year after, same happened again, and same conversation happened again. So goes to show, if you have a director who is well aware of almost all the runners that are out there on the race course, I think that says a lot about the connections people have with this race. I wrote a little blog post about this a while ago.
Did you?
And I went into this a little bit. I won't bore you with the details, but I called the community, I called the community, as in Quebec community.
Nice.
That was sort of my my dad joke.
We love a good dad joke.
Yeah, but it's I know,
important.
I think it's something special to have here
Yep.
in these races. Yeah. I'm down.
All right.
I'm down. We're watching Victor on one of the last steep ascents. These are not very long, but very hard still, this far in the race. The countdown really begins when you're at the final section and you're just counting down the kilometers. There's an impatient runner like, come on guys, go on. Yeah, I always have a hard time counting down those last kilometers. They feel endless. And the tricky thing, like, I don't try to pay attention to it, but then on this particular course, I'm not sure if this year is still the case, they do have signs of how far you are from the finish, how many kilometers. So you can see the countdown, and every time, like, you keep running, and then, like, you see the 4 kilometer mark, and then you keep on running and running and running, and then, like, all of a sudden you think, like, wow, I must be pretty far, and then you see the 3 kilometer mark. It's like, I only did 1 kilometer. How is that possible? Wow. I think I said there was some parts that are still pretty steep and down, and that's here, and that's what he's going through. And this is, I think, just about when he is going to hit the water crossing, if I'm correct. Not far from here. He's still making really quick work of this. Feels like he has just one speed. Yep, there you go. He runs very light on his feet, which is very helpful on this course. I think the most annoying parts are behind him now. I say that, and then there will always be another one annoying part coming, but here we say Victor. Victor still has some ways to go. Ah, he made it. There he is at the water crossing. This is not the final water crossing. There's one after this. Ah, that's so nice. Yeah. Give yourself the time to clean yourself. Yeah. That must feel good on the legs. Oh yeah, sit down. And there you go. Yeah, why not? This is his first water crossing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kamil Lechniak, looking great. Running for the win.
I don't know who this is filming behind him.
Yeah, it looks like maybe someone from the media team.
Yeah.
Getting his last few meters. Whoa, hopping over the log.
Yeah.
He's got the end of the race pop.
Yeah. And there we go at the second water crossing immediately.
There we go, back to back. Get in there, Kamil.
Getting a bit wobbly.
He's still cooling off to the very last.
Yeah.
Maybe he's making himself look better for the. Maybe he's cleaning himself up.
For sure.
A little.
He's still looking behind. Is he there? No.
A little bit of cleanup before the finish line photos. They're important, you know. And then, I believe there's still one last one. Or that may have...
No, this was the final one.
Well, because you did this one? You did this one?
Mm-mm.
Or that's not a water crossing. Sorry, that's just a bridge. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, because there's a little field of grass, and then there's what I would call the famous right turn into the village.
So Kamil Lechniak, your men's
1 kilometer. You see, that was the 1 kilometer sign.
There you go, 1 kilometer. Kamil Lechniak from Poland, Hoka athlete. First time running in Canada, first time running in Quebec. Absolutely wire-to-wire performance.
And he's still making it really hard for the cameraman to follow.
Making everybody work for it, right? Making everybody work for it. I don't think our follow cam can keep up. I get it. It's intimidating. He's running fast. And we will have a finish line camera. So don't worry. We will be excitedly announcing the finish.
The connection is...
Yeah. Connection is having a little bit of a tough time. I imagine a lot of people are in the village.
Tuning in.
Using their cell phones. So if you are near the village, this is your last chance to get to the village. You have less than 5 minutes to make it there. And, run, walk, crawl, bike, drive, fly in. However you can, do not miss this. There is only one men's winner of the queen distance of the Québec Mega Trail, the 135 kilometer. This year, that men's winner will be Kamil Lechniak of Poland. Let's get some Polish flags in the chat for Kamil. He's run an incredible race for his first time in Quebec.
Mm-hmm.
He did multiple of the 8 stations that were crew accessible without any crew.
He did.
Which is incredibly impressive. He dealt with a bit of a language barrier and still, always smiling, always happy, thanking the volunteers. When we met him on Thursday evening, he said he was really happy to be here and really excited to discover these new trails. And so we are excited to discover this new runner that was new to us, Kamil Lechniak from Poland.
Oh, I wish I was there at the finish line. I can feel the excitement getting stronger and stronger. He must be really close now because he was about to hit the road.
Here we go. Finish line camera. We are getting the same images as you. I know it's pixelated. I'm so sorry about that. We are trying to make sure that we can see Kamil Lechniak of Poland finish the QMT135, the Queen Distance, the second year in what will be a new course record. He will significantly lower Xavier Saint-Cyr's 2025 record of 17 hours, 18 minutes, and 5 seconds. By how much exactly? We don't know. We are really hoping that this the quality clears up for you folks. We know it's frustrating and we're so sorry for it.
It's all right though. We know he's approaching, and there's so many people on the side of the finish line chute, and it goes all the way up, somewhat up to the mountains, to the mountain there. So it's not just here at the end. There'll be people cheering him on for the last hundreds of meters, and it's a nice quick downhill.
Yeah, yeah. And again, this is your chance to get to the finish line and cheer on our 135 kilometer men's champion. We are so excited to welcome him across the line. Let's hear plenty of noise. Let's see if we can get a little bit of noise from the field.
Est-ce que tu vas retourner sur l'UTMB cette année pour voir si ces deux-là vont courir ensemble?
Such a challenging race. The World Cup has got nothing on the Québec Mega Trail.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He should be running down the hill now.
Yeah, let's try to make out Kamil Lechniak.
I'm giving 10-15 seconds to finish.
Yeah. We can hear the announcer cheering him in. Here we go.
Close by.
He's in the finishing chute. Here he is. Polish runner Kamil Lechniak.
Pick up a flag. Yes.
135 kilometers from Baie-Saint-Paul. Oh, baby in the arms.
Of course. Come on, buddy, you have a course record.
Oh, the whole family finishing with him. Look at this. It's beautiful. Kamil Lechniak, your champion, men's champion. Breaking the tape.
Légendaire, mesdames, messieurs, comme arrivé. Et voilà que Jean-Maxime en passant. Kamil Lechniak, mesdames et messieurs. Quelle performance! De loin, battu l'estimé temps. Let's go, Québec!
16:39 and 30-ish seconds.
Yeah,
look at the exact time.
About 33 minutes faster than Xavier did last year.
33 minutes faster than Xavier Saint-Cyr. What an incredible performance we got to watch.
Yeah.
We're so lucky finishing with the kids.
He's like,
oh,
I'm okay. It's okay. You can come now.
Sit. There you go. Family photo. Wow, wow, wow. Polish flags in the chat. Your 135 kilometer champion, Kamil Lechniak of Poland, Hoka runner. And I do believe we'll be having some sort of finish line interview with Camille. Getting the family welcome from his kids.
They seem a bit overwhelmed, but look very proud.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they're very proud of their dad, but understandably, a little overwhelmed, and that's totally fair. I mean, you know, we don't kid around about these crowds here. Québec Mega Trail is a big deal.
Yes.
Look at this. Look at this. I believe our first ever...
The pressure was pretty big on him.
Sorry?
All eyes were on him before the race.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's the one big, you know, international athlete to come.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few, but like he was...
But I mean, the highest ranked one.
Yeah.
Highest ITRA score.
Yeah.
Highest ranked placements previously. Getting his finisher buckle from QMT founder and president, Jean Fortier. Wow. He followed this white Hoka kit and lime green bucket hat for a long time.
Yeah.
And here he is. He's done all the way from Baie-Saint-Paul, 135 kilometers.
It's the Hoka boys again, back-to-back weekends.
Yeah, and we will have an interview with Camille in studio, confirmed. Getting his glass, just like you, John.
Yeah. He's there with his partner and 2 kids, and that's it. Not an extra crew.
Yeah.
So no pacer, 1 crew member. That's a lot to do as a mom with 2 kids.
Do you think that?
I hope she had some help.
Yeah. Well, it's possible that explains why he did the Massif with just a drop bag. And
Yeah. For sure.
Getting congratulated by everyone.
Everyone wanting an interview.
He's in high demand now. We have our team on the ground, working to get him in the studio tent right behind him. You can actually see the backs of our colleagues. Well, not right at the second, but the blue shirts of our French co-host who will be interviewing Camille. We will, of course, let that interview run. It will be in English.
Yeah.
And we will make sure that everybody can hear
it will be English and sign language, I think.
And a little bit of gesturing.
Yeah.
Look at this. Finisher buckle.
I'm glad they kept the buckle, even though they stopped doing the 100-miler. Yeah.
Yeah. Whole family.
His grimace is coming up.
To the interview. Yeah. Come on. Of course.
This was the look he was giving when he came at Mont-Sainte-Anne, 8th station.
Camille Lechniak and his family making it to the media tent where we have our French studio. Oh, needs to take a sec, and let's bring you to an ad break.
The fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
Exactement. Et pour tenir compte aussi de la température cette année, il Il y avait quand même un enjeu avec l'humidité. Alors, quand même spectaculaire. De Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Magali Berthaud, qui va compléter son 32. Félicitations, Magali! Mesdames et messieurs, on fait du bruit, là, s'il vous plaît. Là. Nos athlètes du QMT.
On est de retour et on aperçoit Camille Lesniak avec la petite famille qui s'assoit pour la première fois de la
And we are back with Kamil Lechniak taking a moment with his family. Just taking a second to breathe a little bit, have a sit before we hijack his afternoon and get him in the studio for an interview, for a champions interview, putting his glass, his finisher glass, to immediate good use.
Classic.
Is that a beer in there? It sure looks like one, and I hope he's enjoying it.
I think this is an alcohol-free beer.
Yeah, it may be a non-alcoholic beer.
I recognize the can.
Yeah. And
of course, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah.
Well deserved either way. Take that hat off. Take your sunglasses off. Run your hand through your hair.
Yeah. Let's take a little briefer after that.
Yeah. Wow. Wire to wire.
Yep.
Just making sure we're getting you the right images.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for bearing with us. We're here in our studio with the French language live stream. Once again, if you are just joining us because you tuned in to see the finish of our men's champion, my name is Ilan, and I'm joined here by John. We are your English language co-hosts, and we've been following these runners. We've been bringing you these stories from the very beginning of the race, yesterday evening, and these runners have been running all the way 135 kilometers from Baie-Saint-Paul through the Sentier des Caps, through the infamous Mestachibo Trail, up, down, up, and then down the Mont-Sainte-Anne, around the backside, around the north side, to finally make it back here. And so we have currently one finisher of the 135 kilometer distance. That is Kamil Lechniak of Poland. As we take you on board our second place runner, Victor Larocque, who really put the pressure on Kamil and made him work for it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, in the middle part of the race, when they were in the Mestachibo, one of the most technical parts of the race, Victor and Kamil were really swapping leads for a while, and we had some amazing cinematography of that battle, and we didn't know which way it was going to go. It wasn't obviously Kamil's.
No, definitely not. At some point, it was looking more in favor of Victor.
Yeah.
Because he had the momentum.
Exactly.
At some point. And there was even a point where I remember Kamil jumping into the river, cooling him down, and he gave Victor a little bit of a lead.
Yep.
And you even asked at that point, like, are we going to see Kamil back?
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, it's those little gaps that can really open up, and that's almost what happened with Kamil's lead in the end. I mean, it wasn't in a river, but it was at the Mont-Sainte-Anne aid station at the base of the mountain where they both came in at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And Kamil just turned around faster.
Yeah.
He was a little more rushed, did a little less in his aid station, and flew up the mountain, and that's where he really put in time on Victor, who we're seeing on our screen right now with his pacer. So Victor in the red shirt and the white bucket hat, white vest, followed by his pacer, bringing it in to the finish line. Now the question is, will we have two men under the previous course record? What do you think, John?
Ooh,
Victor's just about at 1:31. The course record is 17:18:05.
Yeah.
In 28 minutes. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, the way he's moving now.
Yeah. So you know it's a fast year when not only does the course record get broken, but you break the course record and yet you still get second. That is a fast year.
Yeah.
We have Victor Larocque, Québécois runner, local hero. Victor's past accomplishments. He was the first ever Québécois winner of a 100 miles by UTMB race when he won Rara Murray in central Mexico in 2025.
Yeah, in the 100-mile distance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. He also 2 years ago in 2024 won the UTHC Ultra Trail Harricana 125 kilometer distance. In other news, he also won the Ultra Trail Harricana 80 kilometer distance in 2021.
Yeah, not the 125.
Yeah, in 2024.
In 24.
I have that he won.
Yeah.
And in 2020, he also won the Ultra Trail Harricana 65 kilometer. So I think you're in his zone. And we've got the winner of the 80 kilometer from the US, DJ Dakota Jones. Winning.
Ain't no mountain high enough for him.
Winning the 80 kilometer, which we'll remind you is the Canadian trail running championships. Of course, Dakota not being Canadian, the Canadian champion will be the first Canadian to cross the line. But Dakota putting up an incredibly competitive time today.
Yeah. Such an awesome dude. So kind.
You can see it, hey? The way he's interacting with everyone.
Yeah.
He's all about the community. Saying thank you to Jean Fortier, president and founder of the QMT. Look at this, consummate professional.
He didn't race. He's just...
he jogged in.
Yeah, he came out shower and like, let me tell you about what I just did.
And you know what's so funny is he had very stout competition. It
was
such a competitive. It was such a competitive 80K. I mean, he beat Jean-Philippe Thibodeau.
Yeah.
You know,
and many others. Yeah.
And many others, but I mean, they were running together, and then it seemed like Dakota just sort of decided, all right, time for me to go.
Yeah. It's still up in the air. I think who will finish third. I think Jean-Philippe is pretty locked in on the second place, but either Dylan Pust or Benoit Gaillard probably between those two for the third place.
And I do want to mention, you mentioned that Jean-Philippe Thibodeau has second place locked up. But he's an hour behind Dakota. Just to put in perspective the level that Dakota brings to this race.
Well, he's not an hour behind. That was the last...
okay. Yes, sorry. Of course, Jean-Philippe hasn't pinged, of course, his tracker at the finish line.
Yeah.
My apologies, but the gap is still a comfortable one. At the last checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is a field with the likes of Michael Sima, Jeff Couchon, Elliot Cadden, Sergio Rice, Villanova. Lots of very strong runner, including Xavier Sancier, winner of the 135K last year. Yeah.
Do we have our finishers interview? Yes, we do.
Oh.
Okay, we are going to let this interview run as it's going to be in English. And we will bring you any translations necessary. But again, it's going to be in English with the entire Lechniak family.
Plein de sueur d'ici la fin de la journée parce qu'on sait qu'on va accueillir
mais de la sueur légendaire.
Un canapé légendaire pour une course légendaire.
Donc l'équipe prend place tranquillement.
Donc, à l'instant, on va accueillir Kamil Leszniak, le grand gagnant de ce QMT 135.
His partner wife is also his personal translator, I believe.
Yeah,
so
she's invited to the couch.
Makes extra sense. He's there too.
Yeah. His partner who will help us with the translation a little bit. We will, like I said, be doing the interview in English. I believe that is the best form of communication for them. We'll take you into the interview and we will be quiet.
Beaucoup de choses qui se passent en ce moment. On a l'arrivée imminente du deuxième. On a Dakota Jones qui est en entrevue au fil d'arrivée. On a Kamil Leszniak qui vient de prendre place dans notre siège et on a une caméra sur Victor Larocque qui est deuxième. Ça bouge beaucoup. Ouais. Donc, dès qu'on a la caméra en studio, nous pourrons démarrer l'entrevue avec Kamil. Kamil, are you ready to start the interview? Oh, you can keep your beer. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to win QMT 135?
This is possible. I speak Polish and translate.
Yeah, no worries, of course.
Yeah,
no
okay.
problem at all. I mean, you've had 135 kilometers, so you're going to do the translation from English to Polish?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
great. So, how does it feel to win QMT 135? How was your day today?
Jak to było wygrać bieg?
Niesamowicie wygrać. Nie dowierzałem, że ukończę ten bieg. Trochę przesadziłem w początku, bo myślałem, że trasa jest łatwiejsza i po godzinie zacząłem pracować ciutkę mocniej. Do tego stopnia, że po 20 km zacząłem prowadzić bieg i żałuję teraz, że zacząłem prowadzić, bo leciałem sam w nocy, a trasa zrobiła się bardzo trudna. Jak zapisywałem się tutaj, to myślałem, że będzie pode mnie, czyli w miarę biegowo.
So he's surprised that he won because it was very hard. And when he is crying for the race, he thought that will be easier. And he thought that this race is more flat and fast.
Oh, wow.
So it was surprise. And he is a little bit regret that he started fast because he was running during the night alone.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's very happy also.
We saw you run a lot with Victor Larocque, who's going to come second today. You spent the night together. I think you ran into each other. You ran Mestashibo, a portion of the trail that is very technical. And then coming here, you climbed super fast at the top and took the lead of the race. How was these moments sharing trails with Victor, the second place male runner?
Pytanie mniej więcej dotyczy tego, że biegłeś z tym Wiktorem i tasowaliście się, no a potem wbiegłeś na metę bardzo szybko.
No, po 40 kilometrach miałem pierwszy kryzys i wiedziałem, że będę tracił. Przejrzałem sobie GPS-y i wiedziałem, że wyprzedzi mnie Wiktor, ale jak mnie dogonił, no to zaczął się odcinek asfaltowy w dół. A że w tym roku biegałem maraton dosyć szybko, płaski, to nie robiło to na mnie wrażenia i dołączyłem. Chwilę z Wiktorem pogadałem, no ale widziałem, że próbuje się oderwać i skutecznie, ale stwierdziłem, że muszę zaryzykować, albo wygram ten bieg, albo zejdę, więc zacząłem kleić do Wiktora i tak naprawdę no to było świetne, bo zmienialiśmy się co chwilę. To nie była przyjacielska zmiana, tylko było miło, ale walczyliśmy.
Okay, so he is happy that they were running together because they were fighting, and this is a big motivation. And Victor came to Kamil in good moment because it was first crisis for Kamil. and he couldn't give up in this moment. Yes, so that situation helped Kamil in the end, and Victor tried to be first, and that etap what was an asphalt.
Yeah.
So it was flat, and it was very good for Kamil because he's very strong for flat marathon.
So you're here with your family. We saw you guys crossing the finish line with your kids all together. Do you plan on staying in Quebec City or around the surroundings here for a couple of days, enjoying, after running for 135 kilometers, do you plan on enjoying the region here for a couple of days?
No i pytanie o metę, jak to jest, że wybiegłeś z dziećmi, z całą rodziną tutaj w Quebecu i co będzie teraz po tych 135 kilometrach?
Co będzie zwiedzanie Kanady. Jak zapytałem organizatora, czy mogę wystartować i dostałem zaproszenie, pomyślałem, że no muszę przyjechać tu z rodziną, bo lubimy generalnie podróżować i dla nas to jest bardzo ważne. Jeździmy po świecie, głównie w celach biegowych, ale łączymy to z podróżowaniem. A przez to, że był tu bieg, no to chcemy po prostu wykorzystać też na podróże. I no fajnie, jakby dla mnie to też jest takie spełnienie, że mogę z rodziną finiszować i pokazywać im, że sport i samo podróżowanie jest po prostu świetne.
When he got invitation for this race, he already knew that he had to come here to visit because he loved traveling and running. We traveling a lot, mostly in Europe, but everything is connected with running. So he's very happy that he can see Quebec right now and everything here in Canada.
Congratulations on your race. I hope you know that now that you have the course record, we're going to name your name all overnight next year when we'll be talking about the QMT135. Congrats on your race, and we'll be welcoming soon Victor, who's coming second. Congrats on your race, Kamil.
Nasze gratulacje, że zrobiłeś świetną robotę i że teraz właśnie chyba będzie biegać, tak? Tak.
He's coming.
Tak, he's coming. No i że mam nadzieję, że Ci się podobało i że w przyszłym roku będą o Tobie na pewno mówić.
Było naprawdę wspaniale, aczkolwiek ostatnie kilometry mi się bardzo, bardzo dłużyły. Ale jak już byłem w wodzie w tej rzece, to mówię, to było po prostu spełnienie. Ta rzeka, na chwilę się zatrzymałem, trochę się wykąpałem i chciałem przybiec tutaj świeży.
He said that last kilometers were very hard, but in the river he can rest and think about the finish line. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Merci. That was our finish line interview with men's champion Kamil Lechniak from Poland. Saying, well, as you...
What an amazing runner and person he is.
Really?
With his wife, partner, yeah.
Seems like a really just genuinely curious guy.
Yeah.
You know, happy to be here. He said when he received the invitation to come to Québec Mega Trail, he knew he had to come because he's a curious guy and he loves to travel and he wanted to discover it. Isn't that just the best mindset possible?
Yeah, for sure. And we can refocus put our focus now on number 2 because he's coming in now.
Absolutely.
Really going through this little tube or whatever you want to call it, this mountain bike thing where they go through.
Yeah.
And then up to this last little bit, and then they make their way down.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting things in Kamil's interview that he was mentioning, which we discussed as well, was just the fact that having Victor catch up to him and push him in the Mesta Shibo was really gave him a
you
boost
could see
of energy.
that.
Yeah. When he was struggling, he said Victor came at the perfect moment. He was struggling, and it gave him something an objective and something to focus on instead of the pain. How cool. Yeah. Really just iron sharpen iron, and this is the best example of that. So really just a prime example of two fierce competitors pushing each other to get the best out of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Victor wouldn't be able to push himself this hard without Camille as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Just trying to get you back these images. We know this is an absolutely crucial part of the race. Of course, we want to see our second place male runner finish. And so we're just working on getting these live stream images back up online. We will, of course, have all of the finishes streamed until 6 p.m. So for the next 5 hours, we will be streaming the finishers. We're still here. We are waiting, just like you, to get the images from the French stream. Victor is running into Mont-Sainte-Anne. We know that right now. Unfortunately, we are not able to get the images any quicker than our internet can load them. We are so sorry about that delay.
Could try it again.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can tell you, even though I'm sorry you can't see it yet, he is just about to finish now.
Yeah, Victor is just crossing at 17:06:55.
That means he's still, what was it? 6:05. Yeah,
18.
He was still a couple
There
minutes
he
under.
is, hugging his good buddy who just finished the 80, by the way.
Yeah.
Jean-Philippe Thibodeau, who put the hurt. Oh, and Alexandre Ricard.
Yeah, all the winners.
Wow. Okay, this is a real who's who of Canadian trail excellence. Here we have your men's second place in the 135 kilometer, looking very relieved to be finished. Wow. Victor Larocque being celebrated and celebrating Alexandre Ricard. Alexandre Ricard, who just won, just now, the QMT 50 kilometer, making Alexandre Ricard the Canadian short course trail champion.
I think they planned it.
You think
to
they
finish
planned it?
together? Yeah.
And JP Thibodeau, who we saw celebrating with Victor Larocque, getting second place in the 80K. So yeah, I think they planned it. Wow, okay, what great timing. Victor Larocque taking a moment, soaking it in, congratulating. There we go. Joanie Desroches, his crew. We saw her at multiple points feeding him his homemade ramen out of that Tupperware. Tons of homemade ramen. I'd love to know the stats on how many calories he consumed in homemade ramen alone over this race. It's got to be a lot. A big kudos, of course, to his pacer as well. We talked
Managed to run at least 30K with him.
Yeah. Not easy to keep up. And here you've got all the finisher glasses.
Yeah, what is he gonna go for?
He's shopping for a beer.
A non-alcoholic one.
Non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Oh, thank you.
And a glass. Great work. Maybe a little bit of water before the beer.
Yeah.
I think that's smart. A little sharing a glass with Alex Ricard. Again, your men's short course Canadian champion in the QMT 50. So Alexandre Ricard has qualified himself for Team Canada in the 2027 World Championships in Ultra Trail. In Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah, he's both a staple to the short and the long trail Canadian national team.
Yeah, exactly. Victor Larocque, who we are going to snag for an interview. Oh, and the champion
Yeah.
Kamil Lechniak celebrating and thanking the guy who pushed him to such a fast new course record. Look at this camaraderie. Victor seemingly saying, wow, man, good job. Bucket hats, huh?
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
2 bucket hats.
Philippe too.
Philippe too.
Yeah,
that's
sure?
true.
Yeah.
Is that the year? Yeah, absolutely. It's the year of the bucket hat.
They're back.
Yeah, they are back. I think I missed the boat. I don't think they fit me as well as these guys.
Yeah.
What a great performance. So happy these two get to chat.
Yeah.
After battling
I'm
each
not
other.
sure how much they, but you know, you shared the moments. Yeah.
And Jean Fortier,
Yeah.
founder and president of the Québec Mega Trail.
Co-founder of the World Trail Majors as well.
I'm sorry?
Co-founder of the World Trail
Yeah.
Majors as well.
Co-founder of the World Trail Majors. Yeah, yeah. Québec Mega Trail has been a member of the World Trail Majors since its inception. I'm very curious to hear this interview we're going to have with Victor Larocque, our men's second place in the 135 kilometer.
Meanwhile, Valerie has left the last aid station a few minutes ago.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
First place woman out of the last aid station in the last 9.5 kilometers.
Yeah, exactly.
We will be bringing you that finish absolutely, as well as all of the finishes until 6 p.m. Eastern time today.
Yeah, we have some time before we get there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We'll be with you until the end of this live stream, of course. Thank you so much for joining us. Man, the French guys really got the prime location, huh? They just have to turn around and see what's going on at the finish line.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And they have them walking up to them. You know, they don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're making the champions do a few extra meters.
Yeah. The looking at the 50K races, we saw Alex Ricard finish. About 9 minutes behind him, Danny Racine, who was with him all the way almost, but trailing a little bit behind him at the end. In the women's field, we're still waiting for the first finisher, but she should be arriving pretty soon. It's either Elisa Morin or Ikabrasala Laktab.
Yep, and that's in the 50K. Yeah, the QMT 50.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we might actually have a similar-ish situation in. I think they're going to arrive a little before Valérie, but I mean.
Yeah. It's going to.
We have.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have the top 2 women in the QMT 50 kilometer, Elisa Morin and Ikram Marsala, out of the final aid station on the last stretch and heading to the finish line at the same time as our first lady in the QMT 135 kilometer. So it is possible, just given the distance, that we get our 50K top 2 women before Valerie, but Valerie was moving very fast when we last saw her, so
we'll see.
We will see.
Yeah. One of those things that we cannot predict.
Absolutely. So we are just we're staying on top of all of these very quick finishes right now. We have 3 very important races finishing at the same time. And so it's going to be a very exciting next 5 hours, because not only are we bringing you we're bringing you everything from the finish line. So 135 kilometer, the 50K, which is the short course national championship, and the 80K, which is the long course national championship. Just going to let these two chat and get to know each other. They spent the only time they spent together overnight was, or excuse me, in the last 17 hours and something minutes was spent racing, dueling. Here we are back at the river crossing.
L'une de l'autre, alors qu'on voit cette fameuse traversée de rivière qui fait partie des symboles forts du Québec Mega Trail, c'est la signature de ces parcours. On a vu tantôt Ikram, pas Ikram, on a vu notre gagnant Camille Lesniak.
These two, first and second place. Oh, look at the quality of this image. That feels good. It's like putting on your glasses. Victor Larocque in red, thanking and congratulating one more time his biggest challenger, his #1 rival in the past, in the last 17 hours and 17 minutes. Men's champion Kamil Lechniak of Poland.
Le tracker vient de disparaître. C'est la magie de la technologie.
En fait, non, c'est Phil qui est juste parti se baigner dans la rivière.
Alors qu'on voit Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches qui a son tracker qui est proche du 121e kilomètre.
OK.
Philippe.
Here we go. Victor going up. Maybe the last meter of elevation he needs to... You got it. You got it. There you go. Okay, and sorry, one more meter, I think, to make it into the tent. This is the backstage entrance. Very official. Making him climb. Oh, boy. You got it.
Yeah.
We couldn't get him a ramp or something?
No.
Climbing onto the set where our French language team is here to receive him.
They are really happy to see him. Yeah.
Well, he's the local hero.
Yeah.
He's the local hero. Our French co-hosts, Nico and Yannick, here to interview Victor. So the way this is going to work, we're going to let the interview roll. And then, in French. And we will translate afterwards, just so we're not speaking over the interview and we can make sure we get all the important information. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We will be translating the French. We will be getting Victor's interview into your ears, just with a tiny delay.
Yeah.
On va prendre note. Parfait. L'équipe en régie confirme que l'an prochain, on aura un monte charge pour les coureurs. On n'aura pas d'escalier l'année prochaine. Victor Larocque, bienvenue à...
Je peux dire que ça va beaucoup mieux.
Félicitations pour ta deuxième place.
Merci beaucoup.
Une grosse bataille qu'on a suivie toute la nuit, toute la journée avec...
So sorry, I know we just lost image and sound. We are working to get that back up. Thank you so much for bearing with us while we navigate the technical difficulties inherent in this production. Very complex behind the scenes work going on, so thank you so much to our technical team. We are just waiting to get those images back online. Bear with us, should be any second now.
C'est toute qu'une machine, ce gars-là. C'est vraiment toute qu'une... Tu sais, en fait, ce qui est incroyable avec lui, c'est que, tu sais, il n'est pas habitué à des terrains comme ici du tout. Fait que la technicité, pour lui, c'était un défi incroyable. Donc, tu sais, il était comme déstabilisé par ça, puis, tu sais, tu le voyais qu'il était dans le dur à cause de, tu sais, juste l'effort d'analyser le terrain tout le temps. Mestachibo, là. Mestachibo, il était pas content.
Puis on vous suivait, vous étiez vraiment ensemble les deux pendant une longue portion.
Oui, c'est ça. Puis aussi, qu'est-ce qu'il n'a pas aimé, là? À un moment donné, là, c'était le sentier des Caps à la fin. Tu sais, la fin du sentier des Caps, après le Cap Gribane, là,
Cap brûlé.
Ça descend vers le fleuve. Puis là, plus que ça descend, plus que c'est technique et que c'est plus ou moins défriché. Fait que, tu sais, c'est quand même intense. En tout cas, il n'était pas trop dans son élément. Puis, tu sais, après ça, quand on est tombé sur le moins technique, paf, monter la montagne, courir en arrière. Tu sais, il m'a pris 30 minutes, là, au final. Tu sais, c'est un gars de 2,20 sur marathon. Fait que, tu sais, moi, on a 10 minutes d'écart, là. C'est quand même énorme, là, au final. Tu sais, puis, c'est ça. C'est un gars qui a fait 7 fois l'UTMB. Tu sais, je veux dire, il est habitué au terrain roulant, puis... c'est ça.
On l'a vu que la dernière portion à partir du Mont-Sainte-Anne, c'était à son avantage.
Excuse-moi, je n'ai pas entendu.
On dit que la dernière portion du parcours, c'était à son avantage parce que on comparait sa préparation où lui, depuis janvier, il court sur des terrains montagneux, rapides. Dans ton cas, tu t'entraînes au Québec dans du technique, mais dans des sentiers qui viennent de dégeler. Puis on l'a vu dans la montée être extrêmement à l'aise.
Puis tu sais, il était plus frais que moi aussi, là, évidemment. Là, moi, ça m'a quand même tiré beaucoup d'énergie de... on dit tout le temps, on va être sage, on va faire sa course, mais ça se passe jamais tout à fait comme ça.
Ben, je pense que tu peux être fier parce que lui, de son côté, quand on lui a parlé, quand il était assis où tu étais, nous disait à quel point votre moment ensemble dans la Mestachibo, tu l'as pris à un moment qui était dans le dur, puis ça l'a vraiment tiré vers le haut de t'avoir avec lui. Donc, je pense que vous vous êtes mutuellement aidés dans ces portions-là. C'est ce qui est beau du
Just working to get the stream back up for you in French. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Should be any second now.
« 500 ml, puis j'étais limite là, quand même. Là, je rationnais un petit peu. Mais à un moment donné, tu peux... Je pense que somme toute, c'était quand même bien. Mais tu sais, ça tire du jus pareil. Là. Mais au moins, les sentiers étaient quand même très secs. Là, fait que ça, c'était bien. Surtout Mestachibo, Mestachibo mouillé, c'est une autre histoire. Là.
Ouais, c'est ça. Et là, je comprends que vous prenez un café ensemble dimanche matin?
Ben, en tout cas, on en a jasé. En tout cas,
tu me diras comment ça se passe demain.
Moi, ça fait 2 fois que je lui demande, là, mais tu sais... Peut-être que c'est trop une troisième. Là, fait que...
C'est pas trop une troisième.
Peut-être que tu peux demander à Camille. Avec ça,
on en a jasé quand même. Il m'a dit que l'UTMB, c'était plus facile que le QMT135.
Bon. Ouais. Il était ici, puis ce qu'il a dit, ce que sa femme a traduit, c'est qu'il pensait que c'était plus flat. Donc, je pense qu'il s'attendait zéro à avoir des trails techniques. Donc, tu sais, les réactions que tu dis qu'il a eues dans les trails, on n'est pas forcément étonné parce que souvent, c'est ça, les Européens, des fois, ils étudient pas tant le parcours, ils font pas de reconnaissance, puis ils arrivent ici, puis ils sont genre, c'est quoi ce truc? Donc,
Mais en tout cas, il y a une force mentale incroyable là, d'avoir surmonté pareil la course puis d'avoir fait un super bon temps. Là, je me souviens pas c'est quoi le temps de référence de l'année dernière, mais...
17-18.
Combien?
17h18.
17-18.
Il a fait 16-40 et toi, 17...
Toi, c'est 11 minutes en dessous.
Fait que,
comment quoi?
17-07 dans ton cas. Fait que vous êtes les deux sous le record du parcours.
OK.
Mais vous avez retranché beaucoup. Vous mettez la barre haute pour l'an prochain. Hein?
Ben là, il y a des athlètes de plus en plus haut calibre là, qui viennent. Là, il y en a une couple là, qui n'ont pas fini aujourd'hui, mais qui avaient des cotes ITRA monstrueuses. Là. Je me souviens plus du nom de l'Espagnol.
L'Espagnol.
Il y a eu des crampes là, au tout début de la course, là, kilomètre 15. Là. Mais c'est un gars qui a fini 8e à l'UTMB.
En même temps, c'est encourageant quand on se prépare au l'UTMB d'avoir partagé des kilomètres avec quelqu'un qui l'a fait en 22 heures. Avec le café à Nico, tu vas être prêt. Mais là, avant de parler de l'UTMB, Victor, c'est le temps de se reposer un peu, prendre de ta bière ici, les jambes dans les airs, puis sois fier. Félicitations pour ta course.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup d'être passé en studio, nous jaser de ça.
Ça fait plaisir.
Immense performance.
Merci les gars, salut.
Ciao, man.
Donc, on était avec Victor Larocque qui a terminé deuxième sur ce QMT 135, 17 heures, 7 minutes et 56 secondes. C'est le temps que
So that was the interview with men's 135 kilometer champion for this year of the QMT, Victor Larocque. What a fun interview. He talked a lot about Camille, of course. I mean, I think a lot of this race, for both of them, was centered around the other. Said he had a lot of really nice things to say about Camille, namely that, funny enough, Camille was very surprised by the technicity of the trails.
Yeah.
He was not expecting them to be this technical at all, which really reflects what Camille told us in his interview.
Yeah.
That he thought Canada was flat and fast. Camille, of course, being really a very fast road marathoner and a quick leg turnover guy. So sounds like the period that they spent together in the Mesta Shibo, obviously the some of the most technical parts of the trail were where Victor really made up a lot of time on him and caught him and pushed him. It sounds like Victor was saying Camille was not that happy.
No.
And was struggling a bit. On another note, Victor did mention how dry and pleasant the trails were to run on. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about how these trails, when it rains here, they just keep that humidity for so long.
For
and
sure.
It just becomes a mud bath.
Yeah.
So Victor, who has plenty of experience here in Charlevoix in general, knows how bad these trails can get.
Yeah.
Said they were actually really dry.
Yeah.
Nice
No, that's what they look like.
Yeah.
I honestly have not seen them look this relatively good. I mean,
same. Yeah.
If you're on the court now and you still have a ways to go, then
don't listen.
Yeah, then you very much disagree with what you just said. But
Don't listen to the live stream if you're still.
Yeah, I don't think people is listening to the live stream.
No, I don't think they have cell service to listen to the live stream.
Yeah.
But Victor just really complimented Camille's incredible mental resilience, even when he was really struggling. Victor says that Camille told him that the QMT 135 he found more difficult than UTMB.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think of that, Coach John? You have any experience?
I think maybe it's probably as difficult as you want to make it.
Right.
Let's say it.
That's fair.
Let's keep it that way.
That's fair. I'll accept that answer. But anyway,
he definitely pushed himself to a new dimension, I guess.
Yeah, sounds like it. And it's just against the mental resilience to push through for Camille Lechniak. And just in closing with Victor Larocque, talking about the level getting higher and higher every year, and just these times going down across the board. So
yeah. Did you have any of them in your fantasy team?
So I didn't play fantasy.
Okay.
The 135 wasn't on.
No. I know, but like in your mental
in my mind. Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think Camille, I was hesitant just of my own, because of my own ignorance. I didn't know if Camille. I didn't know him before this race, so I didn't know if he was the real deal. I mean, I knew he was the real deal, but I didn't know. Sometimes Europeans come over and they sort of underestimate the course. And it sounds like he did underestimate the course, but could have banked on his mental resilience to stick through with it.
Yeah, I think both had a pretty big chance to get themselves on the podium. I think there were a lot of other male runners in that position. I think I might have said this to someone else yesterday. It is quite a race of attrition. So if you have a couple handful of really strong men, and there's just a few survivors, those are the ones who are gonna pop up.